Oh, hello there, neighbors. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hi. I hope everybody had a good weekend. I'm just finishing my setup here. I need to grab headphones. Would hate for there to be like a terrible ass echo or something. I'm happy to announce that the stream is functioning properly. I don't know what's going on with my lip color here. I got crap on them. Oh, well, whatever. It's fine. I brought beer today. I'm not as foolish as I was last time to try to go through that nonsense sober. Why would anybody do that? That would be ridiculous. That'd be just straight up goofy even. Howdy ho, howdy ho, howdy ho. I hope everybody's having a good, fantastic, wonderful day. It is Tuesday. Welcome back to the shit show. We had some fun last time. Had some amusing comments to look at. There's a handful of even more amusing comments. I don't know if we'll look at the comment section. Today we have, along the same vein, we've got Electric Boogaloo to look at. Because apparently this whole, I've been told that I didn't do enough research. And that I need to make sure that I hear everybody out and make sure I get all the facts straight, because I was so incorrect last time, right? I was so poorly owned that we're going to take a look at the next stream. Here it is. Hopefully y'all are ready for this shit, because this is a video called Operation SWAT. And from my understanding, since I announced I was planning on talking about this, they have deleted the video from YouTube. Well, either it's private or unlisted or whatever. Either way, it's not publicly available anymore. But, as I had said last time, I was planning this again. Well, I got lots of weed, right? I got beer this time, you got weed, we're ready. This time we're prepared. Are you ready for this? Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, so this one, I will warn you, is like another hour worth of content. So we'll see how quickly we get through this one. And apparently this one's got a whole ass party going on. Like, apparently, what I was told is, but wait, there's more. So, bruh. I got an icon in my face? Where? What was I saying? I've been completely... So I don't know if they privated this video because of, because I mentioned I was going to talk about it. Soundshare bot? What Soundshare bot? What? 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 What are you guys talking about? You're freaking me out. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, alright, I'm assuming everything is fine. I'm assuming everything is fine now. Oh, okay. Alright. Sound alerts add-on. Oh, annoying. Gross. Horrible. Awful. I don't even have that. Whatever. I deleted that shit. I looked at it for 30 seconds and was like, no, this is awful. Alright. Apparently, we're all lost in the sauce. Okay. So, I do not know if she deleted this or removed it from YouTube because I mentioned I was going to talk about it, but I have heard wind that, so this is Veda Jade's video. I have heard wind that she is, quote-unquote, getting a restraining order against Katie Joy and somebody who works for Katie Joy, who she did not name. It's Charlotte, right? I mean, we all know it's Charla, right? Like, she's gonna try to get a restraining order against Charla. Didn't she say she already had... So, they're all, like... At what point is... At what point is, like... Is this just retaliatory? Right? You know what I mean? Like, at what point? First off, at what point is this just not retaliatory? You're just weaponizing restraining orders in the law to continue to harass somebody who's not making comment, like, not doing anything to you. At least not that you can prove. And two, like, come on, man. What are we on? Like, temporary restraining order number 7? Like, what is this? Like, they think they're being sneaky by being like, well, I didn't say who it was about. It's like, there's only one person that you've been accusing of like, working for Katie Joy this whole time. We know who you're... I'm saying who it is without saying who it is. Plausible deniability. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Right? Right? Using courts for content? Ooh, yikes. I mean... The thing is like, if she's already got... If Charla already has a restraining order and is now Aaron's going to court, and if Aaron loses or whatever, and then now Veda's gonna do it, like, at what point is it 3 against 1 person, and 3 of them have audiences and 1 of them doesn't, and they can't prove that this person was doing anything? Because if they could have, they would have by now, if they had definitive evidence that it was Charla doing all this. Right? There's this one screenshot that's been... Okay, hold on, I'm coming back for a second. There's one screenshot that I've seen floating around that was shared by Steve that was evidence that Charla was harassing him and trying to take out a loan in his name. And the screenshot was was like a windowed, like a window browser messenger. So you know how you can go onto, like, if you go onto, like, some websites, it'll be like, hey, you can ask for help, and there's a window messenger? It was one of those. And it was just like, hi, my name is Steve, and I want to take out a loan. My name is Steve McRae, I want to take out a loan, da-da-da-da. And the person answered on the other end, like, the website was just like, oh, okay, so, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then they responded back with, actually, my name is Charla, last name, and I'm just trying to take out a loan in somebody's name to, like, get at them, right? And I'm like, okay. I've seen people arguing back and forth about this screenshot being like, well, how do you know that's not just somebody using Charla's name? Or why would anybody say something like that if that's what they were actually trying to do? My question is, where did you get that screenshot? Because, like, that screenshot would have had to have been taken by Charla, because it's a window messenger. So how did you get it? Especially if Charla's the one who's doing this. Did she just, hey, I would like to send you this incriminating shit that I did against you to help you out with your case? Like, what? How did you get this screenshot? Where did this screenshot come from? Like, I feel like I said this on Blue Sky and I think on Discord the other day. I was like, I feel like I feel like everyone else is Sherlock Holmes and I'm Watson. And everybody's like psychoanalyzing this thing and that thing. And I'm just like, guys, the house is on fire. Where did he get that screenshot? Oh yeah, I used my master... Chesh, did you use your master hacker skills to get the screenshot, and did it take 11 seconds to get... Listen, if it didn't take under 11 seconds, it's invalid. I think that's what we decided last time, right? Oh boy. I really hope you guys enjoyed the last one. It was 5 hours long. I'm actually really proud of it. Oh, I think we just got a bunch of bot followers, so thanks bot followers for coming by and hitting the follower goal. So, I'm actually really happy with the way that video turned out. I thought it was fun. I thought it was entertaining. I thought it was informative and a good time. And I really appreciate you guys for being there, because without you guys there, it would not have been nearly as amusing. So, are we ready? Are we ready to dive into this absolute nonsense? Please remember what we did talk about last time, and if you have fallen behind, feel free to go and find it on the YouTube channel. So let's see where this goes. I did jump it ahead about a minute or two to, like, the start of the video, so keep that in mind. Aaron will watch 5 minutes and be like, Chesh made this too long for me on purpose. Oh, I've been caught.
Hi everybody, it's me. Hello Jason. Hello Cool Gamer. Hi Nana Hawk. Hi Brenda.
So yeah, we don't have the side chat for this, and I can't even go and look at the comment section or check the comments or whatever, specifically because this video is currently not available. And as I had said, I had downloaded these 2 videos ahead of time because I was having issues with my video player and things lagging and so on and so forth. So this is beta. This will we'll see how this goes. I'm expecting not well, but you know, take your bets. We should get a "you're right but fuck you" counter ready. Ooh, that would be good. That would be good. Too much credit. Someone will tell them what the video was about, and then they will straw man what you said. We've never seen that before, have we, RNGD? Never. Not even once.
Hey Max. Alright. Hey everybody, it's Veda. Welcome back to my channel. Today we are going to be looking into the controversy between Steve and Cheshire and the Twitter trolls over on Twitter. So if you are interested in staying in, we're going to be doing that on the first live. Now on the second live, I scheduled it for 11 o'clock, but it's going to be on...
So, the controversy between me and Steve? Lady, you're like 3 years behind. 2 years behind? 2 years? Yeah, the controversy between me and Steve from 2 years ago? I wondered, hey, guys, some of you are old ex-mods. Actually, the majority of you are ex-moderators for Steve and the Non Sequitur show. Did you guys did she interview you guys? Did she talk to any of you guys? 3 years this January, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think it might have been February, actually, but yeah. Yeah, I think it might be 3 years coming up. Damn! The internet never forgets. Also, we got a huge bunch of more bot followers, so, you know, thanks, bot followers. Cool. I can't show you. Actually, I can show you guys. Look at this. Look at this. You see, hold on. Let me see if I can get it so it's visible for you guys. See this shit? You guys see that? Bot. Alright, let's, right? Isn't that funny? Okay, let's keep going. Let's see what she has to say. Apparently she's talking about the controversy between me and Steve from nearly 3 years ago, so... Interestingly enough, without having talked to a single mod from there. Interesting.
Nonsense stalker claims against me. So that's going to be right after this one. I scheduled it for 11, but hopefully we'll be done. Whatever time we're done with this one will be when we do that. If you have not done so yet, please follow me on Rumble. I'm live on Rumble right now.
We all know Rumble is the best place. Rumble's where all the great people go.
If you'd like to leave a like, please do. And if you'd like to leave a super chat, I'd really appreciate it. Speaking of, Nana Hawk, I just got yours. Thank you very much. My Cash App and my PayPal links are in the comment section. So if a lot of you don't know what's going on, Steve McRae is who I'm talking about. He had made a tweet stating that he was swatted. And for some reason, a person has gone live about this, and they have made a whole Reddit thread over this, and they've just been nonstop attacking him. And I just think it's wrong. Okay, he misspoke. But
did he?
The definition of what happened to him is swatting. So we're gonna...
She agrees with me, but fuck me anyway. So tell me, Veda and Aaron and friends, you're disregarding the comment that he left saying that it was, and speaking for him to say that it wasn't swatting, or saying that he misspoke, and were any of you planning on covering this? Were any of you planning on correcting him? Because that does not seem to be the case. So imagine people making false swatting claims on the internet, and people saying like, hey, actually no, and calling out bullshit when they see it. But apparently I'm right, but fuck me anyway for pointing out that he was wrong about something. How bizarre. Isn't this, like, really, really against, like, Steve's old creed about, like, hey, people should just correct me when I'm wrong, and, like, I'll take the correction? Literally all you did was say, my name is Inigo Montoya. You keep saying that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. Okay. Alright, so we made it, guys, we made it 2 minutes into the video. Just 2 minutes and like 18 seconds into the video. I'm right. Cool.
Look into that.
Mark 1.
Hi, Tiffany. Are you going to stay for a while? Popping in with a quick hello. Are you leaving me? Or are you going to stay for a while? Anna.
I win again.
The comments just moved as I was saying hi. Okay, hi, Anna.
Hi, Anna.
Hello, Jason. I don't think I've ever seen you
Hi, Jason.
before.
Hi, Reagan. Hi,
Cool
Megan.
Gamer comes by all the time. Brenda C.
Hi, Cool Gamer. Right. Hi, Brenda C.
Yeah, go follow my new Crime Time. I have 2 Facebooks. My first one was Mass Flag, but
oh my God.
I have my just main Facebook. Just look up Etta
Hi,
Jade.
Nikki.
I'll be there, but I also have a page called Crime Time. Please go follow it. Where
what is all this?
We don't post about just a certain crime.
We're watching the parade of Chesh is wrong, but fuck her anyway. That's where we're at. Cool Gamer, best tag ever.
We post about all the crimes. And if you haven't joined my members only, for YouTube it's Patreon, it's $10. And if you'd like to join my regular members only for Rumble, it's on Locals Community, which is an app, and it's just $5. So those options are out there where I talk about my personal life because I don't really do that publicly.
Anymore.
Hey, Autistic Show.
Allegedly.
Not feeling well, so we shall see. At least sit and listen to me. Just listen to me. All right, so in y'all's opinion, I want to know if y'all know what's going on. I want you to tell me whether you believe Steve was swatted or not. That's
a controversy? Wait, so the controversy she's talking about is not about what happened between me and Steve like 2 to 3 years ago. What she's talking about is that it's controversial for me to say Steve wasn't swatted and explain how and why, and she agrees with me. So does that mean she agrees with me about the controversy with Steve? That's not a controversy, that's just, hey, he said something that he misspoke about, and I told him he was wrong, and you agree with me. Yes. Yes! You're all caught up.
First question. And I'm going to be eating here in a minute, so I'm going to turn my camera off so it's not, going to bug y'all.
I'm not going to.
Sophie
I brought
is coming
pretzels.
back to me tonight as well. Yay! Bliss Kissed, hello. Listening at work?
Get
awesome.
on with
I'm
it.
glad that you get to listen to me while you're at work. Maybe things will go quicker for you. All right, so just because it's a habit, we're going to be doing Operation SWAT. That's
a
Cheshire
great
down on
picture.
the right. That's Steve McRae up there. And the first thing I thought we would look...
You can't post pictures of people in videos you're talking about. Didn't you watch Aaron's video? We're not allowed to do that. That's a great screenshot of me. Hold on, go back.
All right, so in y'all's opinion, I want to know if y'all know what's going on. I want you to tell me whether you believe Steve was swatted or not. That's my...
Yeah, why isn't she doing ASMR eating? Do it, lady. Make that part of your thing. Oh my god, the bots coming in are hilarious. Look at... Just to show you guys. Those ones are just the ones that came in. Here is where I already showed you all the way down. Twitch may or may not have a problem of bots. Is this third-hand commentary? I don't know. We might be inceptioning here. I don't know if she's gonna play my video and watch it or what she's gonna do. We're gonna find out. Yes, April, you're correct. There would be no controversy if it wasn't for the NSS stuff. That's the only reason anyone is talking about it. If she doesn't even know that much, then what are we talking about here? Actually, that's also a really, really good point, because like if it wasn't for Non Sequitur Show, then Katie and Steve, and like the controversy that went on with the Non Sequitur Show, then Katie and Steve would have nothing to beef about. in the first place. But Steve already has the show, so I don't know why he's currently bitching about it. She's not talking about him, so I don't know why he's still bitching about it. And on top of that, there's also like this, it's the same thing with this Charlotte lady, right? They already got the Facebook group from her, but they're still just fucking going on about it. And it's like, if you already got the thing you wanted, like, what was your goal here? Like, what are you doing? Why would someone send bots at this moment? Yeah, gee, good question. How bizarre. Hey, Drake, good to see you. Does Landon go on Steve's channel anymore? Not that I know of. I don't... You could probably just go and check Non Sequitur Show and see when the last time he was on was. As far as I know, he hasn't been on that show in quite a while. I don't even know if they talk to each other anymore.
First question. And I'm going to be eating here in a minute, so I'm going to turn my camera off so it's not, going to bug y'all. Sophie is coming back to me tonight as well. Yay.
Am I going to get in trouble for her not wearing enough clothes on my channel?
Listening at work? Awesome. I'm glad that you get to listen to me while you're at work. Maybe things will go quicker for you. All right.
I made it, man. I made it, guys.
We're going to be doing...
This is such a good picture of me. I love this. Good job. I don't know why you made it like weird neon orange, but hey, whatever. I mean, I'll take the Trump aesthetic. Why not? Steve got the house and Chesh got the kids. Yo, Nikki. Yes. Accurate. 100% accurate. It's just Chesh the purple man? Is this the bite of 87? Okay, we need to talk FNAF theories one day. I'm not gonna do it here, but I have this whole idea that during the Raceway, Midnight Motorist, there goes a bunch more bot followers. During Midnight Motorist, the purple, like, William Afton is orange and he's not purple, and when you play in Sister Location, you turn purple over time, and it makes me think that maybe William Afton wasn't actually, like, he was dead and taken over, like, he was dead by the time he was killing the kid, like, the first five, like, your Chica, your Freddy, your Foxy, and but whatever, listen, we talk about that another day. We can't do that right now, alright? I am 100% down to be the purple guy, though. I'm so here for it. At this point, Katie has won by virtue of being in his mind 5 days a week. Yeah, you're not wrong. So there's this thing that I used to say, and I mean, I'd stand by it. It's like, if you make a good enough video and you do a good enough job explaining and debunking a situation, you do not need to go over it more than once. Right? I'm not sitting here making more videos explaining why Steve was not swatted, right? Why would I do that? I made my video stands. There hasn't been any arguments against that are valid or even reasonable. Everybody agrees with me, so there's no reason for me to continue to make more videos, right? However, if you were to make a video debunking, like, I've made videos that debunked Katie Joy in the past, but I don't feel the need to incessantly make videos about her because those videos stand. And until those videos no longer, like, aren't valid anymore, or something comes up that invalidates them, some piece of information or whatever, or some kind of argument, then I'm more than happy to go and revisit the scenario. But until there's something to revisit, it's just more of the same, right? And I've explained this, and I talked to Steve about this multiple times. I've talked to him, like, there's no reason to do... There's no reason to incessantly... It almost, like... Not desaturates, it almost, like, waters down your point if you feel that you need to explain it over and over and over and over again, right? Anyway.
An Operation SWAT, that's Cheshire down on the right, that's Steve McRae up there. And the first thing I thought we would look at is the actual report.
Does she think that people in her, like, does Veda think that people won't recognize Steve? Sorry.
So this is what Steve had posted on Twitter. I tried to get him to send me a better copy that I could see better, but this is what I was left with.
But he didn't?
I know it's kind of blurry. It's blurry for me too, but I'm going to try to read it the best I can to you guys, and we'll just go from there, because that is as good. And I did everything. I did it on Adobe, everything I could to make that look better, but looks like I failed. Okay. All right, so from what I can see, it says... RP ADV, she can hear arguing and banging at, okay. She can.
Lady, just play the clip. Just pull the clip of me reading it out. It will save you a lot of fucking trouble. It says RP advised she can hear arguing and banging at the address given. You're welcome.
Hear argument and banging at the address given. Nothing seen, only can hear. Several past DV issues. One second, let me pull this up better. I thought I could read it off the screen, but this is going to be impossible. So let me just pull it up in Messenger so I can read it better, because that is blurred. I cannot see what that says. If y'all can read it, fine. I hope you can, but I'm going to try to read it to y'all. Just one moment.
Okay, I mean, it makes sense to read it out loud anyway, and I'm not going to pick on that. That's fine. But maybe a little bit of prep work. I understand that Steve didn't get back to you and kind of left you hanging on this one, which is unfortunate, and that sucks for you. And I would apologize for Steve, but that's not my job anymore. So that's your job now, so I don't have to worry about it. But you could have just gone to his Twitter and found it. And if that was, you could have just typed in, like, if Shitter has this chat function, or has this find function, and so if you go to Shitter, and you go to the search bar and you type in some nothing words, as long as you're on desktop, you can then hit enter, search nonsense, it doesn't matter what it is. I usually just go blah 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 on my, like, I type in no words, I just type in whatever. And then in the search, when you get to the search window and it gives you your results, the search, just beside the search bar, there's three dots. If you click that, you can go to advanced search. And if you go to advanced search, it will give you options to search Twitter via many different things. So all you need is go to the one that says all these words and type in swatting, and then scroll down, ignore everything else, and go to from blank account and put Steve's handle, and then it will search for any time Steve has tweeted or shitted out the word SWAT. And then you can go through there. That'll make it a lot easier for you. You can do this with basically anything. You can even look for who was talking to who and what they've said. It's really, really easy. I recommend doing that in the future if you're finding that you can't find anything. You also could have grabbed a screenshot from my video if that made your life a little bit easier. Please, by all means, do that. If that makes your video easier, go for it. If you need me to show you how to do it, I can show you guys how to do it. It's really easy. Hold on. Not that I advise people should be going to Twitter. They probably shouldn't. So if I go to Twitter here, you can see, right? If you just go to the search, right, and you just type in garbled like, it literally doesn't matter. Blah 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 blah. Right? Okay, so no results were found for illusion chef. And you hit these three dots here, it gives you advanced search. When you click advanced search, you get all these words, exact phrase, any of these words, none of these words, these hashtags, languages, from this account to this account, mentioning these accounts. So if you wanted to, you could just type in SWAT or swatted, and then you would put in the from these accounts, you would put at Steve McRae _ which is his at. Now, for me, it's not gonna, he's got me blocked, so it's not gonna show anything. But if I hit search, it's gonna show no results, but that's because I'm blocked. But if you were to do it and you're not blocked, it would pop up. But I digress. That's how you do it if you want to do it in the future. You're welcome. Yeah, for now it works. I don't know if it's gonna work in the future. Hopefully Shitter will finally finish flushing itself down by the time we're there. Let's go!
Okay.
She's trying to pull up a better one. Hey, listen.
But what they don't realize is
this is
only one set of calls that's happened. This isn't the only set, but there's more reasons why he said he swatted. But all right, it says RP ADV.
But you said he misspoke. Okay, but she's saying that there's other calls. Interesting.
You can hear argument and banging at the address given. Nothing seen, only can hear. Several past domestic violence issues at the apartment.
Wait, she pulled up a better copy, but she's not going to show the better copy? Oh, whatever.
This is what the caller is stating. RP believes, I think that means representative or the reporting caller.
Reporting party.
A reporter believes female at location had kicked a mail out. She believes mail came back. Okay. And then it says Mobile 1, Unit 3461, set status to arrived. Making continued at the location. We may continue with Steve, and he was alone. I knocked on the screen door and was greeted by Steve. We asked Steve if everything was okay, to which he said it was and was alone. We asked Steve if they could come out of his home to speak with us, which he declined and said he was fine. Steve then shut the door on us. Officers did not see anyone else inside or outside. Also, no 415 was heard in the area. So that's just one call, though. That is just one incident. What y'all don't know is the same person that made this prank call um, also had called prior to this and actually sent the police to his old location. So this is.
How do you know that? One, how do you know this is a prank call? Two, how do you know it was the same person calling? Or is she suggesting that it's like the person who sent pizza to Steve's old address is the same person? How do you know that? Did you get the pizza? Did you call the pizza place and be like, "Hey, can I have a copy of your?" Did you get that? Like, did they give that to you? I feel like they couldn't give that to you. I feel like that would be a privacy concern, even if you tried. Okay. Oh no! How do you know this? Okay.
It's just one of the calls. But apparently they had sent 4 officers to his address. Someone had called and lied and reported that Steve was doing something in a domestic violence way to.
There's nobody, literally nobody else on the planet that lives in California that's also named Steve. There's no possible way that somebody called in and ordered a pizza and they went to the wrong address and there just happens to be somebody at the other address named Steve. That's not possible. It can't have possibly been that. No way. Conspiracy only.
His roommate, which is who he lives with, to me, they were trying to pinpoint his location because they used his old address and had the cops sent there the first time.
So the cops? Wait, so the cops went to Steve's old address? I'd never heard that. Where did that come from? Last I heard there was a pizza delivery, but the cops went there? So there was a fun thing that happened back in the day, back when real controversy was going on between me and Steve. Actually, it was before that. But they took a couple attempts to try to serve Kyle paperwork. Attempting to serve someone paperwork is not swatting. It's not false reporting. It's not. Let's assume, all right? Let's just say that Charlotte was trying to serve Steve, right? Which she eventually successfully did. And she served the wrong address. That's not nefarious. That she's not breaking the law. She's not doing anything she shouldn't be doing. Having his last known address and serving that last known address doesn't put that's not putting Steve in any danger. That's just the legal recourse of what she would have to do. So to try to say that, oh, she was trying to find his location, so she called the police so that he would then talk about it online to confirm his location to have him served paperwork, is like, you're kind of like you're reaching a little bit here, just a little bit. And you can, for anybody who doesn't know, you can use the sheriff's office in some states to serve somebody. That's one of the ways that Kyle ended up being served, or one of the ways Steve tried to serve Kyle, is through the sheriff's office. So there you go. Yeah. There's just a whole bunch of bots coming in. It's really, really awfully convenient that this is the video that they're showing up on. So who's ever sending me bots, thanks. Over 400. Can we get to 9,000? That's the real question. That's the only real number that matters. It's either 66 this or it's got to be over 9,000. Otherwise, who cares?
Was sent to this house, and the sheriff had let him know that, hey, we answered a call for this very same issue to another address, which is your old address. So that's how they knew the claims were false, because the neighbor wouldn't be mistaking 2 addresses that are nowhere near each other. So
So the police... The police have never mistaken addresses before. That's definitely not what happened to Breonna Taylor. I don't know what you're talking about. But, to... how the police knew that it was false? How did the police know it was false? Were you talking to the police? Did the police tell you that this was a false call? I feel like that didn't happen. I feel like that's not something that they would share. That's where are you getting this information from? People can never mishear things. There is no errors or simple mistakes that could be made. Everything is a conspiracy. Everyone's after Steve!
Just stating that right out. And I thought that
based on what?
Have a cute little fall background going on. Okay. Oh my God, Tiffany, that's awful. I'm glad they called you, though. What's happening? I am at Reagan. She does have a couple new applications. She's going to try and get it right this time.
Okay. What are you talking about?
Sophie was my foster I adopted out in May, and her family is returning her. Though I can't wait to love on her. Aw. Well, I was adopted as well by my dad, so I definitely understand. They sign a contract if they have to. I cannot wait to love up on my girl. She is the best love bug. That's so sweet. Well, tell her you watch me, and I'm your favorite girl.
I could be wrong here, but there's a lot of women in this space that I've seen and spoken to that foster animals. I could be wrong, and I do know I am making a bit of an assumption here, but I think that what Tiffany is talking about is an animal adoption. I'm reaching. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that, but I think that might be what they're talking about, and I think it just went over Veda's head. This is Veda Jade, by the way. This person was involved with like the Charla and the harassment and the Facebook group and all that shit. She's been around Steve for, I don't know, a while now. She showed up not long after Steve and I splitskis. So that's who this is. So she's involved in like the anti-Katie Joy crowd and whatever else. What's commandeering Facebook groups? That would be the nicest way to put it. Hey, Ninja Dog, good to see you.
Crown Authority wants to end or harass me for my food. It's not happening. So I figured first off we would look at the definition of swatting. What is swatting?
Hey, good
by
idea.
The literal dictionary definition.
So this is
the action or practice of making a prank.
Okay, so before she reads this, this looks like it is the Google. If you were to search swatting, this is the Google definition that will pop up at the top, and it looks like it's referencing Oxford Languages. But I'll let her read it.
First off, we would look at the definition of swatting. What is swatting? By the literal dictionary
she's on
definition.
Full Drama Channel. Correct. Yes.
The action or practice of making a prank call to emergency services in an attempt to bring about the dispatch of a large number of armed police officers to a particular address. All right, so.
Okay, so this is really close to the definition I would use. I believe I said there were four requirements for something being SWAT. I said it was emergency services, and in this case, a police. I said it had to be a false, so a prank call. And a large number of armed officers. I think I said a level of aggression, right? I think is what I said. Actually, I think I have it written down. Hold on, let me just double check. Let me double check to make sure this definition is like coinciding with the one I would be using. Not because I think this is wrong, just because I want to see like if what I've said lines up. I just need to remind myself. Yes. Yeah, no, it all lines up. So it's emergency services. It needs to be like responders, meaning the police, right? So this says police officers. Yeah, no, this lines up with everything that I've said so far. Yep. It's got emergency. It's got dispatch. So officers. It's got large number of armed officers. So that's the aggression, and prank it being false. So yeah, this holds all four requirements for swatting.
Practice of making
this
a prank
tracks.
call, that happened. To emergency services, that happened.
Wait. How do you know it was a prank call? You're saying this was a prank call and that happened. What about you just said it wasn't SWAT and you agreed with me. So now you're saying it is swatting. Okay, whatever. How do you know it was a prank? How do you know this was a false call? Hey, number, what's going on? How do you know this is a prank call? Veda, how do you know this is a prank call? Okay.
In an attempt to bring out
maybe she'll explain it later.
A large number of armed police officers, okay? 4 officers showed up at his house, and they were armed. So
4 is not a large number. 4 is standard. Armed meaning, like, weapons drawn, because it's superfluous to say that police in America are armed. All police in America are armed. Al says a show about the dynamics of this would be an absolute cringe harem anime that only takes place in the guy's head, and the guy has perpetual paranoia about a random woman that was mean to him and got away with it. Okay, so even if you were so there's an additional thing that needs to happen here for that Veda needs to show, right? So she's claimed to meet the claim that it was a prank call. So you need to not only show that it's a prank call, but they're saying they know who did it. So you're also going to have to demonstrate how you know who it was. How do we know Veda didn't make the call? How do we know that? We don't. We don't know that. There's no reason outside of their fucking paranoid delusions of like the crazy nonsense they're all getting into that to demonstrate that this was even a prank in the first place. Weapons were not drawn. No.
That's why Steve is stating that this is swatting. But here's a second one. Here we go. Swatting definition is a term used to describe the action of making phone calls to report serious crimes to the emergencies. Services. People who carry out a swatting prank call aim to fool emergency services into sending out special weapons and tactics SWAT team to respond to the supposed emergency.
Yep.
So-called swatters will possibly report major events like bomb threats, hostage situations, and murders to encourage the most serious response from emergency services. As a result, swatting has resulted in several deaths of people innocently targeted by SWAT teams.
Correct. Yes. And you'll notice what's not on there? General disturbances or domestic violence.
Yeah, but they don't care about that. So Steven made a tweet, which you're going to see on Cheshire's stream, because I couldn't find the original tweet. I'm not good with Twitter. I don't like Twitter. I think it's trashy, and it's just a bunch of trolls wanting to start shit. That's my opinion, though. I'm listening and watching as I'm knitting. And so not even to respond, I'm knitting an angel blanket for my grandniece. Oh, my God, Autistic Shield, you owe me a blanket, remember? I want my blanket.
I'm drinking this beer too fast.
And if I didn't yet, I wanted to thank Nana Hawk for the $20 super chat, guys. I really needed it. Thank you. All right, so let's go through.
Did I link? Actually, that's a good question. I don't know if I linked Steve's tweets. I'll double check. I might have linked his tweets in the video. Let me double check. I did link definitions, but I don't know if I linked his tweet. I did show the paper. She could have gotten it from there and had an easier time. Oh no, that's just streamers getting swatted. No, go back. No, I don't think I did. I don't think I linked Steve's original tweet. No, I did not. He's got me blocked, so linking his tweet is kind of odd for me to attempt, because I usually don't have the original tweet. I usually have a screenshot that somebody sent me. You're not drinking your beer too fast. I'm not drinking it fast enough. The proper SWAT would be to say he had a hostage or a woman tied up with a weapon. Yes, correct. Monty saying hello, yeah. No, the reason she doesn't like Twitter is because she gets corrected for her dumb shit assertions and asinine bullshit. That could be the case. Did the Dumbfuck Friday intro play? Yes, that's when you go, if you go to the channel, so if I go to if I go to my channel, the video that shows up is the
Back to Don't Fekk Friday. Don't Fekk Friday.
So for anybody who cares, Dumb Fekk Friday will be featuring on Twitch as well as YouTube now. Hopefully, provided I didn't screw it up when I was futzing with all the streaming stuff yesterday.
Through some of the tweets that I did find, okay? Because they just went berserk over a word, literally a word. So Steve says, priority 3, crimes in progress that require...
Wait, you found that tweet, which is a new tweet that he made from after I did my stream, and not, you couldn't get the ones that were from before that I talked about in the video? Brilliant.
An immediate response, but present no significant threat of serious physical injury or major property.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Steve. All crimes require, like, from the police require immediate response. Or the only thing that, like, that they say is that there is a priority of where one type will circumvent or circumsede the other. But whatever.
Every department is different. The fact
yes.
this needs to be explained is remarkable.
Yeah, she could have just done that. Also, yeah, he pulled... That's my link, by the way, that he pulled that from. That's the one that I linked.
Strange that I had a threat of being swatted, which he did. I have it too. And weeks later, a domestic violence call was placed to my local PD. But very few idiots were more about calling it swatting or not. And I know who sent that email to Steve. Don't worry, your location has been pinned, and we've got you.
That's not how VPNs work or IP addresses. It's not going to give you an exact location. It's going to give you a general area, but what the fuck ever.
Blank is right. The internet is toxic AF and biased, ignorant, and...
Blank is right? Blank? Yes, go get a stronger drink. Yeah, yes, yes. Okay.
Competent people. Absolutely. All right, let's go to the second page. BM Furball literally trains cops on how to respond to DV calls, and he agrees it was a swatting as it meets a legal definition. IPB.
BM Furball, so in the video we watched last time, BM Furball specifically said that's not what he said he trained people on, but okay.
Manual treats anything with DV as immediate and high priority. Again, I don't care what someone calls it, but idiots who can't even read a police event report.
Oh my god, yeah, no, RNGD, we're gonna be here for years if we start talking about that an IP address gives, like, your location, and you're, like, they talk about IP addresses and getting IP address as if it's gonna give, like, your postal code.
Right, telling me there is a history of DV at my home. We're not just idiots, but clearly couldn't give a shit about the facts. And then we've got this one. I am fine with calling it an attempted swatting, which is what he did in his original tweet. But it is...
No, it's
the
not.
legal definition of swatting is...
No. Incorrect. Wrong. No. Rejected. His original tweet said that it wasn't I was swatted, and then the tweet that said... this is what a swatting attempt looked like. Katie Joy was not swatted. I was, meaning he waffled that in the middle. Hi, Honest Red, good to see you. He waffled that in the middle and then claimed again that he was in fact swatted. And then I'm pretty sure he doubled down in the comments section, which you're saying he's misspeaking. So is he not misspeaking then, and I'm not right? But you already agreed with me in the first 2 minutes. So I don't understand. Okay.
An attempt, not the response as noted. And then he tags this specific tweet, which I'm going to try to read out right. So, Mania, yes, I was sent this video by a third party, not Steve. And yes, I did watch it multiple times to make sure I understood her position on it. I reached out to Steve before posting to get more specifics.
This is a comment on my video.
To understand what happened. So no, Steve hasn't been whining to me in the DMs.
So time out. Just to be clear, this is BM Furball leaving a comment on my channel explaining that he went to talk to Steve to make sure that he understood what was going on before coming here and watching my video multiple times to make sure he understood what I was saying, and then proceeded to, like, embarrass himself. And then proceed to show up on a live stream and embarrass himself further. But I digress on that. I would like to point out, he went to Steve to make sure he understood what was going on, but did not want to come and talk to me, just to be clear. We're talking about bias. That would be a bias. He's biasly going to talk to Steve because it's the bros club, bro. And you don't really want your bro to be stuck so deep in the mud that he shit his own pants. How embarrassing.
No, she didn't actually found what a level 3 is.
Yeah, why is bowel movement furball always at the center of this? Is he their expert witness? Okay, so here's what's happening. The reason they've got BM doing this is because none of them want to confront what I'm saying directly because they know I'm right, because they've all already admitted that I'm right, as we have seen in this video and as we saw side note, or previously. Second is that BM is the only, they think that BM holds some kind of credibility and that his opinion holds any weight. It does not. You'd actually need to demonstrate that you know what you're talking about. And the thing is he also is not saying it's not swatting. So, great, there's nothing to argue about. And third, the bias is disgustingly obvious, as we've talked about previously, and there's a whole lot of projection and a whole lot of wrong information. So, whatever, I'm just gonna let this play and go pee.
She found a website that was discussing a book on general police response, not from his town or even state, general information. And that site even says every police department uses some form of the same system with a basic breakdown that looks something like this. This was even on the video. So no, she didn't confirm what a level 3 is for that police department. Also, according to her level 3 definition, this is so low as to be considered a welfare check. Welfare checks are done by a single officer, not 3 or more. Police do not respond to a DB with less than 2 officers. Okay. And did you read my post? Where in it did I say that I teach police what a level 3 was? Go ahead and check, because in no way did I say that, because every single department across the country defines their priorities differently. If understanding is difficult, here are my exact words. Park a few doors down, knock, and play dumb as you listen to see if something is happening. I literally teach this to baby police.
Okay, so he's saying that he does. So Veda was kind enough to explain to us read it to us, I should say, BM's comment showing that what Steve said BM's comment was incorrect. So Veda, I thank you for showing that Steve was incorrect about his understanding of what BM Furball had said. I would also like to point out that he just quoted and talked about the link, or one of the examples that I gave, said that all of the priorities are similar but slightly different, which is like when it came to like a nuance of wording, which is literally the thing I said. So there's BM agreeing with me again, and you know what? I'll stop there because we already know all this, because we've already discussed it at length. So I don't think we need to cover it again. So I'll just let it play. And grab another beer.
I've been a federal agent for more than 19 years. I've investigated hundreds of DV and sexual assault cases. I currently teach them. So no, my information is not half-assed. It's your comprehension that is less than half-assed. It's utterly incompetent and highly biased. Well, that's a fact. I did do my research and actually found the SOP for that specific police department that responded, as I said in the last post. Their exact SOP states: calls of reported threatened, imminent, and ongoing domestic violence and the violation of any court order are the extreme importance and should be considered among the highest response priorities. This includes incomplete 911 calls. And, open quote, when initially approaching this scene...
No, he didn't. What he found was a generalization of an area in California, and we talked about that last time. So if you're interested in that, go find that spot in that 5-hour video that is available on YouTube. I would grab another beer, Jesus Christ.
Indicate that they are responding to the call for service without revealing the name of the caller or the caller's whereabouts, in quotes. I'm highly doubting your competence to judge your own bias in accepting everything she said in the video. Her premise is that this wasn't a SWAT, so she took apart every section and painted them in a soft and gentle light, wanting to downplay why Steve is pissed someone would do this. to the point of doubting it was done with the intent to harass him, and it was a legit call just for the wrong address. Was this a full SWAT incident? No.
So BM Furball is saying that if I say that Steve is incorrect about something, it's harassment. So does that mean I'm being harassed by Veda according to BM, and I'm being harassed by Aaron according to BM? Am I being harassed by any commenter who disagrees with me? Is that the conclusion we're coming to? That's some real thin skin there, I ain't gonna lie. Maybe the internet's just not for you.
Because the police didn't respond with a full SWAT. They did respond with force, with at least 3 officers, 4 to be exact. So if you have a grudge with Steve calling this a SWAT, insert the word attempt, and the problem is solved, which he did do. Not minimize what happened and bitch about it online. But that is what this...
I have a question. Do you guys think that... Do you guys think that Steve has bitched about this online? Because I would say that I think he has. But also, do you guys think that BM's a little biased? And I would also like to point out, let's see, if you have a grudge with Steve calling this a SWAT, insert the word attempt and the problem is solved. And then she said, which he did. No, he didn't. Not to minimize what happened and bitch about it online, which is what Steve is doing. Oh, whatever.
This community does.
Okay.
Hence my reference to hiding. You are toxic, and
Prove
I don't
it was a
even
SWAT
know
attack.
who you are
Yeah,
beyond
exactly.
a name I've heard before. Your post confirms your bias, incompetent, and toxic nature. Wow. Well, then we get to, let's see what y'all say. I want to know if y'all think he was swatted or not. Y'all tell me.
Wait. Oh my god. She's doing that thing that, like, those, like, alpha male podcasts do, where they make the point and then cut off any response to the point. So she's not gonna show or say any of, like, the responses that he got. She's not gonna show or say, like, any... Okay. Alright, she just cherry-picked out one specific response to Manya, and that was it? She didn't even look like at the original fucking thing, or show any of their... What kind of drama channel are you? You're supposed to be hyping up the drama from any side. Like, you benefit off of anybody arguing about anything, no matter which direction it's going in. And so if you're not doing that, and you're only trying to show one side of an argument, you're missing out on, like, 50% of your content. Why would you do that to yourself? What a shame.
All right. April says, listening and cuddling with my puppy. I wanted to work on my loom, but my stress level is too high to worry about my dads. Yeah, I got you there. Laugh out loud when I get time, but feel free to look up patterns in case you want a different designer, maybe to add to the blanket. Okay.
Sorry, I muted myself. I said, why are you highlighting random comments? Why they're not even talking about what it is you're talking about. They're having their own discussion in the side chat and you're just highlighting random fucking shit. What are you doing? My goodness.
The fact that someone is making content over this is ridiculous. It's all semantics, IMO.
Lady! The fact that someone is making content over this is ridiculous? You mean Aaron and Veda and Steve having made content about this for, like, hours, like, days worth of content, and I make one 15-minute video, and Veda goes and makes a whole stream about this, and you're saying this, implying that Veda is not the one that's ridiculous? Semantics my ass, it's a crime.
Great fucking word. Thank you. That's what I said. I said, I cannot believe this girl. All these trolls went and attacked him on Twitter over a word.
Hello.
Then they made a stream over the word.
Where?
Then Aaron had to
Where did Steve get attacked on Twitter over this? You just say things. When did that happen? Do you mean he got pushback? You know, I did make a video a long time ago. You know what? I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull this up. This is a video, and it applies to Steve beautifully here. I believe the video was called Backlash versus Harassment.
Hello.
Hi, Manya. Let's see. Where I use Steve as an example and Katie Joy as an example to highlight who was getting harassed and who was getting backlash. Let's see if I can find it here. Oh, look, it's right here. It's 11 minutes long. Backlash versus harassment. How fun. How lovely. Maybe you should watch this video. Maybe you'll feel a little bit less biased, Veda, because it's not against Steve. Yeah, wait, what? She's making content. Yes, correct. The self-awareness is like potato levels. If murder becomes equivalent to a consensual hug because semantics, then we're in trouble. Yes. The problem is they need this to help the cause of attacking this other woman in court.
It's fun because her name got included with a bunch of lies. And here I am trying to respond and take up for Steve as well, because the amount of hate, you are to see the Reddit thread that he's trying to defend himself against over a fucking word.
I have the Reddit thread. Do you guys want to see it? She's blowing this Reddit thread up like it's really fucking important. Let me pull it up. Imagine being prepared. Not me. So, the subreddit is the Without a Crystal Ball subreddit. I'm pretty sure this is where it got posted. Sorry, I gotta go back 2 weeks. Nope. No. Where are we at? 8 days. I will point out that I did not watch this video ahead of time, and you can tell. 11 days ago. $14 days ago. Okay, should be around here somewhere. No, this is too far. Hold on. Let me try another one. I have more than one way to get to what I need. You know, at least she admitted that she's biased, that she's out here to defend Steve. You know what I mean? Like, at least she's acknowledging that. Though I don't think she's acknowledging on purpose. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you were to say that she's biased towards Steve, I would suspect that she would deny that. Oh god, this is from like forever ago. Hold on. Has a link from Manya. Oh my god, it's gonna be a dick about it. Okay, well, fine. Fine. Twitter, VMix. Twitter. Here it is. I told you I had it. Ta-da! Oh, 26 days ago. Oh man, I just did not scroll far enough. Here it is. This is the Reddit thread she's commenting about. It says YouTuber Steve McRae got swatted ? The poster is golden unicorn. Gee, I wonder who that could have been. It was Manya. Manya posted this on the subreddit for Without a Crystal Ball. So this is where Steve is, like, defending himself so hard. Uh-huh. I mean, it do have 200 and some odd comments on it. 275. But, I don't see Steve. That's not Steve. That's not Steve. That's not Steve. That's not Steve. No, no, no. Not Steve. Not Steve. Not Steve. Don't see Steve, don't see Steve. No Steve, no Steve, no Steve, no Steve. Oh, there's Aaron. Leaving another fucking... Well, that's a fucking post and a half. Not Steve, not Steve. Oh, hey, look, Non Sequitur Show. Oh, why isn't Steve showing up on this subreddit under his actual name? Why does he feel the need to use the Non Sequitur Show? I welcome honest questions. Your chronology is completely off. Trolls are those who don't care to have honest answers, not those who ask honest questions. Who is he responding to? Let's see. It's disturbing that he makes these public accusations at a private woman. They made a statement. They didn't ask a question. Oh, God. Alright, so let's see how hard is he defending himself. One more reply. No. I will present all my evidence in court. Yeah, sure you will. Wow. Is that it? Is he nowhere else in here? Nowhere, no, not him, no. Oh, there's Aaron. Honestly, it looks like Aaron is doing more work than he is. Oh, there he is. It was not a wellness check. It was a call that explicitly stated RP advised she can hear arguing and banging at the residence given, and that there was a history of domestic violence where the male had been kicked out and had returned. It was priority 3 response call. You have no idea what you're talking about. I have filed for a 5-year restraining order in Palm Springs Superior Court. How late are you? I don't know. We're not that far into it. We're just seeing how harassed you are. Boring. Ah, yes. Yes, he has to defend himself. Veda claimed that Steve had to defend himself so hard on Twitter. Can you prove who made the call? This is a good question. Can he? I will make my case in court. Yeah, so he's not. He's gonna make the accusation public, but he's not going to actually demonstrate it in public. All right.
If someone else doesn't, then so be it. But to make videos over it, exactly. It was just used for content. And she doesn't like Steve because she doesn't know how to count, and she's mad about a contract from years ago. I can't believe that video is still up in the WACB Reddit sub. It has nothing to do with KJ and has been reported. The comments are out of control.
Veda, sweetheart, if you want, I will send you the contract that Steve proposed to me if you would like it, and you can read it over.
Oh, yes, they are. I've never seen such shit in my life. Like, seriously. The comments are bad.
How dare this woman say that Steve was wrong about it, even though I agree with her. Ah!
That's next.
The audacity!
Yes, it's horrible, and I keep reporting them. And then April said, and she's not even in the United States. She's in Canada, what I heard. So how she doesn't know it's different here than it is in Canada? Exactly. It's not about the song. She has a bias and an anger towards Steve. They have a little tiff that's gone on for a couple years. So this was just a way to poke at him.
What?
That's all this was. So I'm just going to read a couple spots on the Reddit thread where I was...
How has the tiff gone on for a few years? I'm pretty sure it went on for like a couple of weeks, and then that was about it. Al said, sounds like this lady took her points about you from a completely unbiased source. Alright. I think Chesh ordered pizza. Right, like, okay, so here's the thing. Number. Hear me out. They have no idea who made that call. For all they know, I did. Like, if I was to, like, I am Spartacus of this. They have no fucking clue who made any call at all. It's absolute nonsense. Canada is basically Bizarro land. How could she understand? Yeah, it's almost like I used the reference that Steve used. Weird.
Mention and where that Debbie person is. So Debbie is that Temp's mom person. She says,
How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that that's who that is? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to know how you know. I don't know who Debbie is.
I still marvel over all this for a group that they have. They won. So why all this?
The Facebook group.
Why all what crap? We're not doing anything. Y'all are harassing us. That's what you need to get, lady. He went.
We've made hours upon hours of content even after we already got the Facebook group. We haven't done anything! Steve only said he was swatted. No! You made a 50-minute video that I agree with. They like doxing Reddit users and shit, but they don't know how you know public information. Tell Elmo. We're not doing anything. The last 2 brain cells. Oh, God.
After her, no, it has never posted one shred of evidence. Okay, girl. Come on. What is going to show a judge?
No, just show it. Just show the evidence. Like, okay, if you've been posting this whole time, it's already public, just link to it. Just be like, here it is. All this evidence we don't have, here's what it is. Oh my God. Somebody catch me up in exactly 7 words. Chesh is right, but fuck her anyway.
What is he going to show a judge? We all know she called the PD. Prove it. Well, I can, because you see what she did was she emailed him a threat and admitted to.
Then do it. You saying it doesn't show or prove anything. If you say I can prove it, then do that. Prove it.
The pizza delivery in that email and threatened to SWAT. Then fake police calls were made. Then I tracked the emails straight to their location. So busted. Anyway.
Then show it. Then show it in. Yeah, no, evidence or shut the fuck up. How do you know that? A VPN is not going to, or sorry, not a VPN. An IP address is not going to give you someone's exact address. It's not like you get a VPN and you get their fucking billing information for their internet. That's not how that fucking works. You're also still not showing anything. You're just stating it. You're saying, oh, I found this person's stuff. Show it. If you're going to make a video like this, then show it. Tell Elmo.
She applied for a loan in his name and then said her name. No one is that dumb. Prove it was her and not one of your girls. Okay, like we do that damn.
Do that. Actually, that person brings up a good point. How do we know it's not you? How do we know you didn't do this? Where did you get that screenshot from for the money loan thing? Tell Elmo. I got Chesh's IP and now I have her entire DNA profile. An assertion made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Right. For all they know, someone could have used a VPN to set this other lady up. Yeah, absolutely. You don't know. They have no idea. They have nothing. They're just like, this is just like, have you ever seen like the flappy inflatable tube dudes? That's what they're doing.
Her stepchildren don't like her. Shocking. Wow. First time in history that has happened. I have been called blank, Nat, Allison Shins. Yikes.
But you're not going to read Charlotte's name off of the post? That's how concerned you are? Really? You actually read Charlotte's name as blank? Are you in trouble too? Do you have a restraining order also? If you have a restraining order also, and you're trying to get a restraining order against her, which is something you said, that you were getting you're applying for a restraining order against Katie Joy and someone working for Katie, and now you're out here being like, oh, it's blank. So it's Charla. We know that it's Charla, you fucking monkey. Like, what are you doing?
All right, then Snoo Goat said, yep, absolutely.
Are you making the same admission that Aaron made? Are you making the exact same admission, which is, oh no, you, I don't want to say your name because I know there are legal ramifications to do what I am doing because I'm making accusations that I can't back up. And they're accusations of crime. How long until she goes after you for fucking defamation, guys? I'm drinking Sleeman's. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. You're wrong. They do have things. Anecdotal evidence and conjecture. They may as well be guessing at this point. If I say blank to only one person's name, then everyone knows who that person is as long as I establish that I only say blank to that name. Right, exactly.
Absolutely nuts that they say about us if we dare to speak up. The evidence is so absurd, yet people defend him. Maybe people should ask about Veda and her 500 social media accounts. Why was that even brought up here? And I don't have 500 social media accounts.
Oh, does that mean that you're not all the bots that just showed up? Not that I was making that assumption.
I've never made a sock account but one, and I wasn't even trying to hide it. I even responded as myself. All right, then non sequitur show. I'm guessing this is Steve. Maybe someone should wonder why a female.
Does Steve know that he's replying to Manya? Does Steve realize that he is responding to... How did he see that even in the first place? How did he see the Reddit post? Is he just hanging out in the Without a Crystal Ball subreddit? Even though he knows they don't like him and that's why he hangs out in the non sequitur show? As the non sequitur show? Does Steve... Do you think Steve noticed that he's interacting with Manya directly? I want to know what you guys think. One in the chat if you think he knows that he's responding to Manya, and two in the chat if you think he was too stupid to realize. I'm thinking number two. I don't think Steve put two and two together.
No, our rep filed a false police report claiming a fictitious narrative involving DB, or does that just not matter to you? Okay, I'm thinking that's Steve. I'm not sure.
Prove
I don't
it.
know Reddit that well.
What do you mean? Oh my god, you're sitting here defending Steve and you don't know the non sequitur show and you're talking about my contract with Steve that I have issues with and you don't know the non sequitur show? Are you for real? Bro. Al says her entire point against you is literally only a genetic / bias fallacy. Quote, this person is biased because of reasons, therefore nothing they say can be taken seriously. Correct. No, Dead Dog Smuggler said no because then he would be utterly silent like when talking to anyone who slightly criticizes him. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he put two and two together.
He says
she's in love.
What they did to this woman is so bad. They know she survived abuse and that she's trying to stop abuse by speaking out. No, she's not. She didn't want to speak out. She doesn't want to be on a public platform. She said she was never going to speak out about her story, so that's a lie.
So you admit that the person you're attacking is a private person. That's not going to be good in court.
That didn't stop them. They used all her weaknesses against her, like abusers do. Oh my God. Let's exaggerate. Okay.
I mean, you've been doing it the whole time, so why can't other people?
Over the Facebook group. Nope. There was a girl named Allison that owned the Facebook group. And S, I'll just call her S, became an admin for Allison.
Guys, there's only literal speech, no figurative, and no, like, conjunctions are allowed here.
She gave Allison the creeps. Allison came to me and Steve for help. We told her just to kick her out if she felt that uncomfortable, but she was afraid that blank or S would put out her public and real identity. So that was all Allison. We didn't kick her out of jack crap.
Okay, so you told somebody else to kick her out of a group. Why did you have enough power to tell somebody else to kick her out of a group? But yeah, they're still talking about Charlotte. Alright. And if that's all it was, that somebody else was uncomfortable, why are you making so many accusations about her if that was everything? It's almost like it's not. Weird. Wait a minute, didn't you say that you didn't do anything? But now you're admitting that you were going around to the owner of the Facebook group and telling the Facebook group what to do, the owner of the Facebook group. I thought you said you didn't do anything. I thought you said you didn't do jack shit. It sounds like you did do jack shit. Interesting. Funny that. Weird accusation. Yeah, all of this is over a Facebook group. All of this, so much wasted, court, tax. They're wasting people's tax dollars on this. Your taxes, if you're in America, your taxes are going to this shit.
Kicked her out to try to silence her with coordinated attacks. What attacks? What attacks? Where are they? The low level of trash talking was bad. Trash. They abused.
Veda, if you're at the point where you can no longer say the person's name, I think you've already accidentally acknowledged that there were attacks.
Used their larger platforms to smear her. Okay, over the 1,000 tweets, and not to mention the real life stuff and doxing and stuff she's done to us. I made a whole 5 videos. Actually, 4 videos.
So, you admit you've been making videos about this person because she made 1,000 tweets. Doxing you? How did she dox you? She made 5 videos. That could have been 1. Why did you make 5? Who did she dox? I've heard that people have said that she's doxed Steve, but that was court records. So if that information is already public, then she didn't dox anybody. You were very clear about wanting to define swatting. Define doxing, then.
So, sorry, that's a fair response. Okay. They took it from Facebook to Reddit, Twitter, and YouTube, a coordinated hate campaign, like what's happening in Discord right now. Is that what you're referring to? Just wondering. What did she do?
Oh, we're back to this Discord thing. What Discord? What Discord are you guys talking about? What? I want in. Now I want to know about this Discord. I need to know its name, and I need them to let me in. Hey, listen. If you're part of this Discord group that they're talking about, please let me in. I just want to see what's going on. I'm just curious. Why is it that a Non Sequitur Show account anyway? Well, apparently Veda doesn't even know if the Non Sequitur Show account is Steve or not. Does he not know how to make a new account? I would bet. Okay, so here's my guess. Right? From what I remember, and from my experience, I would suspect that the reason Steve is using the Non Sequitur Show account instead of his own account is because the Without a Crystal Balls subreddit doesn't like him. That's what I bet. Here's what I think. Sar says, here's what I think. Anyone making videos about this attacking you is involved in the drama about the lady this group wants to attack. Maybe. This Discord thing feels like a self-incrimination thing, right? This is the every accusation is an admission. Is that where we're at?
To deserve that treatment. We don't know. She got blocked out of a group that she was in for a week, or an admin for a week, and has been attacking nonstop over a fucking group. So you tell me. But yeah, Katie called this lady's son, and
the fuck does any of this have to do with my video? How is the discussion going on around this, asking these questions my responsibility? I didn't post the video on Reddit, and even if I did post the video on Reddit, there's nothing else that's in there except for the name of the video and the video. So whatever Steve needs to defend himself against would probably include Veda saying that it's not swatting. Yeah, Manya did that. And even if Manya did do that, even if it was me, right? Like, so whether it was Manya or whether it was... Maybe I put Manya up to it, because we all know that I control Manya, right? Manya doesn't exist if I don't say so, right? That's how that works. But even if... Let's pretend it was me. Let's pretend I'm the one who posted the video on Reddit. So what? You mean other people saw what I had to say and agreed? The same as Aaron did, the same as Veda did, the same as BM Furball did? You all agreed that it wasn't swatting. So Steve has to defend himself from all of these attacks on Reddit? You mean people discussing the content of the videos? Maybe Steve should not be defending himself, and he should be saying exactly what you said. I misspoke. I was wrong. It wasn't swatting. Maybe just not make the fucking ridiculous claim in the first place. Like, what are you on about? Oh god, it's a smear. Everything's a smear campaign. Everything's a conspiracy. It can't just be that it's, not swatting and you shouldn't make false claims of swatting on the internet because the internet has a very, not only a long memory, but also, a very clear distinction of what swatting is.
Gets no punishment, but I digress.
Mm-hmm.
I have an opinion that Steve should not use other people's Facebook to push his channels. Okay, what? Apparently that is an offense. No, I don't even know what they're talking about here. The group.
Oh, you don't know? I'll tell you. Steve claimed that he went through Charlotte's Facebook so he could get in contact with previous family members. That's how we know, definitely, that Charlotte's family or, step family don't like her. Weird. I'm surprised that Veda doesn't know that. Or does Veda actually know that and is just bullshitting?
The group was created for KJ, not YouTube's promoting their channel. What? She's not in the group, so why is it your business? Why do you care?
Why, Veda, why are you so defensive? Is it because the rules of the Facebook group were that this was a discussion forum, not a self-promotion forum, and when you guys started promoting your shit in the discussion forum, they were like, hey, fucking stop?
Tried to run her away, but underestimated her. Good on her for standing up against abuse and harassment. Oh my god. I've heard it.
Oh my god.
For some reason, they felt entitled to attack her again the past few days. When? Where? When? Nobody has attacked her ever.
You said you made 5 videos about this. What do you mean?
Ever. Prove it. Supernatural Crimes with Nikki and EKC People Suck. Both streams about her. Unprovoked. Nobody.
Okay. Hold on. I'll prove it. You want me to prove that you've been attacking this lady? You just claimed you made 5 videos about it. Steve made over 25 hours within 2 weeks of content about this lady that you've admitted is a private person. Aaron stopped saying this person's name because they were concerned about the legal or the real world ramifications of what she was saying and tried to circumvent that. She's admitted to that. So yes, you've all been attacking this woman by your own definition and by your own admission and by your own standards. Why would you just not own that and be like, yeah, no, we went on her and we went on her hard and here's our justification for it. Maybe she did deserve it. Steve had to take videos that he made about her down because she has a restraining order against him. And guess who's breaking you know when you get a restraining order, there are rules you need to follow? How much do you guys want to bet that Steve is breaking his restraining order? How much do you think he's in violation of it? For making the posts that he's making the accusations that he's making.
Streamed about her. Where? Prove that. Where?
You just said you did.
Over well in court.
You just said you did 5 videos. You just said you did 5 videos. What do you mean? That's even without me going to your channel to check, and that doesn't even include this video where you're still making accusations.
Where did EKC or Nikki stream about her? I'd love to see those streams. Send them to me, because that's a crock of shit. What are y'all thinking? These people kill me. Literally.
Literally, she's dead.
I firmly believe he was swatted.
She's a corpse. We're talking to a zombie right now that explains everything. There is no active brain function. None. 0.
Absolutely. Yes, that is Steve. Is Steve here?
Yes, that is Steve.
Let's see.
The
I think
non-sequitur
obvious
show,
employee
yeah.
is S. Oh. Yeah, me too. And obvious employee.
Who was it that Kano went on with? Was that Nikki? Steve's roommate went on to talk shit about the situation. I'm pretty sure that's, wasn't Aaron and Nikki on streams with Steve on his channel? Yeah, they were. Yep. And yeah, there it was. Okay, there's all your evidence. There's a video from Nikki talking about the scenario and the situation. There's a video from Veda that we're watching right now. There's the video from Aaron that we already watched. There was Aaron and Nikki both being on with Steve on multiple occasions. That's disregarding Twitter. That's disregarding comment sections or Reddit posts, disregarding all of that. Yeah, no, it's quite obvious that the fact that you're like, oh, I'm gonna say everyone's name except Charla's. Yeah, come on. we know that you guys are all fucking... Kano admitted police had been there several times. Really? Did Kano happen to mention why the police were there? Did she happen loud sex? Did she say it was loud sex? Did she actually say that? Is that, because I that's, whoa, bro, maybe? No! With who? I refuse to believe that Kano's fucking Steve. I refuse to believe that. No. No way. I don't believe it. Right? He wasn't sleeping. He was awake listening through the wall. I don't know.
Well, he was the last person, right? Oh yeah, definitely her. No doubt in my mind.
She had company?
Which, I'm going to be doing a live in my members only.
You know what? That would track, right? That would track with the call that received, right? So if Kano was having loud sex, and then Steve, they heard, like, this yelling or whatever, and then Steve left, they would think that, like, Steve was kicked out, and then they were done having sex, so it settled down, and then Steve came back, and they called the police, right? Like, that tracks. But if that's the case, then it's not a fake call. It's not swatting. Did I call Steve a cuck? Almost. I almost called Steve a cuck. Kano would have to be Steve's, like, girlfriend or significant other in some capacity for him to be completely a cuck. He's like a beta cuck. He's like almost, but not quite. Did you know that being a science, math, and philosophy streamer means talking about petty grievances and anti-trans rhetoric for hundreds of hours? No, I didn't know that.
To talk about some things here later. So unless you're actually a follower and or any of that, don't bother joining. I'm going to be going live in my Patreon. So if you're a troll and want to follow me, you're going to pay the $10. Then once I know you're in there, you're going to get blocked, and I'm going to keep the $10. Just so you know.
You act like... She acts like that's a big deal and not, like, normal. That's like, to be expected. Of course.
Like, we're to show
a voyeur.
Hey, Steve. Would you like to come up?
More accurate.
Let me know. I'll put the link here in case you do want to come up. Because I'm about to go over Chesh's stream, and this would be a great time for you to
she's going to get to me.
If you would love to.
Yeah.
I'm going to put the link in the chat in case you want to come up.
Yeah, come on.
But this is so ridiculous over a fucking word.
This is like arguing semantics over murder. Like, it's a crime. Swatting is a crime, and like people die. It's like listen. It's like I know that we're at this restaurant, and I understand the thing that you ordered was salad, but I provided you with a ribeye steak. Why are we arguing the semantics over salad versus steak? I mean, like it's just a word. Oh my god. I'm still never gonna get over, like, the number of times I've heard, hey, but if this was a totally different scenario, then it would be valid. Yes! I'm not arguing that. Of course if it was an entirely different scenario, it would be valid. Maybe... or calling in a false domestic violence report would... definitely be the equivalent of a false bomb threat to a school. Yeah, no. Those are not the same thing. They do not garner the same response from the police. And if your police are responding to a domestic violence call the same way they're responding to a bomb threat at a school, I think there might be an issue with your police. Also, I would like to point out that Never mind. What, just gonna let, let's just let this go. Let's just
another mod meeting this week where I can show stuff I have not made public. Yeah, I'm going to do a members only stream, and I'm not saying that's going to be about us. I'm saying about some private stuff that's going on in my life. That's all I'm saying before you go and twist and say I'm doing streams about you. But we need to clear up some things that are being passed around, because apparently this person is going behind the scenes to different creators and lying and saying that we're harassing them. And then they're getting them to make posts and streams and lie.
Who?
That's a violation of the court order, honey. The judge straight up said, on my behalf, you are not allowed to incite third parties to attack or harass us, and that's exactly what's going on here.
So you have a court order? You already have a court order in relation to Charla? And yet you're here making this stream? You do know that you would still be in violation of that order whether you say her name or not. And is she suggesting that Charla convinced me to make a video to say something wasn't swatting? Oh, maybe that's what... So she has a court case with this lady. Maybe that's why she took it down. Maybe. She filed on Friday. Well, I guess we've confirmed that it was Charla. Third parties can do whatever the fuck they want. She acts like this. I mean, I'm more than happy if Charla has a court order, or if Veda have a court order and they want to subpoena me. As much as I am out of the country, I am more than willing to send you whatever DMs you would like to see. As long as I'm provided a gift basket. All I ask in return is a gift basket. Is that too much? These people are so fucking stupid and paranoid. Yeah. Steve made things public. People commented on those things. Yes, correct. And Veda and Aaron both already agreed with me that it wasn't swatting. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe she's making such a big deal about a word. And I'm like, yeah, this just isn't swatting. Here's why. Oh my god, we're gonna make hours and hours and hours of content. Oh my god, and streams about how, oh my god, I can't believe they're talking about this word. Oh my god. Exotic soaps? You know what, I would like soaps. Like, you give me like face care, like skin care routine stuff. I would be very, very happy with skincare routine stuff. Also, like, a gift card for snacks. Both those things. It's ironic how her complaint about people arguing over word is a complaint against Steve. Right? Everyone agrees that it's not swatting except for Steve. If they had left her, they wouldn't have any content. Yeah, fair enough. Welcome back, April. Why doesn't Steve defend himself? Good question. That's a wonderful question. Why wouldn't he? I wouldn't give any of them your address. Oh, that's a good one. I guess they would need my address to send me the gift basket, wouldn't they? Damn. Shit. No gift basket for me. Ugh. Rough. She must defend her beloved. He literally can't. No, Steve can't defend himself, particularly against me. For two reasons. One, he's got too much bias. Like, he doesn't know how to let things go, so he can't look at things in an objective way. And two, because I'm better at this than he is. And he knows that I'm better at this than he is. And so he can't argue against me because I'm not wrong. And so because I'm not wrong, he has to utilize conjecture and take advantage of other people's platforms, because if he addressed it directly, he would have to address people who likely know who I am. Right? It's not gonna go well. He can't. That's the answer. And the reason he can't is because if he did, it would go really, really poorly. Good. I'm glad you got a beer. I'm gonna need I'm already done my second beer. Fuck.
Which I'm not for sure it's you,
Hey,
But
Veda.
It's different.
Veda, if you're so open to everything, why didn't you invite me? You're inviting people on to have a conversation about it. Why wasn't I invited? This Aaron was all about talking about everything, but I wasn't invited there either. Hey, how come you guys aren't inviting me? You guys are so interested in talking to everybody and open to conversations and criticism, but it's really weird that I'm not. Why aren't you inviting me? I mean, you're talking about my stuff, right? I'm not tagged. You didn't let me know. You didn't like at me and tell me that you were gonna have maybe I could have clarified some stuff for you. You didn't want to invite me? Why not? Yeah, what the fuck? That's okay. You can come swing by here. I don't mind. Aaron's in the comment section. Nikki's in the comment section. You guys can come over to my place. Since apparently I'm not allowed over at yours.
Anyways.
Delivered.
I would, but I want nothing to do ever with
accompanied by
the person who is
seal
the DV
through a
calls my
pizza
house.
box?
She is a shitty person who cares more about smearing me than the facts. I will never discuss them again. Don't blame you. And I'm not discussing them either. I'm just making out a clear...
Wait, is that Steve? Did she just read out Steve's comment that I'm more interested in smearing him than the facts? Then asked for his explanation of blackmail as he was running around in DMs behind everybody's back to say that I was blackmailing him. You tell me. And his accusations about Manya with fraud. At what point do we get to call her Darth Vader? Immediately. Right now. Currently. She needs more black. Girl, Veda, have you ever considered going goth?
Quick statement. Because of the weeks of harassment you've sent our way. And you know who you are.
I don't.
I am doing 100% non-publicly, as you know. I may join near the end. I was just wondering if you wanted to talk about...
If you accuse somebody publicly, then it's not all non-publicly, dumbass.
Why you believe it was swatting. You don't have to mention the person or anything to do with the person that called, the prank caller, before I get into Chesh's video. Hello, Unseen.
Dun, dun, dun,
all right.
dun, 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 dun,
Let's go ahead and share the screen. I'm going to turn my camera off to eat while we get started on this video.
Videos are
I'll be
public.
back on camera.
Yes, videos are public.
And just to make something very clear,
yes,
this
please.
video is about the swatting, the alleged swatting, and all of that happened to Steve. This is not about the person that always thinks everything's about them. Just making that clear, real quick.
You mean Steve? That still sounds like Steve.
Definitely not about you, girl.
She's stuck. Yeah, listen,
All
she's
right,
frozen
let
on
me
her own. This
refresh
is her own
the screen.
video. This is like
Because
her.
I'm frozen. I know I'm frozen, guys. Hopefully y'all are
Yeah,
still hearing
see?
me. Let me see if y'all are still hearing me.
Right.
Let me see. I'm trying to stop the camera. I'm waiting on it. One moment.
I understand. I've been there. Technical issues. I feel your pain.
Oh my gosh, my screen's frozen. Ugh, I hate when this happens every time I go live. I've got...
Lady, if you're having problems with just like your basic setup, you might need to up your internet. You could also maybe use a different streaming processor. I would also recommend if you're if you're going wireless, please wire yourself in. I'm sorry, there's nothing more I can do for you. These are all my recommendations. I don't know. This is a downloaded video. It's not like I'm streaming it and it's causing problems. This is like I downloaded it specifically because I was having problems. StreamYards has made it so easy that this dumbass can do this.
Can y'all hear me okay? I had to come on my phone while my computer restarts. My bad.
Why?
Steve, are you up here?
Why would you do this?
It actually shows I'm not. But
Steve!
There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Here we go.
I literally just
would
got
you
home. So I know you're going to get started doing this review. So let me just say what I got to say.
Take your time.
What actually happened, because the only people that know what happened are me and the officers. Seriously. Like legit.
You posted the fucking goddamn police report! Steve! Steve, you posted the police report, which means we all know what the police report said, which is the police's fucking statement on what happened. Are you now suggesting the police are lying? I'm gonna fucking vibrate out of my chair. What are you talking about? Oh no! You can't do that! You can't post the police report and then say, well, actually nobody knows anything. Then if that's the case, then why did you say anything? You know what? I am biased. You know what? Veda was right the whole time. I am biased, and it's that I expect so much better from Steve, and I should know better, because the only reason this kind of shit didn't happen before was because I was there to prevent this kind of shit from happening before. Steve, go to a doctor. Seriously, you fucking had that concussion. You need to go to a doctor. Steve, I demand that you remove all of the Caffeine Corner episodes from your channel, please and thank you, because, like, I feel like you don't deserve them anymore. You should probably maybe even, like, rewatch them all and fucking learn what the fuck you're doing. Holy shit, that's so stupid. Oh my god, you can't just post it publicly and then say, nobody knows what actually happened. This is okay, so fun fact, long time ago, Aaron brought up or pulled up Katie's police reports about some, like, sexual assault that Katie had claimed had gone on. And Aaron's reasoning, or, like, her justification for thinking it was valid to pull up those police reports, was because that Katie was saying that the police's behavior was inappropriate and they didn't handle the case properly. And she said that wasn't acceptable, particularly in the current climate with police and everybody else, that could be dangerous for the police officers. And, like, okay, fine, whatever. Whether you agree with that or not, sure. Steve is doing the same thing. He's casting doubt on the police officers' reports, which would then validate anybody calling that police station, according to Aaron, and checking to see what was the case. In fact, I don't know why Aaron, who has done this in the past, is not interested or thinking it's a decent idea or a valid idea to go and call the police station in Steve's area to confirm the doubt that Steve is now casting on the police station. Exploratory Man says that's it. 100%. I swear Steve has actual damage. Has actually damaged his prefrontal cortex. Look up what it's good for, and you see a correlation. We're not gonna do that here, but you know what? Tell you what, if we can confirm, and like if Steve confirms that he's some kind of like damage done to his brain, I will completely stop talking about him, because I don't like punching on people that are not all there. I'm surprised he wasn't terrified by the abrupt video call invite. I want to see his discharge papers. You know, he never went to the doctor. No. Steve ate shit on the pavement, had a headache for days after the fact, and despite everybody, all of the mods, me, Manya, telling him to go to the doctor and get his head checked, he refused to go. My goodness, Steve's memory issues are clearly caused by a savage beating of 11,000 SWAT members. They beat the shit out of him for 11 seconds. Yeah, that concussion. Yeah, that one. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Can you
so
explain how it went from the old address onto this? Can you explain the whole story on the first call, then that led to the second call at a whole different address?
Well, the other calls were like, for example, the other things were like pizza being sent to my old address. That was my old home that I sold in 2014.
Okay.
The day that I was served papers that morning, the same, assuming the day they came by to serve papers, I left a card. But that same morning is when that's when the police came banging on the door. And let me tell you, it was not just, okay, that's not what it was. It was that. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
And they didn't say anything. There was nothing. There was just on the screen door. And I hope they're going to hear that because it's my table. And of course, you know, I'm waking up, and I live in a neighborhood where we do have gang activity. We do have people that have drugs. It's, you know, it's Coachella Valley. I mean, it's just, luckily my neighbors are nice. I mean, they're really cool people. But of course, you know, you don't generally just open the door at 5:30 in the morning, right? So I'm still waking up, and I'm still going, who the hell is banging on the door? And then finally, they bang again. And I'm like, who is it? And they're like, you know, Indio Police Department. So I open the door. I'm like, yeah, who are you looking for? And they're like, well, we had a call for loud noises and
Okay. All right. First off, Steve didn't sell that house. It was never his house. So this house was sold, but he did not sell that house. He never owned that house. He lived in a closet. So he bragged about living in a closet. Second off, so he's contradicting what Veda said. Veda said the police were previously called to his previous address and that wasn't the case. Now Steve is also now contradicting something that both Veda and Aaron have claimed. Aaron and Veda claimed that that whoever made the call wanted to confirm where Steve lived, but Steve is now saying he was already served, meaning that person would already know where he lived, thus removing their motivation that they're attributing to the caller. The other thing is SWAT is required to announce themselves. They don't have to knock, but they have to say that they're police, get down on the ground. That is a standard thing for police, as you could see in the SWAT videos that I showed in my video. Or other fucking videos of any swatting. The police are required to announce themselves. They don't have to do that when they're knocking on your door, because they're not knocking on your door. As soon as you open the door, they're in uniform. You know they're the police. I like that Steve is going with we're going to argue the semantics of knocking. Yeah. I can't believe that people are making streams and streams about the semantics, oh my god, of knocking. Whoa. Oh boy. Logic or reason, how dare you use these? Yeah. Alright, sorry, I'm just gonna put this back like 20 seconds.
Morning, right? So I'm still waking up, and I'm still going, who the hell is banging on the door? And then finally, they bang again. And I'm like, who is it? And they're like,
bang, knock, whatever.
Indio Police Department. So I open the door. I'm like, yeah, who are you looking for? And they're like, well, we had a call for loud noises and arguing or something coming from this apartment. I'm like, here? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, I've been home all by myself here. Are you sure you got the right place? And they're like, yeah, can we come in? I'm like, no, because I'll tell you right now, you don't usually let cops in, and you don't go outside. That's just something you do. When
I'd be scared to tell them no.
No, you just don't. I mean, I
would just worry that they would think I'm up to something or something.
So the police, so the police said, hey, there was a general disturbance. There was yelling or whatever. We're just coming to make sure that everything's okay. So it was a general wellness check. Priority 3. Yeah, Manya. Priority 3. Even the way he describes it sounds like a random occurrence. Yeah. So they weren't called for domestic violence. Right. Weird.
If I didn't.
No. They're used to it. And you see, like I said, people that live in other countries don't realize that cops here they're armed and they shoot people. And when you're on a high-stress domestic violence call, which
nobody knows that the police in America are dangerous. There's no possible way for anybody anywhere to have this common knowledge that the police in America are considered just not good at their jobs and generally dangerous. Nobody could possibly be aware of this publicly available fact. Oh my goodness. Also, he's about to say that when they're making a domestic violence call after describing how they were not there for a domestic violence call. Do you think Steve is going to acknowledge that the call was for a general disturbance? Although, I also do want to point out that we're also, like, at, nobody knows what happened except for me and the police. So please keep that in mind, because I want to see if any of you notice, because maybe I won't catch it, if anything that he describes is outside of what is described in the paperwork that he posted, right? If he describes anything that he says that the police did that is outside of the purview of the police report that he posted, all right? Because that will confirm. Well, it won't necessarily confirm anything on its own, but it will at least... So, yeah, so far he has not. But if he wants to claim that nobody knows except for him and the police, and also that he posted the police report, it means that he's inherently saying that something in the police report is not, like, something that happened there is not in the police report. And I wonder how BM Furball would feel about that, considering he feels so attached to the police.
No, they're used to it. And you see, like I said, people that live in other countries don't realize that cops here, they're armed and they shoot people. And when you're on a high-stress domestic violence call, which IPD here consider that's one of the top priority calls. Now, it's not emergency. It's, from what I understand, it's...
So it's not an emergency, so it's not SWAT. So it's exactly what I said it was. Okay.
It's an emergency. It's not, they roll out, like, you know, code 3 where they have lights and sirens. They don't roll out the emergency vehicles, but they take it very seriously and they drop pretty much anything else. They got here within 11 minutes after the call.
Yes, it is the highest priority below the other two priorities. It is the first priority call outside of emergency. This is exactly what I said.
And so, had I opened the door with a weapon, like a baseball bat or a knife or a gun. I don't have any guns at the moment. I used to. But had I been, because of my area, somebody banging on my door with something in my hand, that would not have ended well in living in America. If Kano, who's a black African woman, had gone to the door to open it up with a weapon in her hand, it probably would not have ended well, because a lot of cops...
I'm glad that Steve is smart enough to, like, acknowledge his own privilege that he wasn't concerned about that and didn't do that, because he's white in California. Steve! Stop! You're embarrassing yourself. The burglar always knocks twice. Oh my god. Yes, if the scenario had been different, there would have been different outcomes to the scenario. But that, if you being aggressive towards the police doesn't change the intent of the caller. You're trying to say that, but if I had handled it differently, the police would have been a threat to me, which says nothing about the intent of the caller. If the caller had called legitimately, if you punched a cop in the face and it resulted in you getting shot, that's not the fault of the caller who called the cops there, you dumbass. So even if you did do anything, well, the police were called on me for a general disturbance and the police showed up and I had a bomb strapped to my chest. Yeah, great. And it means nothing. I'm only alive because I'm a white guy. I feel bad for the hypothetical version of myself.
It's a racist piece of crap. Okay?
I can literally send you an obituary where my friend literally got shot by the police because he had a baseball bat in his hand.
This has happened. This is not hyperbole. This has actually happened more than one occasion. And so I had denied them entry, which I kind of regret now.
Steve, you're white. What do you mean? If I had been black, the cops might have shot me. Yeah, but that's still not an issue of the caller. That's an issue of the police being racist. And you're not black. Look, guys, the caller clearly thought I would be doing blackface when the cops showed up. My life was in danger. He's agnostic on being white. On domestic violence calls, do they just take your word that you're alone? Okay, so for domestic violence calls, the procedures are a little bit different depending on where you live, right? So, like, if you're in different, not in different counties, but in different states, it varies about what protocol you're supposed to be following. Now, some will have, like, a little bit of a mild nuance, the same way as with the priority, about, like, the wording and how things are, like, presented, but it will ultimately be the same overarching issue, like, overarching thing. So generally with domestic violence calls, and I don't know what it is for California, I'd have to look it up, but generally for domestic violence calls, they don't just assume that you're alone if you say that you're alone. Generally what they need to do is they need to do a sweep of the house to make sure that you are actually alone and nobody's, like, you know, I don't know, tied up in a bedroom or some shit. You know what I mean? So, and Mania points out this is what white privilege looks like in action. Little bit, yeah. Open up police, I probably don't have to put down this sword, do I? Nah, probably not. I mean, at least Steve did clarify that he was sleeping, so therefore BM Furball was right. It would have been before his morning coffee. No, they would just ask to see if someone is injured or dead. Yep. Now I heard this when he got served. No, so this is apparently, according to Veda, after Steve was served. So, you know, timelines.
Now, but whatever. But they're like, you want to come outside and talk with us? And I'm like,
yes, Vegri. He is weaponizing the police's reputation as an attempt to reinforce his made-up narrative. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
No. And I even said, you can see
a white man utilizing the suffering of black people to enable himself? That's never happened. What do you mean?
That there's nobody else here. The place was dark. You know, I'm like, there's nobody here.
The
but
lights
me.
are off. That means there's no hostages.
You're talking about. And so they're like, okay, and I closed the door on him. There was more, obviously, to the report than the officer put into the report. It wasn't like.
What do you mean? You just described the entire report and then you closed the door, thus ending the interaction. Now you're saying there's more to it than what you described? Which is exactly what's in the report?
Oh, hi, how you doing? You okay? Okay, we'll take off. No, there was one cop standing right in front of the door. There was two to the side, and I could have sworn another one coming up.
Could have sworn. So now maybe there was 4, but Steve's not sure? So when everybody's like, oh my god, there's 4 cops, that's a lot. Now he's marked it down to 3, and maybe there was a 4th one? What? No.
How did they react to you denying entry or you coming outside?
They're used to that. I mean, they were like, okay.
Yeah,
because,
okay, whatever.
Again, one, they could see that nobody was in there, and they couldn't hear anything. Now, I didn't know what the call was for. I didn't learn until after I got the event report that it was for a, quote, domestic violence potential call where the male had been kicked out and the male had came back.
Steve doesn't know how to read his own report. The report was dispatched as general disturbance. The police informed you that there was somebody heard a noise. They didn't even mention the domestic violence. Steve! Dear Lord!
It's a high stress type call. And I had no knowledge of that.
And the police definitely would have known that it's fake, considering they were sent to an opposite address from an apparent neighbor the first time, and then the same neighbor calls from this address. You know?
What do you mean?
Like, she called saying that she could hear such and such, and that was at your old address, the first call.
No, nothing like that. I don't know of any call to my first address except for the pizza. I only know.
Okay, so they just delivered a pizza. I thought you had said that the sheriff had told you that they had responded to a call.
No. Okay, there's some confusion there.
Okay.
I have been I had contacted the police department, and I had said that there have been a potential for swatting at my location where I used to live and at my new location.
Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah, no, you're right. This is a good idea. This is correct. This is a thing that Steve should do. if Steve is concerned that there might be a swatting attempt, or he thinks that somebody's going to try and swat him, or he thinks that people are going to fuck with his shit, then it makes sense to contact your local law enforcement so they can flag your address and flag your name, so that way they know that whatever's coming in may or may not be legitimate, so that way things don't unnecessarily like escalate, right? This is normal. This is a good thing to have done, right? That's good. You should do this. This is important. If I thought that anybody knew where I lived, I might consider doing that.
This was before they actually came to my door. Okay. So there was no cops that were reporting for a DV on my other location. Like I said, I just reported that the other location might want to be made aware that there has been a sweating threat, because I got that message saying remove my videos or I'll SWAT you, which I took
It
very
wasn't
seriously.
a message.
Well, here's my question.
It wasn't, from my understanding, it was not a message. It's not like he got DM'd this. It was somebody's YouTube username. That was why he wanted YouTube to get involved.
Though, what were you talking about? Just to clear up my confusion, whenever you were talking to me and you had said that the sheriff at your door said, "What is your name again?" And he was like, "I actually answered another call for this last week or something like that."
That wasn't
Remember?
a sheriff. That wasn't a sheriff. That was a call. That was a cop, and that was the cop going to let the other people know at my old house that there had been a potential for swatting. That's what that was for.
Oh, okay. That's where I got confused, guys. Just in case y'all are confused.
Yeah, well, it's complicated. Okay, but I want to make sure the record's correct. There was no domestic violence. Nobody called the police on the other address. They only sent people there. I want to make that very clear.
So how did a Twitter war end up?
So for the shit that Veda has been accusing Charla of, turns out not the case, is what Steve is saying. Steve is saying that if the police showed up at my previous address, it was to confirm that that Steve was making them aware that there might be a swatting attempt at that house that he no longer lived at. And the police would have been going there to confirm that he was no longer there and talk with whoever was living there to confirm that if a swatting attempt ever did come through. Now he's saying that the sheriff showed up at his house prior to the incident that he's talking about is swatting.
But here's the thing. The police were called to my new address after my new address somehow got out to certain people.
Oh, Lord.
My address was not public, and anybody who says they knew my address is lying. Kano is the only person on this planet, besides, obviously my work, but of anybody from the internet that knew where I live. Not even Red's Rhetoric had my address. Nobody had my fucking address. So if anybody says they had my address, I will tell you right now, they're fucking lying, because I never give it out to anybody.
There's more than one way to find somebody's address, especially if you're going through legal means, though. And didn't Veda say that Steve was already served at this point, meaning that his address was found? Maybe it has something to do with all those FBI calls. Yeah, the calls that Steve was making. The other thing is, like, that doesn't mean, like, the thing is that as soon as Steve filed anything, it would be public. Right? Somehow, except for your court proceedings. Right. The thing is like, they keep presenting like as if it's really easy for them to find out who anybody is or where they live, but then keep suggesting that it's impossible for anybody to find where they are. Right? So like Veda was like, "Oh, don't worry, I got your email. I know exactly where you are. I can find you." And then you turn around and like Steve's like, "There's no possible way for anybody to have found me. Nobody knew." Like, bro, you're not impossible to find, my guy. Not only is your full name out and available, not only is your previous address out and available, not only do you have court cases filed to and from the address where you were, this is disregarding like the non sequitur show shit that was going on. Like, if I would have to you know what, I'll double check this and maybe get back to you guys later about whether or not Steve had moved before the conclusion of the non sequitur showcase, because he would have had to that would have Steve. We already knew the region. Kano's Twitter has the like that area, like that sub area of fucking California. So that would have immediately just narrowed it down to this particular part of California. Just from Twitter alone, let alone hiring any kind of professional or getting anybody who knows what the fuck they're doing.
Nobody.
They probably ran a background check and it gave it to them.
And the reason why I didn't...
They probably ran a background check and that gave it to them. Well, especially since you know that he has a job doing specific activities within this specific area. Steve doesn't understand the amount of information that he puts out publicly.
Give it to anybody because, again, Kano, she would never want me to have given my address out to people. You know, no matter who I trust, and why would I? And so none of that was public until I was served papers, and then somehow people knew my address. So
SAR says a background check. You realize you can't just request one for no reason, right? Correct. You can't, like, no random person can walk out on the street to any police district and be like, hey, I want information about this person. Like, that's just not how that works. There's no way he doesn't talk about this stuff when he's at work. He even uses his middle name on papers he writes. Yes, correct. He utilizes his middle name on papers that he has published on the internet. Yes, correct.
Take it for what you will, but they literally left their card on my door hours later after the police came to my door that morning. It was the same day, on the 12th, I believe, 9/12.
Police generally leave
and
their
then I actually went down
that's
to
not
the
not
Riverside
unusual.
County to pick up the papers, and I actually went to the wrong building because I'm an idiot, and they were already closing at the time because I got off like at 4:30, and I went to what's called the John Bonet Detention Center, which is a sheriff's department, but I didn't realize it was a detention. I didn't think about it. I was like, oh shit, you're a detention center. You're not going to have the paperwork. I didn't realize that the department.
I don't want anybody to know where I live or know any of my information or know where they could find me. I only said that I took the bus route to get to this area in this district of a building with this specific name that was specifically this fucking thing with my full name already available. Fuck. Oh my god. Dude, finding where you live is not even hard. Oh my god. Remember when, like, Reds and all them, since he brought Reds up, was talking about how it was really easy to figure out where Crafty Keela lived because of the information she made public? Same thing. Here's the bus route I use, my address, and a list of my greatest fears. The dastardly trolls created an entire company and job for Steve to apply to just to do a background check. The trolls win again.
For the sheriff's was located somewhere else. So that was my fault. But yeah, so I do have the card. It's here somewhere. But yeah, that it's kind of weird that the same day I was served papers, at the same day that the cops came to my house. Again, take it for what it's worth. But again, when somebody's telling me that it was just a welfare check, and I mean, it's a loud banging at my door. And if you actually read the Indio Police Department, they say a priority. It doesn't.
Indio Police Department. Steve's name, which is public. How could we possibly know where to find him?
They don't give a priority code. They don't tell people what priority 1, 2, or 3 means. But they say that domestic violence calls are one of the highest priorities. That is what they say now.
It's not a domestic violence call. Read your own paperwork. It was dispatched as general disturbance, you fuck nugget. Read your own paperwork. Ah!
The sheriff's department takes priority 3 as a non-emergency, but the sheriff's department and the NPD are not the same jurisdictions, not the same thing. And so in other police departments like Fontana and Anaheim, I think it is.
Okay, but do the ones that you're talking about read it as a non-emergency? Because you said before that they did. And so that just confirms everything that I've said. Again, we're back to man explains to woman what the woman said as if the woman is wrong. What the fuck?
It will say a priority 3 is immediate response. And I posted that somewhere on Twitter, that priority 3 is immediate response. So just because NDOPD does not put out what their response code is, and even what it was doesn't matter, they got there within 11 minutes. They took it very seriously. I work in loss prevention. I call people all the time for trespassing. They may not show up to the next day. That's one of the lowest priorities. Wow. I've had somebody at work, I had mace out and I was getting ready to spray them. I had them at mace level, spray. I was going to spray them.
At mace
the police
level.
were called, and they still didn't show up till hours later.
Well, the man that tagged you, that you put in that tweet that I just read out, that really long post from the man that trains officers, he had said, those codes are those are just general codes throughout the world, not for that specific jurisdiction or anything.
How come not a single one of them have double checked? Not a single one of them have gone to look at any source to go to confirm. Like, I mean, realistically, if you wanted to debunk me and what I had said, which you can't because I'm not wrong, is you could just go to every, police district, or you could email and you could go into your local police department, or you could, check your district, or you could check, the websites and ask a question. You could, check I mean, you're not going to do that much work. I mean, I wouldn't blame you for not doing that much work. That'd be a lot of work. You go to every state and be like, well, what does this state say about this? And what does this state say about this? But the thing is that all the things that BM said and all the things that Steve said here don't contradict what I said. They confirm what I said. All of those things are correct.
Correct. And he's right. And
they're trying to confirm they're confirming what I'm saying, but trying to present it in a way that I'm wrong. That's the thing, right? I said it was non-emergency. What I looked at was it's the first one underneath priority. It's not SWAT.
From what I understand, IPD doesn't put out their codes, so I just had to guess. But I read the manual.
You had to guess.
Do my due diligence.
You were guessing. You guessed. You had to guess.
Diligence, and in going by the manual, that is why I put it out there, because the priority 3, the way I read it, even though it just specifically didn't say priority 3, it said domestic calls have an immediate response.
And it's not a domestic call. Bakery said they don't contradict you, but they contradict each other, and the evidence they themselves have presented. Yes. Chesh, you're right. Take that, bitch. That's how it feels. That is how it feels.
The highest priorities. And so, again, people trying to play a little semantic games and try to downplay the severity of the call by trying to say it wasn't swatted, can go fuck off. I'm not going to the...
That's Veda! Veda agrees! And Nikki, sorry, not Nikki, Aaron agrees that it's not SWAT. So, Steve, is it SWAT? Are you gonna double down and say that it was swatting? Veda, ask him if it's swatting. Ask him if he says it's swatting. Double check. Veda said that he misspoke. Is it swatting? He seems to be doubling down here that fuck everybody else, it actually is swatting. So ask him if it's swatting.
I read it any longer. I have no desire to argue with idiots. The people that are putting that stuff out there, we know who they are.
Why are they doing all of this?
Or at least we know who they're shilling for. That's all that matters. I don't feel the need to waste my time arguing with idiots any longer. Life's too short, and I'm just not going to do it.
Life's too short. I'm going to focus on Katie Joy and nothing else. Sure. Okay. Yeah, apparently I'm the one shilling for somebody else, and that's the thing that's important. Who am I shilling for? Is it Katie? Do I work for Katie now? Where's my NASA paycheck for all my globe Earth shillings? Life's too short for him to correct himself. Yes, correct. Yes. Exactly.
State my case, I'll state my piece, and then I move on. There's no reason for me to go back to that Reddit and argue with people that clearly do not give a flying fuck about my safety. Had I been a gay black woman or something like that and it happened to me, they may have taken it more seriously, but since I'm not, for some reason I don't get the same goddamn considerations because I happen to be a male. I don't understand that.
Bro, do you want to talk about how not seriously gay black women get treated, period? You fucking nut? Is that a conversation he really wants to have? Does he really want to talk about how black women weren't able to open bank accounts in America till the 70s? Oh wait, is that correct? Hold on, let me double check. Because women having bank accounts, white women were able to have bank accounts before black women. Let me double check. Let me double check this. According to Forbes, a century ago, blah, 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 applying for credit, blah, blah, blah. So when in the U.S., here's how it happened. 1974, when the Equal Credit Opportunity Act passed and women in the United States were granted their right to open a bank account of their own. Technically, women won the right to open a bank account in the 1960s, but many banks still refused to let women to do so without a signature from their husbands. This meant that men still had control over women's access to banking services, and unmarried women were often refused services by financial institutions. Credit Opportunities Act prohibited financial institutions from discriminating against applicants based on their sex, age, marital status, religion, race, or national origin. Because the act's passage, women could finally open bank accounts independently. 1970, what did they say? 1974. Bro, you want to talk about whether or not a woman would be taken seriously about whatever accusations that Steve is making? He didn't take Katie seriously. Aaron didn't take Katie Joy talking about this seriously, so why should they treat Steve any differently? He's saying he was perfectly safe, but he wouldn't have been if he was a black gay woman. So he acknowledged that he was safe and there wasn't any cause for concern, but he's like, but people should care about me even though we all acknowledge that there's no cause for concern. Are you serious? We're back to, if I opened the door wearing a bomb vest, then the police would have treated me differently. It changes nothing about the initial call or what the intention of the caller is. If the caller called in and said, "This black man is attacking me," then maybe you would have an argument. If you were black, but you're not. Yeah, he's admitting everybody is right. Correct. Good thing the screen door was a white hetero male. Why would you say this? There's a bajillion options for you here. Why would you choose to pick none of the ones that benefit you? Because Veda said that he misspoke, and he's out here being like, no, I didn't misspoke. Fuck everybody else and their definitions and what words mean and what crime is. It's not like swatting is something specific. And this is the thing, that's like, as much as I agree that words are polysemous and they can mean various things, swatting is something specific. Like, it is a very specific term, especially in a legal sense. And it requires these 4 things, but you can't demonstrate any of them. Oh, God.
I don't fucking understand it at all. I have a right to my safety. I have a right to my privacy.
Absolutely.
Which you got,
and for
and
people
you
to
had.
minimize it, yeah, this is what I'm saying.
But none of those things were violated. Your privacy has not been violated. The police didn't break down your door despite you shutting the door in your face. Or in their face. You didn't have your privacy violated. None of these happened. None of these things happened. What are you talking about? He didn't show up for his TRO hearing. Correct. all these hours of live streams are so bad for Steve and his group in court. Yeah, they are.
I will never ever discuss certain people ever again. I have a rule, and you know it, Veda. Once people show me their dishonesty that I considered once a friend, people that I trusted, that have stabbed me not just in the front, in the back, in the heart, in the head, I will never mention their name.
The only thing that stabbed you in the head was the fucking goddamn concrete.
I will never discuss them.
Well,
They're dead to me. Literally.
That is not true. He makes exceptions for this when he feels like it. We all know this.
Dead to me. And I mean that figuratively. Sorry, I shouldn't say that literally. Figuratively, they are dead to me, as in I will never have anything to do with them, never mention them, never watch any of their shit.
Except for come on to their Reddit threads and comment directly, except for trying to address them in a way that circumvents your rule by talking about what they're saying and imply them heftily on other people's streams, except for commenting on other people's channels, trying to argue against what they're saying in the comment section. He's in Aaron's comment section. He's in the Reddit comments. Steve is full of shit. Come on. Stop pretending you think you're above it all. You're not. You made a drama channel. Life's too short to argue with idiots, which is why I talk about Katie Joy all the time. Come on. Cut it out. You know you're full of shit.
Don't care. They can fuck off in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Why? So who started all this crap on Twitter? Because it's been going on and on.
He
and
did.
On and on.
I have no idea.
You
I
did.
know a lot of people have been involved in it, but I can tell
you posted the fucking accusation on Twitter, and then you posted the police report on Twitter. You started it. I love that Steve can't follow his own self-imposed arbitrary rules, right?
right now, the person has 19 years of experience. That dude is legit. He's a great guy. I've known him a very, very long time.
Oh, I think he's talking about Frugal.
He is livid.
Oh, he's so mad.
I know a little bit about his you know, like I said, I consider him a friend. And yeah, he's livid at the fact that people are downplaying it, at the severity of it, because he knows exactly what can happen on those types of calls.
That's you. You're the one downplaying it. You're the one claiming you were swatted when you weren't. You're downplaying what swatting actually is. You're saying that the police lied about what happened with you in their police report, or they didn't come forward with all the information. You didn't clarify that at the time that you send it forward. You posted it and didn't say there was stuff missing. You just posted it to say, see, look, this was swatting. I was swatted. It's you! You're the one doing that thing!
And he knows that it was an immediate response. And he, even though he said it wasn't a full SWAT, he definitely can see legally that if charges are pressed. No. And there is an ongoing investigation. That's why it's redacted.
There's stuff redacted. The definition of SWAT.
The redaction was your address and the number. That's the only things that were redacted.
It meets the definition totally.
The fact that swatting is mentioned and things of that nature, there are certain things that are taken into account. Yes,
like
I went to the police department. And yes, I got the event report. And yes, I asked for them to investigate. Absolutely.
So they didn't investigate on their own because they thought it was swatting or they thought it was bullshit. They're investigating because you asked them to. You just implied that the police were investigating because the police don't like having their time wasted by bullshit or by people making swatting attempts. Now you're saying that they're investigating because you asked them to. It could have been a SWAT if it was a SWAT. Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's a long, arduous process. And whoever it was, to me, it shouldn't even matter, whether it's swatting or not. People need to look at the fact that my personal space was violated by...
No, it wasn't. No, they didn't. They didn't violate your personal space. You closed the door on them. They didn't enter your house. Your space was not violated. Shut up. Oh my God.
Banging at my door at 5:30 in the morning, waking all the neighbors that they were asking if Kano's okay, to insinuate there's some kind of history of domestic violence that never...
They didn't say, you didn't say they said that. You said that they knocked on your door, said that they were called for, some noise that was going on, and you said there isn't anything here and closed the door on them, and they left. They didn't do any of these things, Steve. You're accusing the police of doing something that you described they didn't do. What are you talking about? You're saying, now you're saying the call doesn't matter. Whether or not it was swatting doesn't matter. What they were attempting to do is irrelevant. Now he's saying that the fact is that the police violated my rights. That's what he's now accusing the police of doing. So now this is a different conversation. I didn't talk about what my video doesn't talk about whether or not the police violated his rights. If you think that the police violated your rights, then you need to file a lawsuit against the police. You monkey, what are you doing? Unga bunga, my guy. Caveman brain. Bro, please file a complaint to the police if you think they violated your rights, which again, we're back to, has nothing to do with the caller, which Steve now agrees with. Oh my god. You know, somebody did tell me, but wait, it gets worse, and they were right. This is worse.
Existed.
And that's weird. Really, that's what Chesh is.
Sorry, I'm going back.
Whether it's swatting or not, people need to look at the fact that my personal space was violated by loud, banging at my door at 5:30 in the morning, waking all the neighbors that they were asking if Kano's okay.
Somebody knocked at my door at a time that I didn't think was a good time. Oh no.
To insinuate there's some kind of history of domestic violence that never existed.
Wait a minute, did somebody in the chat... Excuse me, sorry, wait a minute. Did somebody in the chat say that Kano said that Kano was there and had company over? Because that contradicts what Steve is saying happened here, because he's saying that the house was dark and that there was nobody but him there when the police got there. Knox did 10 HP of feels. Al, people die when they get killed. Sar said the police just wanted to lie about him for the person they have a court case with. He needs this to be correct for his court case with a lady. Steve sounds like he's on the verge of going full quote, the deep state and the globalists are coming for me. Oh, no. One time he said that she was at the gym, and the other time she said that she was at the gym. Oh, okay.
Weird. That's what Chesh is insinuating, throwing that innuendo. Well, there might have been domestic violence at that house. How do we know?
Sure,
That's just absolutely...
How do we know?
These are the people that are shitty people, though.
How do we know?
Minimizing domestic violence for people that are actually victims of domestic violence. I can tell you right here and now, Kano and I have never had a fucking disagreement, more or less a fight.
But I said that there wasn't. I just said it was possible based on the list of things that you were throwing out. What do you mean? That's not what I said. Steve, maybe you should watch the video. You know, the one that you were trying to defend yourself against in the Reddit comments. So he was talking in the... Who would... Guys, hold on. Who would try to debunk something that they've never watched? You mean he was trying to debunk the Reddit thread without ever having watched the video? But who would do that? Who would do something? Who would have the audacity to do something like that?
Onto something that they haven't.
Landon just comes in here and casually drops.
I can't believe someone would respond to something that they haven't watched. That is completely beyond the pale. Who would do that?
Who would do something like that?
I mean, they would become bitch made.
Yeah, maybe for like 152 days or something. I don't know.
Oh no. Could Steve be bitch made?
I mean, we get along fantastic. I mean, there may be minor stuff. I mean, dishes. Yeah. Steve, did you do the dishes? No. Asshole. But I mean, seriously, we get along beautifully. She's my...
So Steve admits that he's a shitty roommate who doesn't do his own dishes? Oh my god.
Family. I love her. I really, honest to God, she's the closest thing I've got to family that lives down here. And I go out of my way to make sure she's safe, protected. I walk to her to work. I make sure she's taken care of, and we help each other out. And
do you walk her to the gym when the police were supposed to have shown up?
I believe
Even
that
the-
100%.
And the neighbors know this. The neighbors watch. She's lived here for 15 fucking years. You don't think the neighbors watch out for her? And when I first moved in, I'll tell you,
We
there was
don't
some-
know her neighbors. You could say literally anything about them. The internet doesn't know anything about those neighbors at all, or what their relationship with her are. For all we know, her neighbors do look out for her and they think you're a problem. Like, we have no idea. You're just like, oh, well, why do these people care so much about my personal life as I just make these arbitrary statements about my personal life, which would influence someone's opinion about this other thing that I said was the case? Why are people looking into what I'm saying? Ah! Ugh, God. It would be hilarious if she had never spoken to those neighbors once. It would be really funny. I don't know if that's true or not. I guess we need to go to Steve's neighborhood and ask the neighbors. Like, why would you say this?
chatter. Hey, who's this old white guy moving in with Cano? You know, blah blah blah. There was some chatter, but then I got to know the neighbors, and some of them, you know, they're pretty tough, and they liked me. We got along great, and they were
I don't believe
they
you.
were thankful that I was there to
Prove it. Prove it. Do it. You're gonna make this statement? Prove it.
watch out for not just her,
Oh my God, Manya. We need an Am I the Asshole? Was I swatted?
but for other people in the area as well.
And see, and it just bothered me when I was watching that on Aaron's yesterday. I was like, oh my God, this person does not know what the hell they're talking about.
No, not at all. No, and BM Verbal does, and of course, you know, I like people couldn't even read the report.
BM Furball knows what he's talking about, agreeing that it's not swatting. Bizarre.
And yesterday, I was like, oh my God, this person does not know what the hell
Trust
they're
me,
talking
brah.
about.
No, not at all. No, and BM Verbal does, and of course, you know, I like people couldn't even read the report properly. I mean, I put out the report as I.
The report that says it was a general disturbance and not a domestic violence call? That one that people can't read properly?
Got it. I didn't redact fuck all except for the incident number and my address, but the report itself, I didn't redact it.
So then they didn't give it out redacted, like you said earlier, dipshit. Oh my God, he said earlier that the police report was redacted when it was released, and now he's saying he's the one who redacted it. Meaning, and he said they redact this stuff because it is, like, under investigation. But he just told us that the incident report that he got was not redacted. What the fuck is he talking about?
Anything. People couldn't even read the report properly. I mean, I put out the report as I got it. I didn't redact fuck all except for the incident number and my address, but the report itself, I didn't redact anything. And it wasn't just, oh, you know, we made sure he was okay. No, we had, you know, there's a little bit more to it. They're like,
It doesn't
you know,
say
"Can we
that."
come outside?" No, you know, it's like,
When you had said that to me and asked me if things were redacted, I had a strange feeling this was going to go bad. I just did.
Well, like I said, I think that people have lost their fucking minds on the internet. The people that are believing
Then
trolls
leave.
and people that are believing dishonest people, haven't they learned by now that all every single time, every single case, I've always put out the facts. I've always said this is what happened, and then later on they're like, oh shit, Steve was right. I was right about Kyle. I was right about Katie Joy. I have the evidence. If people want to,
Okay, and what about your accusations about Manya? What about your accusations about me? People haven't been saying you were right about those things. Where's your fucking credit card investigation against Manya? Where's your investigation about blackmail against me? The only people you've made accusations beyond Katie and Kyle, Steve. You've made those accusations, and why do you keep going back to only the lowest possible hanging fruit and not anybody else that you've made accusations against? And yeah, just saying makes a good point. He didn't show up to his fucking restraining order against that Charla got against him, so he's got an active standing restraining order, and here he is on a stream accusing her of swatting him. Yo, yeah, no shit, Steve was right. We're pwned yet once again.
believe me, great. If they don't, they can fuck off. But why we listen to people sea lining? Why we listen to people that don't know the
What's sea
facts?
lining?
They're not privy to our conversations.
Right, but you posted the police report, and so we reviewed the police report. And now you're saying that the police report didn't have has additional things that happened that they didn't do, and you're accusing the police of violating your rights. And you're blaming Charla that you're saying were the ones that called the police. And even if she did falsely call the police and it was a false report, the police violating your rights is an entirely separate issue. Regardless. Can you get more all over the place? Welcome to being shook because, oh my god, semantics, apparently.
Veda, you know firsthand, you haven't even seen everything I have, but you've seen a lot of it. Have I released everything publicly?
No.
No. No,
No,
absolutely
sure.
fucking not. So how the hell do they know what's going on? Because they can't. They cannot know what's going on. I haven't released things, you know, in any... I have things that I still...
Then stop making public accusations that you're not willing to back up. It's that simple. If you don't want people to analyze and talk about the shit that you're dealing with when you can't put everything out due to whatever litigation, then don't put anything out. Just say, hey, I can't talk about this due to litigation. Also, yeah, do you know that you could FOIA or FOIA the police report? Yeah, anybody could FOIA the police report. Everybody knew what county Steve was in, and everybody knew what fucking state Steve was in, and everybody knows Steve's full name, meaning that you could FOIA that without any real work whatsoever. Duh. And this was after, according to him and Veda right now, according to them, this call happened after he was served or he was served on the same day, meaning the paperwork that had his address was already public because that information, if there is a court case filed against him, will be public information. Duh. And we all know that between Steve and Veda and Aaron and their group had already blasted fucking Charlotte's information everywhere. We already would have known that would have been in Kansas, and we would have known the county, or we would have known the area within Kansas, so all you'd have to do is search for Steve's name, which everybody knows, in Charla's location in the fucking court documentation, and you would be able to find all of this. These people are fucking stupid. This is incredibly fucking dumb. They're making a mountain out of a molehill. They're like, oh my god, people had my address, and it's just like, yeah, your address was public. Oh my god, how could they possibly know? Oh my god, it's almost like it's super fucking easy. 2 brain cells. Why do you think everybody in the world is fucking stupid and doesn't understand how anything works? You talk to your audience as if they have fucking like the brain cells of, I don't know, a termite. No, termites are cool. They work together. They build shit. What's dumb? What's something dumb? Chat, help me out. God, fuck.
I'm holding on to till the time is right. But
the time is right? Okay, all right. I'm gonna let something slip. You can look up Steve's court case. We know it's California. We know the jurisdiction. So you can look up Steve's court case against Charla because you know Charla's number, or you know Charla's name, and you know Steve's name. Shit hasn't been filed yet. As of, like, streaming right now. He hasn't filed anything. There's no documentation, there's no evidence that's been filed in his restraining order against Charla. Anybody can go and look this up. Anybody. So, he hasn't filed, so him waiting for the time is right is him saying he hasn't filed shit yet. All he's done is, like, the temporary restraining order thing, where they then agree on a date, and then they start saying he hasn't submitted shit yet. Hasn't submitted fucking shit. He's been going on about this for months, and none of them have submitted fucking shit dick nothing. Because you can just look up Charla's name in whatever, you can trial and error it. So let's pretend you didn't know. Let's say you didn't know that Steve lived in California, right? Let's pretend you didn't know that. And you're like, well, I know Charla's name, so you could just go into every court district website and type in her fucking name, and copy and paste it, and see if her name popped up until you found it. Done. And you know how everybody has that information? Because they put her fucking name out there. Maybe if they didn't put her name out there, it wouldn't be so easy to find them. Weird. It's almost like there's consequences to your actions. You fucking idiots. Ugh.
They know what's going on? No, they don't. They have fucking no clue. No clue
What
what's going
bothers
on.
me is they don't understand the attacks that we're under right now and the extent that this is going, and to just keep on pushing lies to cause us to get more attacks.
What lies?
That's why
Yes, that's what they like. They like that. And again, it's not
What
that there's someone going
lies?
after me. It's they're going after other people that I care about, and they know.
Like
that.
who?
And that's. I mean, I've gotten messages from people today from other content creators that are being attacked by this small group of people.
Who? Where? What are you
And
talking
so,
about?
like I said, believe what you
Did you
want.
hear about the Discord?
I know about it. I've heard.
What
of it.
Discord?
But here's the
I
thing.
don't know about the
Let
Discord.
people
What
do the thing.
Discord?
The truth is always going to come out. Always. It always does. And when it does, they look like idiots every single time.
Really? And who's looking like the idiot and who's speaking so quickly and who sounds so stressed out? It's definitely me, right? It's definitely me not getting swatted correctly. Uh-huh. So the truth is that you weren't fucking swatted. Cool.
I mean, look at the people that believed Unirock. Do they not look like stupid freaking idiots at this point?
I know. For years, they believed his dumbass, and he
Yes.
was lying. the whole
Unirock?
time.
And how many years did I say that this
What the fuck does that have to do with my video? Nothing.
dude is lying his ass off?
I
mean-
believed it. I mean, I could see right through him from the moment I ever watched him.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, it's just the people will know the truth. That's all that matters. I'm just not going to justify myself to idiots. I've always said if people really want to know the truth, what they do, they can ask me, and they have. And people have asked me, and I have showed people shit that I didn't make public, and they're like, "Holy fuck, you're not playing, are you?" I'm like, "No."
Prove it. Prove it. Show me. Tell Elmo. And besides, you could still be wrong and still not be playing around. Those are not mutually exclusive.
No, but I'm certainly not going to put everything that I know about situations publicly. Why would I do that? I never have before. I never did with Katie. I never did with Kyle. Why would I?
Then why would you make public statements? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I recall having conversations with Steve specifically about this. Like, no, don't make that public. No, don't make that accusation because we don't have... Was that not a whole fucking thing with these screenshots about Katie saying something awful about somebody's kids? And we all had a conversation saying, no, don't release these screenshots because we can't confirm them. And then Steve sent them to Unirock, and then Unirock made them public. And then we had to spend a bunch of time running around being like, actually, these are not confirmed, we don't know. And then Steve decided to, like, die on the hill of, I believe that Katie did that, but I can't prove it. Mr. Transparent is like, oh, well, I'm gonna make the accusation without actually putting anything out there. Random guy says, Steve is sounding very Chuck McGill at the bar hearing right now. I'm not crazy, I know they had the dangerous intent to swat me 11 after 9 seconds. As if I could ever make such a mistake. Never. I couldn't prove it. They covered their tracks, got that idiot police report to lie for them. Yeah, are they suggesting that Charla got the police to lie on their behalf? Or is that just convenient that the police didn't put everything in the police report? Is that just convenient? This drama has so many of layers that the infinite abyss has less, right? There's so many layers off into, like, Fucksville that it's just like, all I said was that it wasn't swatting. Why are you bringing up so many different things? If you think it was swatting, then just explain how and why you think it's swatting. But you can't do that. And because you can't do that, you're like, I'm going to make these additional accusations and try to infer 7 or 8 other different unrelated things and bring up your neighbor's relationship with your roommate. But you're like, but I do everything to protect my roommate from, like, anything that goes on except that I bring her up whenever it's fucking convenient for me. Weird. And now everybody's curious about Kano's relationship with her fucking neighbors.
And he's telling the truth because I was just a viewer that came to him. He didn't know me from Adam, and he sent me a whole library of shit.
Mm-hmm. And you're not. And I swear to God, that's before I even really knew who you were.
He didn't. That was my first time ever speaking to you, and I just said, hey.
So Steve trauma dumped her with information? Okay. Did you decide to verify any of that information, Veda, outside of Steve?
Hey, I just don't believe this. Can I see the proof that of what they're talking about with these death threat emails? And you sent it to me, and then we debunked it, and it was done.
Yep.
So you didn't.
Yep. And like
You
I said,
didn't.
and people say,
Cool.
well, I've had people go, oh, well, Steve just wants to go to him privately, so because he claims he has secret evidence. Let me make this very clear. There's no such thing as secret evidence. No such thing. It doesn't exist. I've never in my life claimed there was secret evidence. What I claimed was there's evidence I haven't made public. There's a big difference.
Steve, that makes it secret from everybody. That's literally what that means. If you say you have evidence that nobody else is privy to, that means you're keeping it secret, but still making the public accusation. That's why it's secret. I can't believe I have to explain this.
Exactly.
And I don't make everything public. And no offense, it's not up for public consumption until I'm ready to make it public consumption. I admit that I'm a public person. I'm not a...
Then stop making public accusations that you require that information to back up. It's not that hard.
I'm not a public figure, though. But I do make a lot of stuff public. But that doesn't give anybody a right to think that they know about, to say that they know about things that they cannot possibly know about.
You mean like Veda? Are you saying that you know this person was trying to swat you and you don't know that? You don't have that information?
It's not
Shark
possible.
Lover, Shark Lover, I was told that you are Natalie. If you are Natalie, please go. Just saying.
So if they
You know,
don't
it's so
believe they're
funny.
not Natalie?
It's so many people hide behind fake accounts and things of that nature, and yet this is the only account that I have that I use. On Twitter and everything else. Everything is under my name.
Yeah, he has other accounts, but I've never actually seen him use any of them for anything. But he's got multiple accounts.
Everybody knows that when I go into a live chat, it's me. And by the way, please make me a mod under my name here. I have it under Non Sequitur Show, but not my name, so people know it's me. But I don't hide.
He just said everything is under my name except for this one thing.
Hide behind facades. I use my real name, right? How many of these people that are trolls use their real information? No.
Then you shouldn't be complaining that people are able to find you because you use your real name. So you can't complain about doxing because your real name's already out there. Fucking Christ, dude. Pick a lane.
They don't. And I'm not saying they have to, but I'm just saying it's a lot easier when you're hiding behind a fictitious screen name.
Yes, he's asking to be modded, so that gives him power in her chat. Yes.
You bullshit to run narrative, try to run smear campaigns against people that are actually putting their real information out there, like myself, like my name, who stand up for what's right.
Your name is already out there. They can't put that information out.
The stuff that I got today from people, it did bother me. Not because what they were saying about me or going after me, but it was going after people with kids and people with families and shit like that.
What are you talking about?
Fuck me. I'm like, holy shit. What is wrong with people? What the fuck is wrong with people?
So this is a problem with this kind of stream, right? What the fuck are you talking about? Who, with what anonymous account, is going after who with kids? And what the fuck does this have to do with anything that I said in my video, which was just, not swatting? What are you talking about? You need to, oh my god. We're back to you're making, these vague accusations that are just, these generalized statements without specifying who you're talking about, or who they're going after, or what you have that shows this type of shit. What are you talking about? Is Steve drunk or something? God, I hope so.
Exactly. I don't get it. Leave us alone.
That's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. It's just. This is why I'm saying I'm doing my own content, just like you do your content. I never tell you what to do. I never tell you what to do or not to do. You don't tell me what to do.
Totally on my own. I totally decided to do this on my own.
Yeah, she did come out and say, I decided to full chest. I'm here to defend Steve all by myself. Okay.
I did not stand by that harassment that you were
this
saying.
is the content.
Yeah,
correct.
well, like
this
I
is
said,
the content he's making.
Anybody who believes it wasn't swatting, God bless you. I don't care. It's irrelevant. But to say that, to minimize the severity, when again, it's a domestic violence call with a history of domestic violence.
It wasn't, though. It was dispatched as a general disturbance. You complained that people didn't read the paperwork. Read the paperwork, Steve. I never tell you what to do. Make me a mod. Ooh, good point, Vagri. Good point.
People show up at your house, with guns, and yes, I have a right to protect myself. And what would have happened if I would have opened that door armed?
They probably would have been snooping around to see if anybody, if you would have opened it armed, they probably would have shot.
They shoot first and ask questions later. Yes.
They didn't have guns drawn. They were armed as normal. If you open the door with your fucking rifle pointed at the police, then yeah, you would have probably had a different fucking situation on your hands. But oh my god, imagine if you had a different situation on your hands, the scenario would have been different and the conversation we'd be having is different. But if you want to die on some hypothetical fucking scenario, I don't know, try it next time, Steve. See what happens. Give it a shot. He doesn't even have he just said he didn't even have fucking guns or armaments in the house anymore anyway. The police kill every time they show up at general disturbance. Do you shoot everyone who knocks at your door, Steve? How many pizza guys and Mormons have you murdered? Steve kept acting if he was being detained. I've talked to the cops with a loaded assault rifle at the range before. Yes, believe it or not, you can answer your door with a weapon in your hand in America. That's not it's not even an uncommon occurrence as far as I know. Maybe I'm in another country and I can't possibly understand.
That is how it works. And by the way, it's not number 415. It is reporting that there was no domestic disturbance in the area they heard.
I thought he said he wasn't going to address anybody like me. Oh, weird. Interesting.
Wasn't the initial report. They just said, in addition, basically, they didn't hear anything because they probably were outside for quite some time. They probably, before they knocked, they listened.
What is 415?
So you're guessing? So you don't know? You're guessing that maybe that's a thing that happened? Did he watch the video? I don't know. Did he watch the video or did he watch Aaron's video? Or did he just read BM's comment? I don't know.
I was just reading what the report said.
Disturbing the peace. Penal Code 415 is disturbing the peace.
According to Aaron Veda, how did you not know that? All of them are the same after all, except when they're not.
Basically saying they didn't hear anything. People reporting loud banging and noises. They didn't hear anything. Yeah, it's 5:30 in the freaking morning, and this is why I'm asking, who are you looking for? I'm like, you sure you have the right address? I'm here by myself. My roommate's been at the gym. She goes to the gym early in the morning, like 4 or 5 a.m. sometimes. And it was like 5:30. She'd been at the gym. She used to go out, then she goes out with her friends for the morning.
So it wasn't swatting.
On her days off.
They relentlessly want to harass the shit out of you. That's all they want to do.
Of course. Yeah. But like I said, it doesn't change the facts. And the facts are the people that are worried more about the term swatting. It tells you more about their character than anything else, because all they want to do is basically, shit on people that want nothing to do with them. And that's what I'm going to go back to doing. I told you before, I will never mention.
You're going to go back to shitting on people that don't know what they're doing? Okay. It's not possible that you just bullshitted and got called out for bullshitting. It's not possible. I couldn't have possibly done it because it was fun. I couldn't have possibly done it because look at all the free content that I've gotten off of it.
Certain names again?
I
have not. You've never heard me mention them publicly, and I never will. But they will not stop talking about me. It just tells you who the frickin' people are that really have the mental issues.
So like they're talking about my video, so I can only imagine that all of this that he's referring to is me. So except that he just directly engaged, and regardless of that he directly engaged on Reddit and was engaging in comment sections. So besides all of that, right? Besides all that, and even though Aaron went ahead and looked and said that my content wasn't Steve related, now Steve's going ahead and contradicting what Aaron was saying, or saying that Aaron's wrong in that all I want to do is just shit on Steve because he's Steve. Right. Monty says he said he won't mention their name publicly, but bitch about them privately. Well, I guess that confirms with like BM Furball, right? He's just gonna get other people to bitch about them publicly, right? Steve can't even keep your own. You can't even keep your own story straight. Yeah, Steve cannot keep his own story straight because he's all over the fucking place. I look forward to Steve's 457th video on atheism versus agnosticism. The nebulous they is secretly controlled by Grimace. Nothing can escape the Grimace. Nothing can kill the Grimace. There is only Grimace.
Because I couldn't care less about these people. I couldn't.
Yes, that's why you're here.
They're all dead to me.
Because he can't
and I mean
hear.
that
He can't.
Figuratively. To me, they don't exist. They're shitty fucking people.
Steve, I'm not a baby. You can say that you wish I was dead and I would not care. I'm also not a baby in that you could say that that I'm dead to you and I won't care. You don't have to justify or explain yourself. My goodness. Yeah, no, he's sending his instead of dealing with me directly, he's sending his A string, right? Like Veda and Aaron are like the A stringers. This is the first line of defense.
That have done some shitty fucking things that I swear to God is my witness.
Such
people
as?
do not know about. A handful of people do, and even you probably don't know some of the things.
So, okay, stop making vague accusations about people and demonstrate it. If people have done such terrible things to you, and there are things that I know about, and you're implying that I've done some kind of awful fucking thing to you, show it. Go for it. Stop pussyfooting around. If you think that I did something awful to you or about you, then fucking show what I did and tell people what I did then, you fucking baby. Oh my god. I'm just gonna make these big fucking accusations and say these people have done these awful things, but I'm not gonna show what any of them are. We're not gonna talk about what any of those things are. My hands are cold.
Some things that I just have been so heinous that I just don't even want to tell anybody.
Uh-huh.
And everybody, I mean, it's common sense. Who have we ever harassed? I mean, there's
Nobody.
I rarely.
That RO that Charla has says otherwise. Maya said he should then return my money if I'm dead to him and a shitty person. Why did he accept the money from a shitty person? Well, and why wouldn't he send the money back when you requested it? Why did you have to go through GoFundMe to get your money back? Why hasn't he returned the money from his GoFundMe to sue Katie Joy that he never did? Why is that money still like unaccounted for? Why is that GoFundMe still open? Vigor said he's also accusing others of convincing others to come after him when he himself is admitting that that's what he does. Right. He's not going to talk about like my video directly, except that he is. He's just not doing it on his own channel. He's going to send other people to do it for him. And so, like, how is he going to prove that I was instigated by somebody else? Prove it. If I was instigated by somebody else to make that video, show, don't tell. Go ahead. Sarah said, I've been watching true crime shit lately, and him saying, as God is my witness, is a reinforcing statement. It's a sign of dishonesty. Yeah, that's fair. Elle said, they from the G plus community nowadays. Literally who? Yeah, great, good question. Who? All the things have conglomerated in one giant Borg, they. Yep. Oh my god, who have they harassed? Not enough paper. So the thing is you have to then define harassment, and you go, okay, so if we define harassment as X, Y, and Z, you have to then apply that equally across the board. How has Charla harassed them? She doesn't have a Facebook that she's active on. She's got a private Twitter that she's not active on and has not been active on. She left one fucking... She showed up in my the last video when I did a... What's it called? Fuck! What's the word I'm looking for? Shit! Ass! What's it called? Guys, what's it called when you put a fucking video out and you get like the side chat for it because it's like a live premiere. There we go, the premiere. She left one comment. Charlotte left one comment for the premiere, being like, "Oh, look at this," and then immediately Aaron had screenshotted it and was posting it on Twitter, right? So like, what do you define as harassment? And then you also have to demonstrate that Charlotte's been harassing them. Things could be happening to them, but they can't prove it's Charlotte, even if those things are actually happening. So I'm back to, where did you get that screenshot from? Shit ass. I did not see a Mommy Dearest video. You're like, what constitutes harassment is making vague accusations and video content about somebody considered harassment? Is accusing people of crimes that you can't demonstrate considered harassment? As much as you keep complaining that, like, oh, people are arguing about the semantics of swatting, no, I just said you were wrong and it wasn't swatting, and this is your response. Can we say, like, escalating to 1,000, like, just 0 to, like, 1,000? Is that where we're at? Come on, man. What happened to, I enjoy critique and I like being told that I'm wrong and correcting myself.
Even go live.
I have no interest in harassing anyone ever, but I will stand up for what's right. I will stand up for the facts. And if somebody says shit about me, I sure as goddamn fuck have the right to defend myself against these ludicrous allegations by idiots.
What accusations? Who's accusing you of what? If you're talking about me, all I said was that you weren't swatted. So what accusations are you talking about? Who is making what accusation? And why is it ludicrous? What the fuck is he talking about?
Absolutely.
I absolutely do. But I have no desire to make a video on people that mention my name. I don't watch the videos with my name in it. I have that standing rule. And the people that make videos about me know that. They know.
Why are you here then? Because that's what you're doing. Are you going to try to debunk something you didn't watch and then talk about how correct I am? He took you, or he wasn't swatted, as you accusing him of lying. Yeah, I didn't. I did not actually accuse him of lying in that video. Other people have definitely accused him of lying. I did not.
I don't watch that shit. You know that. Have I ever told you, oh yeah, watch that video about me?
He's a big yelly man. He's so mad.
I don't watch it. And I swear to God I don't. I will see it. First time I saw anything was even on Aaron's stream. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about half the time. And I don't.
So you admit that you're attempting to debunk something that you didn't watch. And as per our YouTube short, that makes you bitch made. Yes, microphone is peaking. He is so mad. He's so mad.
I need to know. I know the truth. That's all that I need to know is the truth. So yeah, it doesn't
see what the
upset me
court
that
says, I guess.
They lie and they mislead people about me. It upsets me that there are now families that are seriously concerned about their safety.
What families?
And nobody seems to give a flying fuck about them.
It's not that nobody cares, it's that nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about.
They just want to troll.
Oh, I'm accusing him of being dishonest now. The original video, I did not make that accusation. Now, absolutely. The families are a separate they. Oh, okay, got it. Keep track.
They just want to troll.
They're supporting people that are doing this dangerous shit.
Yes, they are. They're supporting it. And I got to tell you, I have a lot more support than I realize, and I realize that now. I didn't probably before, but I've been inundated with messages.
He says that every time.
And
I don't believe
each and every one of you that has. And hopefully you will never be in the position that I was in that morning when I heard, that banging at the door, which again was not just some,
Yes, if they think you're asleep, they're going to knock louder, dumbass. Like, you're making the point for me. But, yeah, as I said last time, I've been a part of domestic violence cop calls. I've been one of the parties in the house that the police were knocking on the door for in a domestic violence call. Le gasp! Yes, it is different than in Canada than it is in America. Sure, I acknowledge that. But if you're going to make these accusations, you're like, wow, I really hope that doesn't happen to them. It already did. Learn about what you're talking about. My goodness.
It was loud, and unfortunately, like my neighbors,
It was
they
loud.
woke up. They're like, "What the hell's this?"
Oh my
know?
god.
It's good that we know who it is. We know what's going on.
Are you gonna bring your neighbor on to verify your story? Why are you bringing your neighbor into this, Steve?
And here's the thing: somebody made that call. That's a fact. It was not. And it
Yeah.
was not.
Of course somebody made the call. Somebody has to make the call. No shit, Sherlock. Somebody had to make the call.
What the hell's this? You
Yep.
know.
It's good that we know who it is. We know what's going on.
You know who it is?
Somebody made that
You know what's going on?
call. That's a fact. It was not, and it was not somebody in this area. I know the neighbors around here. I know them by name. Okay.
Prove it. Prove it wasn't somebody and prove you know them by name. These are blatant, like, statements. Prove it. And how do you know it wasn't somebody visiting? Or how do you know it wasn't somebody house sitting? Or how do you know it wasn't somebody nearby because it happened to be loud enough and it was, like, across the street? How do you know any of these things? Who made the call? Seriously, the police will have the number. Yep, the police will have the number. And here's the thing. Maybe it was. Even if he's right? Like, even if they are correct, even if, right? If they're like, yeah, no, Charla did this, and it turns out Charla did do it, they're still wrong for doing this in this way, because they're not showing how they know it. They're making the accusation before being able to show. Show, don't tell. If you're gonna make these accusations, you need to be able to show it ahead of time. Otherwise, you're making guesses that you happen to be right down the line, which makes you still wrong for your behavior, for the way you've gone about it. That's what's being critiqued. Not whether or not you're technically correct. It's like being like, the Earth is round because the other planets are round. I mean, that's not a good inference, but you're still technically right. The Earth is round. They're setting people up who may question them to fail. They're trying, yes. Yeah, R and Rob, we're back to, if you can't show it, you don't know it. If you can't, you can do a math problem and get the correct answer, but if you can't show me that you got the answer in the correct way, you may as well have guessed, and it doesn't tell me that you actually know the formula. And yes, and if she did, then the police need to charge her for it. Correct, because an attempted SWAT is already a crime. Misusing police resources is already a crime. Like, that's already a problem. You already get charged for that. You already get fines for doing stuff like that. That's already an issue. But instead of letting the police do their job, these fuckers are sitting here on fucking YouTube spewing bullshit instead of allowing the police to do their job. Why? Why? It's not like Charlotte's out here being like, these people are making these bullshit accusations about me. Nobody's doing that. There's not a single video out there that's doing that. All I said was that it wasn't swatting, not that Charlotte didn't do anything, or not that they're not being harassed. All I said was, this isn't swatting. So these people are out here making videos, making content, making accusations against somebody that they can't demonstrate, or can and are not willing to demonstrate, apparently. Why? For what reason? It's not like Charlotte's out here making content against them. That doesn't exist.
We know what's
And
going on.
here's the thing: somebody made that call. That's a fact. It was not, and it was
Yeah,
not
no shit.
somebody in this area. I know the neighbors around here. I know them by name. Okay, if they were to have a problem,
If they know your name and you know their name, therefore they can't possibly dislike you and call anonymously.
they would have came to my door. I've actually had people. One of them come over. Hey, Steve, I know you're doing a podcast, but you're getting kind of loud.
So you have neighbors that can hear you on stream, like maybe this stream right now, and you're surprised and saying it's ridiculous that the cops knocked so loudly that your neighbor heard, even though apparently your fucking walls are made out of tissue paper? Like, really? Are you kidding? Yeah, he's got neighbors plural.
I can see that.
Yeah, you know, and I'm like, okay, cool, I'm sorry. So if there was a problem, they would come directly to me. They wouldn't be calling the police.
Do you live in an apartment where the walls are up?
You can't demonstrate that, and not necessarily. If they think it's a violence issue, or they've talked to you about it and you've been loud regardless, they're eventually going to call. You're literally describing to me why somebody in your neighborhood might have called the police this time. They went to your door previously to ask you to keep it down, and you didn't, and so they called the police. There you go. Thanks. Oh no! Why are we
against each other?
Yes, duplex, like a duplex sense.
Yeah.
And my neighbors are really cool as shit. Like I said, I got in good with them when I first moved in because they're like, you know, they had some trepidation. They're
people.
You know, they're like.
People who have been good with Steve have never changed their minds and not been good with Steve over an amount of time due to specific behaviors. That's never happened.
Like I said, they're good people. They're really good people. Probably on the not the right side of the law sometimes. You know, but hey, I have the philosophy: I don't fuck with you, don't fuck with me. And that's what you know. That's how it is here. You know, there's mind your business. Mind your business. Don't mind other people's businesses, right?
Nobody can seem.
Then stop making everything everyone's business by making fucking public accusations of crime. This is literally a thing that Steve has had taken issue with in the past. This is stuff that Aaron has taken issue with in the past, where they're like, listen, you can talk whatever shit you want, but as soon as you accuse people of crime, we're gonna take it a little bit more seriously and we're gonna analyze it. Steve is out here, Aaron is out here, Veda is out here accusing Charla of committing crime. And so why would you be surprised that people are taking it a little bit more seriously? You should have thanked me for doing you a favor and de-escalating the situation by being like, hey, this isn't SWAT. And you would have been like, oh yeah, you know what? It wasn't SWAT. I got a little bit ahead of myself. And then moved on. But no! Of course not. Wait, he said he lives in a sketchy neighborhood and wonders why the police show up one time? Yes. Correct. He claims he lives in a sketchy neighborhood. And then he claims that they're super cool. And then he claims that they're sketchy again. But then he claims that they're good with him. But then he says how they've had to come to his door before to complain about noise. And then he's surprised that the police showed up about noise. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Are you suggesting that Steve is giving us contradictory information? No, can't be.
To do that, these people are so obsessive. They have no lives. They just live on Twitter and harass people all fucking day. They were accusing Aaron of calling them prostitutes and stuff today. Aaron's like, I never called anybody.
I heard something like that. I don't know what the fuck anybody's talking about with that.
Really? Manya, do you happen to have that screenshot handy? I know you're here. Do you happen to have that kicking around? You happen to have that one? If you do, the one of Aaron calling us prostitutes to Steve. Yeah, you happen to have that one kicking around? Yes, and I will stretch.
But like I said, it's all just smear tactics, and I don't. What are they gonna? Like I said, how does it affect me? I have a real life. People know this. Okay.
Yeah, how does it affect you? Why are you here? If it doesn't affect you at all, why are you here? What are you doing? What are you doing, Steve? And if it's a smear tactic, then why does everybody agree that it's not swatting? Because it's not a smear tactic, right? Because if it was a smear tactic, there'd be a lot of additional work going on. The fact that you could have just said, yeah, you know what, it wasn't swatting, maybe I overdid it a little bit, isn't a very good smear tactic. It's almost like it's just a fact. Real life. Yeah, how bizarre.
Okay, I have a real fucking life.
I don't believe you.
You have a
Prove
real
it.
fucking life. I don't even stream that much.
Prove it.
I don't either. And the
You know?
harassment is out of this world.
Prove it.
Yeah.
Show. Show,
Well,
don't tell.
Like I said, it's not going to stop with certain people. We know this. There's been a long-standing group that people have.
Then what's the point of your fucking restraining order? If they're so bad and they're going to fucking go on and harass you no matter what, then why do you think a restraining order would be effective? If you have a real life and it doesn't affect you, then why are you getting restraining orders? For content? Why? What are you doing? Pick a lane!
all got together, decided to, we're going to make people's lives miserable because of the fuck of it, and there's very little you can do about it, and I get that. The only thing that can be done is the good people speak up and the good people say fuck off, because that's all I do, and then they get mad at me.
You're welcome. Fuck off. It wasn't swatting. Fuck off. Cheshire harassing them. Why don't they bring a court case up with you? Obviously because you're not, right? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem beyond... To me, it doesn't seem like it would be beyond this particular group of people to try to weaponize or try to bring fallacious court representation. Honest Red said, aren't we all prostitutes to some degree? Maybe to some degree.
For saying fuck off, because I don't want to have anything to do with shitty people.
Exactly.
You know?
They get mad at
I'm
me
sorry.
saying that I'm like,
Did I ask for a conversation with Steve? Is that what happened? I don't think that happened.
you know, that Rev
Yeah.
guy.
I do, and yes, I do. I had to block him finally, but he eventually put out the truth on certain things, and I respect him for that.
What
But
red
when
guy?
he starts calling me a Nazi and I'm Jewish, I'm gonna block you.
Well, he got mad at me today because a couple weeks ago I said we had got into it about a month or so ago when I was trying to tell the trolls that I know who you are. I've got your IP. I know who you are. He was trying to call me a liar, and so I told him, I said,
Rev.
okay, you want to see the truth? So I messaged him and I sent him the proof, and then he vouched for me on Twitter. And then today, Flip did a 180 for no reason.
He did the same to me. Yeah, no, he flips back and forth, and that's why I finally blocked him. Because I mean, 1 minute he's this, I don't know if he's bipolar or what it is, but it's just I cannot be around certain people. Which
You should probably, when you don't know, particularly when it comes to people's mental states and whether or not they have issues, you should probably refrain from making statements about what those issues are. And yes, Vagary says there are literally Israeli Nazis. Yeah, particularly this time in this place that we currently live in, it is not... Being a thing doesn't preclude you from being something else.
certain conditions, because I'm just tired of it. I'm just tired of it.
Didn't you have an ex-girlfriend that had bipolar or something?
I've had one or two, not to that extent, not to the extent that I've seen with other people on the internet.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like I've seen with the crazy on the internet.
We get the
You
most
know?
psychotic people ever after us.
Then
I don't get it.
By far.
leave.
By far. And I'll give you an example.
If you're such victims and it's such a problem for you, then stop doing it. Like, I'm not here to say that you've been victimized, therefore the victim is to blame. No, I'm saying if it's so much and you can't handle it, you have to take care of yourself. Because there isn't a legal route for you to take. The only way for you to take care of yourself in that scenario, and sometimes the only way for you to take care of your own mental well-being in a scenario, is to remove yourself from the scenario. If you're being abused, then stop being in the scenario where you're being abused. It doesn't mean you're at fault. It just means that there are steps you could take to remove yourself from the situation. So remove yourself from the situation. This is like, stop talking about me, stop talking about me talking about you. Like, if you think Charla's behind everything, stop talking about Charla. If you don't like that people are questioning the accusations that you're making against people without evidence, then stop making accusations of people without being able to provide the evidence, whether you have it or not. And if you have the information and you have the evidence, then put that out there. Why change your story? Why change from, hey, I was swatted, here's the police report that shows, and then somebody says, that doesn't show anything about swatting. Well, the police didn't put anything down, so the police misrepresented or mishandled or violated your rights? Is that what you're saying? Why didn't you say that when you posted it? Why wouldn't you say, hey, this doesn't show everything, but here's an example? You didn't say that because you didn't think you were going to get questioned. Then you got questioned and you flipped the fuck out. Maybe the internet's just not for you. And we all know the internet is not a safe place. Should it be? Maybe. Should it not be? Also maybe. That's a different discussion.
Though I'll tell you if you got a minute, because I know you want to start your.
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay, so today at work, one of these supervisors was telling me that one of the guys that came in was asking her to buy her food at one of the local fast food places here.
Hey, you know what Steve did when he was trying to serve Kyle? He had Ruhif reach out to Kyle's stated workplace to try to get some information about whether or not Kyle was around and still worked there. That was acceptable then. That was a fine thing to do then because it was a matter of legality. I wonder what Steve would say if somebody contacted Steve's workplace on behalf of Charla to try to serve him paperwork at this point, because it seems like he's changed his mind on that when it's him that's involved.
And then started getting a little more creepy, like, hey, where do you work? Can I sit by you? Are you married? And she's like, and she is.
What do you mean?
She's married.
What do you mean somebody was asking her where she worked if they showed up at her workplace? Steve, what the fuck story is this?
With 4 kids and a 5th on the way.
That's still creepy.
And she was like telling me this as the guy came in. I said, well, look, this guy, I haven't even seen him steal anything before because I do loss prevention. However, I know he does ask people for money to buy him things, which is frowned upon. But look, I understand the need for homeless people, especially when it gets cold.
Are you explaining a story where a woman came to you asking for your help and you're explaining how you were not able to help them and did nothing? What? What does this have to do with anything?
If somebody wants to buy them socks and shit like that, why would I be against that, right? I'm like, go for it. I have bought people food, and I know some homeless people here. When I'll go home and have some bottles of water, I'll be like, hey, you want some water? Because they're people. They're fucking people. And you try to get in the good ones' side so the bad ones stay away from you, because they'll be like, hey, look, Steve's cool over there, don't fuck with him, kind of shit, right?
Right.
But
did you just say that your charity comes with an ulterior motive, Steve? That you're nice to homeless people so you don't get fucked with by other homeless people? What? Huh?
But long story short, this guy came in the store and he was asking people for money and harassing people. And I was like, and after what she told me, I was like, okay, do you want me to remove him? And she's like, yes, please.
So it's the same guy that was hitting on her?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so I said, certainly. So I was like, I told the guy, look,
So after saying that all of the things he was doing were acceptable, now you're telling the story that you removed him? God, could you be cohesive for once in your life?
Based on prior behaviors, I have to ask you to leave the store. And he was real sketchy, and he's like, okay, I'll leave. And then he started walking the other way. And then he started walking outside with some socks that he had picked up. And then when the security guards that walks the area, he was standing right outside. So he dropped the socks and went outside. And
So for anybody who didn't catch it, Steve now has told everybody that he lives in this area in Idaho, or whatever it's called, Indio, California, and he works in loss prevention with his full name out there at a store that sells socks. At least. At minimum.
told the security guy, I said, look, this guy's trespassed not from our store, or not just from our store, but I want you to trespass him from the property. And he's not welcome back here. And if you see him anywhere near the property, you tell him that he needs to get out. You're going to call the IPD on him.
So, wait. So you said that he wasn't breaking any rules and he wasn't trespassing, but you asked them to utilize rules on him anyway because it made a woman uncomfortable. So, you abused your power? Allegedly in defense of a woman who was uncomfortable? Not only that, but a store attached to a plaza or a mall because the store is not the property. Yep. So this was the route you chose to take. Out of multiple routes you could have taken, like, you know, talking to the guy or telling him to, like, leave the cashier alone. You went all the way to getting this guy, threatening to get this guy arrested and had him removed from the entire property where he was a homeless person asking for food. And you think this makes you the good guy in this scenario. Okay. Sure.
We work with the complex security.
That is so creepy.
And you know, but here I am. I have mace in my pocket, right? And I'm like, I'm the one that has to remove these people because of the behaviors they have with women. And for somebody to say that I would ever have those kind of behaviors or domestic violence, why would I not take that personally? But then I would look at the source and go, oh yeah, they fucking know this full of shit. They know that. They know. But they do it because they know because.
Bro, a pastor can work with kids and work with fucking couples and help those people and still be a fucking predator, you dumbass. Being one thing does not preclude you from being another person. Or for having another fucking position. You can be someone who looks after kids and feeds, like, you could feed homeless people and still fucking sexually assault them. These are not... This is bad. This is really bad argumentation. This is fallacious. These are fallacies that we're hearing. What the fuck does any of this have to do with whether or not your online behavior towards a specific individual... What does one thing have to do with the other? Jesus Christ. People behave... It is not even uncommon for people to behave one way online and another way publicly. Yes, it's not surprising to me that you would not be able to behave the way you behave online as you would in a workplace, because you'd get your ass fucking fired. Oh my god! What about all those people who made that movie exposing, like, this children's... What was that came out recently? And it turned out, like, that half the people, or a bunch of the people that funded the movie were fucking pedophiles, and it was about, like, sex trafficking kids. Like, what the fuck? The number says he needs a new PR team. This is his new PR team! This is just saying, I'm nice, so lying doesn't exist. It's a strange argument, right? Or being wrong. I mean, I think he's lying at this point. You don't get this defense. Like, he was lying. He knows what swatting is. He's just bullshitting, and he's trying to, like, throw shade. If it wasn't swatting, explain how it was. Show those 4 things happening. Sound of Freedom! Yeah, thank you, yes. The Sound of Freedom. That thing. Basically, according to Steve's logic, nobody who funded the Sound of Freedom could ever have done anything that is detrimental to children, literally ever. Of any degree.
I'm so antithetical to that I'm so the opposite of what they portray me to be.
Yeah, but we're relying on your telling of the story. That's not good enough. You need... Wow, these people say I'm a bad person, but I don't say I'm a bad person, therefore I can't be a bad person. Like, no, that's not how that works.
That's why they do it.
Exactly. Aaron,
that's why they
hey,
say that.
if you want to come up, you can drop the link.
Yeah, go ahead and let Aaron drop up.
Aaron's
I have
gonna
to
come
finish
in.
some other things. Like I
Hey,
said,
why wasn't I invited?
She doesn't have to. I was just saying if she wanted to.
Let her drop up. Yeah, come up, Aaron. Say your piece. But I did put a tweet out there that's saying, look, Aaron has never, to my knowledge, lied to me. We don't agree on everything, but who the fuck does? Name 2 people that agree on 100%. The fact that we can have a civil conversation and enjoy it That's what adults do. Because
Is he saying this to bolster like the fact that she said he wasn't swatted, that she agreed with me? Because Veda agreed with me too.
like she said, I know her intent. She knows my intent. And I'm having a
Sure.
brilliant discussion with somebody tomorrow who was on the Jubilee panel with Blair White, you know,
Oh,
a trans
God.
woman that I was like, man, this is amazing stuff. This person, this trans woman was
So Aaron and Veda out here supporting Steve's transphobic shit. Good, cool.
just not allowed to speak her mind on that panel, and her and Blair were just treated so abysmally. And we had been talking for a while, and I said, look, I would love to have you come on my show because you're a voice of reason. Whether we agree or disagree doesn't matter, but you are the kind of person that I love having conversations with. And
But it was somebody who agreed with you. But we, oh, whatever.
she was so kind, and she's like, I would love to come on your channel and talk about this.
Uh-huh.
And so I'll be talking to her name's Jessica Gill, very, very nice lady, tomorrow on my channel, Rumble. And Aaron's going to hopefully join me. I started
place
at
where all
2.
the
I
cool
know she
people
has to
go.
work, and hopefully she'll be done by 2:50.
Aaron's supposed to go? That's interesting because in the video before this, the one that Aaron made, said she didn't want to get involved in the trans conversation. Weird that she would show up on your channel to talk about trans issues. Are you calling Aaron a liar, Steve?
I'll try to postpone a few minutes if I can, but I really want Aaron to join because, again, Aaron and I don't have to agree on everything, but I have the utmost respect for Aaron, and she knows it. Utmost respect.
You're not allowed to invite another wife without inviting me.
All right, I'll put approval list out there.
Ew.
But like I said, you know, and so I get these people like Steve's transphobic, and I'm like, really?
Yeah.
I saw that today, and I was like, where
Yes, you are. I've already made videos about it. You're welcome to go and watch them.
How
did
am I
you do that?
transphobic? I support trans people like any rational person would. They're human.
You literally said that the T in LGBT should be removed because you think trans people are doing gay people a disservice. You also unironically used the term gay agenda. You also supported and had somebody on that you agreed with saying that trans people shouldn't be allowed to use public bathrooms because of the construction of the houses. Bro. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Let me go and grab that shit. Oh, interesting. Open image and new tab. Something calling us prostitutes, and Steve didn't know what was being talked about. Wow, let me know if you think that I owe you $220,000 for PR work. I'll mark your name off for them. PR, prostitution ring. This was in reference to something that I had said. Oh, look at that. It's almost like they're full of shit. What a very interesting and how convenient of memories they happen to have. How bizarre. What's this? Receipts? Oh, yes, and support, right, yes. The gay conversion therapy stuff that Steve has talked about, the critical race theory stuff, the his abhorrent behavior regarding Dylan Mulvaney. Yep. All that shit. There's a lot. More coming. Oh God, you've got more. There's more than one receipt? What? No, it's impossible. It can't be. You mean they kept going? Is that the latest narrative? If so, I would keep you around for that, as why would I give up my best employee? See, this is where their inconsistency of us causes problems. That's a sentence. It is your cult or mine. I mean, if it's your fault but bears my name, so which one is the pimp and which one is the bottom bitch? This is why details are important to simply point and say whores is asinine. We need clarification as to who the whores, who the pimp is, why that is, and why that matters. Without this parody attempt fails horribly. And you're talking about me and Manya. What are receipts? What receipts? What are you talking about? Never happened. Fake news. Fake news. For shame.
Beings, but that doesn't mean there's not some bad agents out there. You know, I just happen to tend to conservative trans women over liberal trans women. But
you mean conservatives who are trying to remove trans rights? So he just admitted that he doesn't want trans people to have rights because he leans toward conservative values when it comes to trans people? And the conservative talking points for trans people is remove them from society? The fuck are you talking about, dude? All right, I'm gonna take us on a quick break. We've been live for a while, so I'm just gonna give us a break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. My God. Yo, welcome back. Yeah, no, it's okay. You can hear me. It's fine. I just got some. I got some more to drink. Shit. All right, I'll put it back. I put it back 10 seconds. That should be fine. Yeah.
Bad agents out there. You know, I just happen to tend to conservative trans women over liberal trans women. But okay.
he tends to conservative trans women over liberal trans women, which means he agrees with trans people who don't think trans people should have rights. So yeah, he tends to, meaning like he agrees with and converses with this side of the fence, or the conservative side of the fence over the liberal side of the fence. But yeah, I don't mind playing things again because I would be remiss if I just happen to mishear somebody and accidentally end up misrepresenting what they said, like Aaron did to me. All right.
So what? And I'm not even conservative. I'm not even on the right. But certain things that they say I tend to probably more agree with, but I absolutely support transgender people. I'm 100%. And so
I support transgendered people. That's why I tend to agree with conservatives in regards to trans people, which is against trans people. Huh?
was Aaron.
Yeah. Someone messaged me and they said, "Go look at all the nasty stuff he writes about trans people," and I was like, "Well,
Like
I don't
what?
see it." I was like, where is it?
I
Can you
swear,
send me
I
that?
will tell you right here and now, and I will give everybody carte blanche. You show me what I have said nasty about any trans person, besides the fact that I think that people like Dylan Mulvaney are
Besides that thing that I said against trans people. Besides that one.
bad actors, and I think they're harmful to women. But that's just because of the individual, not because of the fact that they claim that they're trans. I just don't like certain people. But you think we all like everybody? No.
No, they're probably just making that up because you don't like a certain person that might be trans or gay or something.
Right. It's just because somebody's gay means.
When you say Dylan Mulvaney is mocking women because he presents himself as trans and as a woman, and I say he because I'm quoting Steve because Steve refuses to use Dylan Mulvaney's pronouns, then what you're saying is that that you're including trans people in that, not just Dylan Mulvaney. Yeah, yes, correct. Okay, so here's one of the videos. Yeah, I got two of them. Right there. Philosophy of Pride Month. If you want to see if Steve is transphobic, you can just go watch those. He put carte blanche. He said anybody. That includes the people he's definitely not going to watch because they're dishonest and trolls. Well, stick to it, bucko. Go ahead. Justify that shit.
You can't like them. I happen to like a lot of gay people, but maybe one or two people that are gay that I maybe don't like. That doesn't mean you're homophobic. You're allowed.
Correct. You can dislike someone who is trans and not say transphobic shit. Exactly. He is saying that like they're conducive, like one inherently means the other. No, I can like men and say Steve is a piece of shit. That doesn't mean that I dislike all men because I don't have to say shit that's just anti-men in general. I can just say that Steve is an asshole.
You dislike people for who they are and what they say, not for any attribute about them. Now, if you hate a person because they're gay, you're a bigot. If you hate a person because they're trans, you're a transphobe or a bigot. You're a hateful person. I will never have any of those people on my channel. I want nothing to do with them. But
you're willing to have conservative talking points and present conservative positions without pushback that trans people shouldn't be allowed in public bathrooms. He'll have them on Rumble. Yeah, we'll put them on Rumble.
So how does that make me a transphobe when I want?
I hate every person named Steve because of this one. Didn't Steve put a bigoted transphobe on his channel against Atlas? Yes, 2 of them, actually.
Nothing to do with people will say, oh, that gay people are going to go to hell or you're a bad person for being gay. I'm like, be gay, be happy. Just be honest about, to people and treat people decently. I don't
Yes,
think
Steve.
that's asking for much.
Treat people decently.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with our community.
Yeah. Steve is I get a lot of what Steve's saying.
At least she admits that it's their community. You're just admitting that your community is toxic, Veda. Interesting. Yet your community is bigoted, that your community says bigoted shit. Weird admission. I wonder how that happened. It's almost like the creators cultivate the community.
and I get a lot of what the concerns are that he brings up regarding this whole issue and everything. The only thing I really disagree with him on is the suggested actions that can be possibly taken. I don't know. We'll get into more of that tomorrow.
Yeah.
You agree, you disagree with the suggested actions. The suggested action being eradicating transgenderism, because that was something he agreed with. That was something that Michael Knowles said that Steve backed up. Or he agrees with that trans people shouldn't be shouldn't have access to their public bathrooms. That's something that Steve agreed with. So that's what Erin is saying she disagrees with. Why do I know this? Because I watched the Philosophy of Pride videos that Erin was in. And now here's Erin, after her previous video where she said she doesn't want to get involved in the transphobia conversation. Here she is getting involved, saying she's going to get involved in it further. We also actually watched some of the Rumble one in Discord, and it was just as bad. Just as bad.
But I mean, that's about it. I mean, I understand the concerns. I do. I understand the concerns. I may not prioritize them quite as much as he does, but I mean, again, what does it matter? I'm not a trans person. What the fuck does it matter what I say or think?
If you say that, then why are you making videos on it, and why are you participating in conversations about it if you don't think any of it matters and you don't think your opinion is valid because you're not a trans person? And why are you entertaining Steve if you don't think your opinion or his opinions matter because he's not a trans person? Like, why are you participating? What are you doing?
We all agree that if a person's gay, straight, bi, trans, or whatever, if they're a good person, that's all that matters. I don't care if you're straight or...
What the fuck does any of this have to do with my video and whether or not it's swatting? Can we get back to the topic?
Okay. But treat people with respect, treat people with dignity. Now, if they're not somebody that should be treated with dignity because they're a piece of shit, like trolls who smear people, do what you got to do. You know? Say what you got to say.
What? So now it's okay to not treat people with basic, like, human decency and with decent human rights if you disagree with them? Huh? Okay. Wow. Sure.
Say about them. But if there's somebody who has an honest position and they can intelligently talk about their position, why would you not want to be friends with that person? Why would you not?
Yes, Steve, it's not swatting. Here's an intelligent and reasoned explanation as to why it's not swatting. Why wouldn't you want to engage and be friendly with that person and then, have the discussion and explain why you think it is swatting? Why wouldn't you want to do that? Weird.
Want them to add to the discussion when they disagree with you. That's the people you want in your life.
Exactly.
To keep you in check. Eric keeps me in check. Right.
To keep you in check. Oh my god. I think you're wrong, Chesh, so I should lock you in a basement and feed you cat shit for the rest of your life. That isn't reasonable? Steve sounds like an incel. Why don't people want to be my friend? The thing is, right, is like you would have to assume that Steve is being honest in the first place. And quite frankly, I don't think Steve is being honest. But to say that Erin keeps Steve in check when apparently she doesn't know what's going on and or is dishonest and or is also doing nothing but backing up what Steve says and not actually criticizing him. So, like, if you go and watch old videos of Steve and I together, you will see me calling him out and slapping him on the wrist and telling him he's straight up wrong about things. And you don't see that with Erin.
Erin keeps me in check. She'll check me. She'll clock me.
No, she
We
won't.
will never
so
evolve.
boring for people
We
to
will
just...
never evolve if we live in echo chambers. We never will evolve.
Yep.
Hi, Candy.
Is
How
that-
are you?
Is that why you felt the need to take over a Facebook group that didn't agree with you? Your actions and what you're saying is good and acceptable behavior seem to not quite fit together quite so well.
Hi, Candy.
Hi, how you doing? No, I just wanted to say, like, exactly, Steve, like...
Yeah, I'm the only person who called him out that it was not swatting and that he should correct it. None of these people have done that. All of these people have agreed with me, but not said exactly why I shouldn't be calling out Steve or how I'm wrong for doing things the way I did or that I did them at all. They're backing Steve up and enabling him. They're not calling him out. That's not what's happening here. If they were calling him out, they'd be like, well, shit, no, they probably wouldn't even make videos on it. Honestly, if it were me, okay, so I worked with Steve for a long time, so what I would have said was, I would have looked at this video, watched the video, I would have said, like, okay, so they're right, it's not swatting. In fact, I probably wouldn't even had to watch a video. I probably would have seen Steve's tweet, and I would have immediately sent him a message being like, you need to take that back. You need to reword that, because this is not swatting. You cannot say that this is swatting. You need to, like, reword this. Like, I understand that you're freaked out, but you can't call it swatting, so you should say this instead, and I would have rephrased it. And I probably would have rephrased it as something like, the police were called to my door, and I believe it was like I believe that it was a fake call or somebody like trying to do something under the radar, because there was no legitimate reason for the police to have been called or to be here at all. And it's this is fucking nuts. Like, this is some like this is some bullshit. And like, I would have said something like along those lines. But like, no, I would have called this out before, like, as soon as I saw it on Twitter, I would have been like, what the fuck is this, question mark?
Obviously, Vader, as a transgender woman, you can share your opinion with her, and she isn't going to get offended. At the end of the day, how can we be educated if we can't ask these questions?
Exactly.
Vader's a transgender woman? And nobody's saying you can't ask questions to trans people, or you can't ask questions to professionals in those fields. The problem is that Steve and people like Steve ask these questions that have answers, they get answers, and then they reject those answers that are coming from professionals in those fields. We've talked about this before.
And that's the problem I find with a lot of these conversation people.
I'm just LGBTQ.
Yeah, she's not trans. Yeah, she's not trans. But even if we're, who cares?
Well,
yeah,
it's not an insult, exactly. It's not an insult. Yeah, sorry,
right.
but it's
and
not.
Shouldn't, and it, it's a good point though. Some people think that people calling somebody transgender or gay is an insult, and that to me is disgusting. Now I find that to be repugnant when people.
Well, technically, I am. I have a male's mentality.
I thought you were gay, Steve.
I think like a male, so I do have that male's mentality. So I'm not offended whatsoever.
So now Veda is trans because she thinks like a man. Isn't that kind of sexist? What does thinking like a man mean? What? Also, by the way, the person who was called trans on the internet was me. That was me. That was Russian vids. And I think Mania probably got called a man too. Remember, people were calling her Mania, like they would capitalize the M-A-N and call her Mania and capitalize that. So, you know, I feel like this is gonna get really weird really fast. So what does it have to do with swatting again?
I won't even use the word queer, even though it's socially acceptable nowadays, because I was raised that it was a pejorative, and I don't like using that word, and I shouldn't be half.
You mean Steve doesn't like that words are polysemous and change sometimes, and doesn't like keeping up with the times, which means that he's one of those people who's really likely to use a slur because it wasn't a slur when he used it?
Forced to be use that word to normalize it because I find it to be vulgar.
Well, I guess it just depends on what context gay does mean.
I know. I get it, but that's how I was raised.
Right.
I mean, I was raised with
the best argument. I was raised that way, therefore I won't change.
Actually fighting for gay rights, right? And
actually
gays didn't have the right to marry.
Actually fighting for gay rights, as opposed to what's happening now. Your language is slipping, my dude, and it's exposing way more than I think you want it to.
Gays were treated as second-class citizens. Gays were treated horribly. And I was in the front line with my friends who were gay, and I stood up for them. And then in the military, I got to tell you, nobody cares if you're gay or straight. Nobody cares. All they care.
When you were in the military, Steve? What year was that? What year were you active in the military? And let's see if we can confirm. Well, don't tell us how you think gay people were treated. We should ask a gay person about how they felt like they were treated in the military when you were in the military. You should stop speaking for gay people. queer has been a synonym for odd or differing from the norm for a long time. Yes, correct.
Care about is if you do your job. They don't care if you're trans. They don't care if you're whatever.
That's not true.
They don't care. If you're an adult, be happy. What they care about is if you do your job and you treat people right. That's it. And that's always been my position, and yet I'm vilified for that.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, growing up,
you're vilified for your behavior and because your position is based on bullshit. And how you feel about the way you perceived trans or queer people to be treated while you were in the military is not the reality of the way they felt like they were treated or the way they were being treated. Because you were on a submarine, which means you were dedicated to a very specific area around a very specific group of people for long periods of time. That tells nothing about the recruitment process or basic training or the Army or the Air Force and how they would have been treated in those areas. Stop pretending, because you know better, than to treat your experience like it was the catch-all. Maybe you just were in a good squad and didn't have those issues. Maybe, if we take your word for it. But that doesn't make it the entirety of everyone's experience. He was on a nuke sub, specifically. Did Steve know who was gay because he went undercover? Yeah, how did you know who in your contingent was gay and how they were being treated because of it, Steve? How did you know that? How did you know that?
I mean, it's just the era in which Steve and I kind of grew up, because we're, just about the same age. But like the word queer was never, when I was younger, it's never like used in any positive. Or
Who Who the hell here is arguing semantics again? Why are we talking about this?
The other man.
Veda, control your guests.
Or other than negative, right? Rather. That's just the way it was. But now I get that it's totally different. Like nobody really uses that word in a negative way, to be honest. They use other slurs or whatever.
When I grew up, the F word was used as a slur, but not a slur for gay people. It was just used as a slur for stupid or idiot or weirdo or like dumb. So I stopped using the term because the term shifted to now be used as a pejorative in a way that I don't intend it to be used. And so there's no value in me using the term anymore, because then I have to do a whole rigmarole of explaining what I mean, as opposed to what like is the general normative use of the word, particularly because I also know that I'm on the internet. And so like I have to take into consideration when I'm communicating to people online that I'm going to speak to them in a way that they understand and not say things that they're going to misconstrue. So like using the term queer or using a term that is currently considered a slur, whereas like I may have used it in the past without that intention behind it, but the internet would view it as a slur, and so I don't use it because I'm not intending it as a slur towards like gay people. What the fuck? This is like strange overcompensating virtue signal for something that's not even true. Yeah, right?
Really, and whenever I hear
context
the word,
matters,
it's used in the either positive way or just in a descriptive way,
Yeah. And, look, and that's fine. Words.
It was a little jarring though for me. I had to kind of get used to that as well.
But do you agree, though?
I just came on, guys, if you don't mind me saying, because obviously in the UK, we call like cigarettes FAGs. I don't want to say it. Right. I was quite shocked when, I was out. I actually travelled to America during my gap year, and when I was out with a friend and I said, "Do you want a FAG?" meaning a cigarette, I was drunk, but they
I was drunk.
got offended, but I had to explain to them that there is a cultural difference there.
Yes, America should learn that there is more places than just America that use terms differently. Yes. I agree with the caller.
I didn't mean any offense by it.
But isn't that what Aaron was talking about? Intent matters.
The fuck does this have to do with swatting?
Yeah. It really
thanks for having me on, guys. I've got to jump off, but thank you,
Candy.
Thank you.
My phone is, I don't know if you hear it, my phone's blowing up.
I asked her why they labeled cigarettes as that. I was just wondering.
Holy shit, dude. At first I thought it was Julie Virgo.
Because it's a stick.
It did sound like
I did too, actually, but I was like, no, because that wasn't.
Then she started talking like with some logic and common sense. I thought.
You're like, oh yeah, it's definitely not Jimmy.
They all like Julie Virgo, I guess. I don't know.
But yeah, I'll be jumping out here. But you know, Veda, I thank you and Aaron for, like I said, for being voices against this kind of stuff. None of us.
No, they're not against me. They agree with me. They all said it wasn't swatting. Why are you? I feel like this is Bizarro Land, and they're like, Chesh is right. It's not swatting, and Steve's like, thanks for like supporting me in this swatting attempt, when both of them said that he wasn't swatted. Am I losing my mind? What?
Have to agree on everything, but I will sure the hell stick up for people that are lied about. I will stick up for people that are being slandered, and all of us.
Are you going to stick up for your lies about Manya when you lied and said she was under investigation for credit card fraud? Are you going to stick up for that, Steve? After all the fucking racist shit that was hurled her way because of her association with you? No? You're gonna treat her like a piece of shit? Of course you are, asshole.
Have been in this community long enough to know we have been targeted, like literally targeted by people. And
poor you.
I just want people in my life that I can trust that aren't going to target others. That's it. I'm really getting my circles small. It really is, because I just don't want to be around the internet that much anymore. I want to just be able to do a show here.
Then shut the fuck up. I don't want to be around the internet anymore. Then stop fucking making bullshit accusations about people that you can't prove, or don't want to prove, or you have the capability of prove but refuse to do so. But no, he's gonna say, oh, well, I just want to be able to have my show. Okay, so you want to be able to go ahead and fucking talk shit all the time. You just don't like that there are consequences. Oh my god.
That's it. I'm really getting my circles small. It really is, because, I just don't want to be around the internet that much anymore. I want to just be able to do a show here and there, say what I got to say about philosophy. But other than that, I don't want to be around the internet any longer. It has become so toxic.
Then stop making shows and videos that aren't about philosophy. If that's what you want to do, then do that. Oh my fucking god. Why are you here?
But unfortunately, the fact that they're going after people I care about, it's hard to draw away, because I swear to God, I haven't even showed you, Veda, but I'll show you. I think Aaron knows what I'm talking about, because Aaron, you had some people reach out, or specifically reach out to you today too. Don't mention any names, please. But you do what I'm talking about, but people that have had some kids and have some issues, and you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay.
No, she doesn't
check
know.
Your messages then, because
okay.
She doesn't know what you're talking about either.
Because it was to me, you, and Nikki.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
All right. So you know what I'm talking about, and of course.
So she only knew what you were talking about when she knew the people that were involved, not the content. Funny thing that, it kind of reminds me of that time she read BM Furball's comment, agreed with it, then moved away from the comment, and then moved back into the comment and started disagreeing with BM Furball because she didn't realize who was fucking the comment was. Is he talking about us? I don't know who the fuck he's talking about, man. It's just like these wild, vague accusations that may include me. Maybe they include you. Maybe they include Charla. Maybe they include somebody the fuck else, because he's not paying attention to the context in which he's making these accusations. He's long since forgotten that this is supposed to be a video responding to me. And Veda has not once yet asked him the quintessential question, were you swatted? Or how do you know that you were swatted? Or how do you know that was fake? And who swatted you? And how do you know who it is? These would be like the questions that would matter. These would be like, you want an honest agent to come and ask you reasonable questions. These are the questions that a reasonable person would be asking.
I have to prioritize their safety.
Who?
And
what are you
that's
talking
what bothers
about?
me, because now people are involved.
So now you're saying that you can't make videos about philosophy because somebody is threatening someone else's family because of you? Do you know how ridiculous that sounds, especially since you're not willing to go into details or show anything to demonstrate that that's even true in the first place? This is my problem, right? Like, these Any of these things could be true, but at this point it doesn't matter if they're true or not. The problem is your behavior and your way of going about it. If this is true, yeah, great, that fucking sucks, that's rough, buddy. But when you make these kinds of accusations without being able to demonstrate that stuff, or you make these kind of accusations without any additional fucking anything, you're just sending people on wild fucking goose chases to make whatever assumptions that you're kind of implying, either by the video that you're talking about it, or who you're talking about at the time, or who's within the circle that you're referring to. So right now, somebody might reasonably assume that you're saying that Charla is threatening somebody's kid, or you're saying that Katie Joy is threatening somebody's family, or you're saying that I'm threatening somebody's family, but you haven't actually said any of those things. This is what we like to call plausible deniability. They're like, well, I never said that, but you're whipping your audience up to think that all this shit is going on, and that you're implying somebody, and they're going to jump to the conclusion about who you're talking about based on the context of the name of the video, who you're supposed to be talking about in the video, who you have been talking about in the video, who you talk about regularly, etc., etc., etc. This was an old Caffeine Corner video. Me and Steve did a video a long time about cultivating an audience, and how you cultivate your audience, and how you can indicate to them, and how it can be problematic or not problematic to do certain things or talk about specific stuff, and how to go about having those types of conversations, so that way you do not end up with like the people who follow you going out and doing shit that you don't actually want them to do, and how you cultivate a good audience. Whereas Veda just acknowledged that their community goes out and says and does bigoted shit. But he just wants people who are on his side. Right, exactly. He just wants people who are... I believe what Aaron called that a minute ago is an echo chamber.
You know, when and have kids and their safety is being I don't say the word violated, but it's putting them in a fear,
jeopardizing their safety.
There's a really big difference between jeopardizing somebody's safety, violating somebody's safety, and making somebody feel uncomfortable. All three of those are vastly different things, and those differences aren't just semantics. Those are differences that fucking matter. Either something has happened to these kids, either they are in jeopardy and something might happen or could happen to them, or they feel like something may or may not happen to them. Those are all different fucking things. Oh my god.
Yeah. And it's all because of trolls. All because of trolls who don't give a shit of what their actions are. They don't care. Trolls. They're just so fucking worried about me because they disagree with me that they don't give a shit that who they're listening to is telling the truth or not. They don't give a shit if their actions are causing actual harm to several people.
Why does not believing you directly, why is that indicative of children being put in danger? Why are you equating somebody disagreeing with you, whether or not it's true, equate to children and families being directly harmed? How are you making this connection? Because this is some fucked up rhetoric. You're just equating these things inherently. Why? The worst thing might happen to them. Someone could knock on their door. No! According to Steve, anyone that disagrees with him is a troll. Yeah, he should define troll at this point, because like he's just using it as such a catch-all term that he ought to, because I know that when we did Caffeine Corner, we had like designated, what I had said at least, was that there are levels of trolling, right? There's like your basic like contrarian shit, and then there's like, oh, somebody's like following your pages and giving you shit and heckling, and then like you get into like dark webby type shit. But the thing is that was my definition. Steve had his own, and that's all well and good, and we all agree that words are polysemous, so define your term. What are you talking about? Because those things no longer seem to apply. It's inconsistent. This is what Aaron tried to say about me using the term weird. Your terminology is inconsistent. On the plus side for me, weird is a vague catch-all term for something that's just unusual, or that I think is bizarre or unreasonable for the scenario, whereas he's using it as an identifying term for anybody who disagrees with him or anybody who asks a question about where did you get that fucking screenshot, for example.
Some of them very kind of unrelated to me, even.
It was my whole point of the stream yesterday. It's just people get so fucking biased at like coming for someone or canceling someone or just making them fucking pay for whatever slight they imagine that person did or whatever.
Right.
That they don't realize the effect, the damage
I don't know what
of their
stream she's
actions
talking
and
about.
what could and what does happen at times.
They don't
you know,
care.
and
They're
it's not,
sociopaths.
sadly,
They're
you know,
sociopaths
it
don't
takes
care.
like instances with that Inquisitor 3 guy, you know, and now
That's not what sociopathy is.
there's people coming for Tom fucking Hanks of all people. Like, what the hell, man?
I would say something else. About, I would say less than a tenth of a mile from here, like literally the apartments across the street. A couple of nights ago, people broke into their house, this guy's house, and killed him.
Why was it a robbery?
We don't know what it was. We don't know. It was a targeted hit probably, but this was literally across the street from where I live. So when people have people banging on your door at 5:30 in the morning, and then
Did he just say it was a couple of weeks ago? This stream was like 2 and a couple of weeks ago. The swatting was in September? And he's trying to equate the swatting thing that happened months prior to this, like, I'm scared because the police are knocking on my door because not the police showed up and had a hit out on somebody? Like, what the fuck? Also, yes, he's giving more hints where he lives. They could literally, now somebody could search Indio, California, and death in an air, like somebody dying, and, or like, even like, call the police of that region and look through their records or whatever. Yes, he's giving way too much he said it was literally across the street or within a mile. So, like, yeah, you could narrow down where Steve lives incredibly easy because Steve tells people where he lives all the time.
2 days later, somebody gets killed in their own home. Yeah, if you're not taking this seriously, fuck you. Stay.
You're not taking this seriously. If you were taking this seriously, then we wouldn't be here. If you were taking this seriously, you'd be in conversations with the police and not fucking bitching about it online and being like, oh my god, it's definitely this thing. Fuck everybody else. All you're doing is potentially instigating people and instigating the person who tried to swat you and failed, which would make them attempt it again, potentially, for all you know. I don't believe for a second you're fucking taking this seriously. Do not bullshit me. Don't bullshit a bullshitter. I fucking know how to bullshit. This is terrible.
Get the fuck away from me, that's all I ask. Stay away from people that I care about, because you have to be a sick motherfucking person to think it's okay to justify these types of phone calls.
Yeah, and
when did anybody justify any phone call? When did anybody do that? Tell Elmo.
I want to say, like, this whole
He's so
narrative, whatever, trying to be pushed, like, oh,
He's
they just,
so mad.
they just knocked on his
No,
door.
they did not.
Like, no, oh, what do you think? What do you think?
They
Police
did.
in America, they just walk up all nice and polite to your door and knock all gently, and they come in and stroke you off first before they say, hey, police.
No, they knocked on his door. By Steve's description. They knocked on his door.
A sick motherfucking person to think it's okay
this
to
is what I mean. This is
justify these types
circle
of phone
jerk.
calls.
Yeah, and I want to say, like,
themselves
this whole,
into a frenzy.
narrative, whatever, trying to be pushed, like, oh, but they just knocked on his door.
No, they did not.
Like, no, oh, what do you think? What do you think? Police in America, they just walk up all nice and polite to your door and knock all gently, and they come in and stroke you off first before they say, hey, police are here. No, that's not how it happens.
Steve didn't let them into the house. He closed the door in their face. So what the fuck are you talking about?
They didn't even announce themselves.
They scared the shit out of you, and they come in all menacing like and shit.
They didn't.
Bothers me.
But they didn't come in, Aaron. They didn't go into the house, Aaron. He closed the door on their face, Aaron. So what are you talking about? He's mad that they didn't offer to jerk him off, right?
That's what happened.
They didn't announce themselves initially. All that we heard, or I heard.
That's because they didn't enter. They don't have to knock, knock, knock. This is the police. And for all you know, maybe they did and you just didn't hear them because you were asleep. So if the knocking woke you up, Maybe you didn't hear them say, "This is the police, knock, knock, knock." You could have just not heard it if they did. Weird.
That's it. I want to do it chill out. It's only 6 o'clock. My neighbors are going to get too mad. Literally, that's what I heard. There was no...
He's literally banging in a way that he thinks his neighbors could hear him, meaning that the police could be called again for a general disturbance because they heard banging inside the house. He's yelling and banging, which justifies, is exactly what was on the call. All he has to do is leave the house for 20 seconds. He just admitted that he's the problem, yes. He's gonna somebody's gonna swat him again. Because he's gonna piss the neighbors off. And they're gonna be like, hey, like, we're hearing banging and yelling again from inside that house. Steve! There's this lovely thing they call a chill pill. You should go to your pharmacist and ask for it.
Oh, police or anything. There was just that knocking, and I'm like, holy shit, what's going on? And do I want to open my door at 5:30 in the morning when I can get killed? Does that happen to somebody? It literally fucking happened. A couple days later, I swear to motherfucking God, to somebody.
You just said that they weren't killed by the police. That was an orchestrated hit or an attack on somebody. Not that the police did it. Or are you changing your story to the police killed somebody? Did the police kill somebody?
Across the street.
Did the police kill somebody?
Were they acting like you were scary, or did they sound like you were a threat, or were they?
No, they probably realized I just fucking woke up. That I was like, are you sure? I literally just told them.
So if you just woke up and opened the door, then you weren't scared, were you? You were groggy and were like, hello? That's what you did. So you weren't freaked out and concerned that there was some kind of attack on you. You weren't freaked out and concerned that you needed protection. You weren't freaked out or concerned because it wasn't a big deal. And you're blowing it up into a big deal on the internet for reasons. Why does he keep tattling on himself? Veda, your questions suck. Ask a real question. Like, I don't know, were the police the ones that killed the person across the street off of a fake call? The police came to the door. Steve needs to grow the fuck up, right? But he didn't invite them in for coffee and donuts. I always have coffee and donuts ready for police. Always. If I know the police are coming, always have coffee and donuts ready.
So, are you sure you got the right apartment? I was like, no. I go, there's nobody here but me. I go, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I go, and I asked him, I said, who are you looking for? Because like I said, I know some of the people around. Not that I would, route my neighbors, but I was like...
Then why would you ask? Why would you ask who are you looking for? Because if they say we're looking for this person, they're going to expect you to answer. So why would you even ask them that if you weren't intending on ratting out your neighbors? Oh my god, he's a fucking snitch! And the neighbors don't fucking like him! Because they're in... potentially... How does he know his neighbors are into, like, not legal shit? Like, how does he know that? Didn't he say after that people should mind their own business and stay, like mind your shit? How does he know they're into illegal stuff, or does he just suspect that they're into illegal stuff and he's going to get his neighbors in trouble with the police when they haven't done anything? Oh my god.
Why are you here? And that's when they said, can you come inside?
How you found out about the pizza being delivered to your old address. How did you find out?
Because as soon as it was delivered, I was on my way to work about 9 o'clock in the morning, and I got a message on my phone that's saying your pizza's on its way. Your pizza has been, it's something along the lines of, we received your order, your pizza's on its way. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I called them up. Yeah, and by the way, they did it twice that day.
Yeah.
So you got an email on your phone, meaning they used your publicly available email and your publicly available address to send you a pizza. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can understand how that might be freaky or whatever the fuck, but nobody's finding, like, super sketch information about you that they wouldn't have access to. Is it appropriate? Probably not. That's a different discussion, though.
Yeah. And I went to the actual store and I got a copy of the receipt.
Yeah, I would have too, because they could tell you whose credit card or whatever.
You cannot have gone to the actual store because the actual store would have been... Did Did you go like all the way to the other district, or did you move down the road, or did what are you talking about? The actual store? Do you mean the actual store that it came from, or did you go to was it a chain and you went to a local chain that was able to provide you with a receipt? Because the receipt is in the email.
They wouldn't release any of that information to me, unfortunately.
Of course they wouldn't.
It's fucking ridiculous. And no, it wasn't a credit card; it was cash on demand. But the fact that they
didn't release information, which is ridiculous, which is information they didn't release to you because they didn't have it. Not that they should be releasing that information necessarily anyway.
They sent it to my old address, the same place that I was trying to be, that somebody was trying to serve me at.
Well, we're in luck because they emailed and admitted to doing it. So too bad.
I don't have a copy of any of that. So. I mean, I have a.
So he's making the accusation without a copy of an email where somebody admitted they did it, but somebody just happened to email Veda, who claims to be Charlotte, saying that they did it. Why would anybody email Veda telling Veda and admitting to sending pizza to Steve? Why the fuck? What are you talking about?
I have an anonymous email, but I mean, I haven't.
Tell the police, they'll look into it. Why are you playing detective? Because it's not the. Sorry, this isn't the police's job. They shouldn't be going to a police. What they should be doing is they should be hiring a PI. They should be hiring a private investigator.
I saw part of your video clip that you put on, but I don't know the whole story. So I'll look into that after I finish this.
Says, the police came to my house to question me about a suicide that happened 2 doors down from me, and they banged on the door
it's loud.
They knocked. Yes.
Yeah.
So they were knocking.
I was banging on my table. My neighbors ain't gonna say shit.
That's a really weird thing to highlight, that this is just the way the fucking police knock. Hi, Alice. Good to see you. Yeah, no, it's not his job. Steve's not good at this. He also doesn't have access to a lot of shit, so he should be relying on a private investigator.
And if they did, they'd come by and say, "What's up?" But it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon right here, so I mean, they play their music pretty loud and shit like that. But yeah, I know my neighbors. They're cool. And so no, it was not just this was a plan. This was targeted. I have no doubt in my mind about it. Believe it, don't believe it. I don't give a flying fuck. Their opinions mean nothing to me.
Okay.
I know what happened, and
then why
I
are
know
you
for
here?
a fact that these cops were not.
You can't say that. You can't say, I believe that this happened and I don't care if you don't believe me, and then say, I know for a fact. You don't know it for a fact. You believe that this happened. You don't get to treat these two things as if they're different fucking things. You don't fucking get to do this. Either you believe that this happened, or you know this happened for a fact. Now, we know that, if you want to talk in terms of philosophy, you can go into whether or not, a belief predicates knowledge, and knowledge is never wrong. It's just you didn't have knowledge when you think you had knowledge, and that's all great and good and what the fuck ever. But when you go ahead and you make a statement saying you know this thing happened versus you believe this thing happened, you're going to end up with a very, very different fucking result. Right? If you say that, hey, listen, I believe that Charlotte did this and I don't care what anybody else believes because their opinion can go suck a dick. That's fine. Whatever. You can believe that. You can feel that way. Fine. But if you then turn around and say, I know this happened for a fact, it means you're making a claim about the facts of the matter that you do not have. Those are different things. Jesus Christ. And we're back to, I hope Charlotte's lawyers have a fucking copy of this, because if her lawyers are making the argument against his, because he's getting, trying to get a restraining order against her, if her lawyers have access to this information, and he tries to argue that this was opinion, not fucking statements of fact, you just take this clip and just say, look, he's saying it as if it was a statement of fact, and off it goes into oblivion. Jesus Christ.
This was targeted. I have no doubt in my mind about it. Believe it, don't believe it. I don't give a flying fuck. Their opinions mean nothing to me. I know what happened, and I know for a fact that these cops were not this there to see if I was okay.
How do you know that?
They didn't even know who I was. I told them my name. And they said, well, can we get your name? This is not even in the report. They said, well, can we get your name? I'm like, Steve. I'm not gonna.
That is in the report.
Right? I'm gonna give my
Right.
first name, which I did.
That is in the report. They said Steve came to the door. That's in the report. It says Steve. It says your name.
And they said, "What's your last name?" I said, "I'm not gonna give you that." And they're like, "Okay, can we?
Why?
You want to come outside and talk to us?" I'm like, "No." I go. I have
Okay,
no
that's
idea
also
what the
in the
hell you're here
report.
for. There's been nobody here but me. And I said, and I basically stood aside to the door and I said, "You can see I'm the only person here." I didn't even have to do that, but I'm like, I have no idea why you're here. And they're like, okay. And then I closed the door. But I
Yeah.
gave them my name. How do you think they got my name?
So then what in the fucking shit is not in the report that you're saying is in the report?
I gave it to them.
Right.
There was no history of any DV here. That's what the reporting party had told them. The RP advises. That's what that
Prove
means.
it.
So people
That's-
don't even know how to.
But that's not what that says at that part. So, go ahead and argue that all day and all night. It's still not SWAT.
Read a basic report properly.
You're the one who keeps calling it domestic violence. I will take you seriously about whether or not other people can read the report as soon as you are able to read the report and see that it was dispatched as a general disturbance. Dumbass.
Well, I know you're dying to go, but I wanted to ask you lastly, why are they saying that you're racist for?
Where did that
CRT.
come from?
CRT.
They had said in those comments, wasn't it, Aaron, that he was, I think I read it in the comments.
CRT
Aaron
Yeah.
said
stuff.
this video.
Yeah, they said transphobe and racist or something.
Yeah, I blows my fuck. I literally live with a black woman. I actually am attracted to black
So-
woman. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
That's racist.
I mean, first of all, I think race is a social construct. There's no such thing as race realism. White, black, it doesn't matter. People bleed the same.
Race is a social kind.
I have to
visual,
listen
but
to Kano when she comes home from work when some idiot called her the N-word, and listen to her crying, and I console her and feel her pain, and I want to go fucking throw.
he's an
punch these people.
empath.
It kills me, and she puts on a good face. Don't get me wrong, but I know sometimes it gets.
Why are you speaking for Kano and making Kano a public figure when she's not a public figure? When you said you're not gonna bring other people into this, and other people are going after people I care about. Maybe you should stop bringing people you care about into your fucking online life if that's your issue. Oh my fucking god! Stop.
To her, and it happens more frequently than you think.
Okay.
And I've told her one of these days I'm gonna get fired for throat punching. One of the girls I work with is black, and
So
she
you're
gets called that
threatening
word.
people.
And I told
okay,
her, just
in
to let
your
you
real
know,
life.
one day, whether I get a pass it or not, I'm gonna fucking throat punch somebody if they call you this.
Okay.
And to think that I'm racist, they're out of their fucking minds.
And you have friends that are black. I mean, you're friends with Renell.
I'm
you are
friends with
representing-
black people.
Well, he's yeah, we all know what I think of him. But again, that has nothing to do with
Oh
his
wow,
race.
so he doesn't like that.
I don't give
Weird.
a shit what race somebody is. It's completely irrelevant. The people that make things about race are the racist people.
You talked about CRT. That's you talking about racial issues, and your racial stuff about CRT was fucking busted off of fucking Fox News. You fucking clown. You might maybe Steve and friends need to take a step back and do their research and get the facts straight before they go off about this shit. So if they want to know why Steve is getting called racist, they should look at the CRT video that people might or may not be talking about as to why Steve is fucking racist. Research is stalking. Yeah, watching my public videos, stalking. So like that would be along the lines, don't you think? Maybe.
Exactly.
But when I have somebody that I care about and I love, and people are calling her pejoratives, it kills me. It fucking kills me. What racist person would be upset by that?
Exactly.
You can care about an individual in your life and not care about the rest of black people or have opinions about the rest of black people, dumbass. You already said that you could do that earlier. Oh my god, are you really... have you fallen this far that... Didn't you say earlier that your opinions about a trans person do not equate to your opinions about all of trans people? And now you're saying that I would get upset about this one black person being offended, and therefore would that not mean that that does not predicate your opinions about the entirety of black culture? Do you not know that you are contradicting yourself? What happened to you? Oh my God.
Exactly. You're like me. When someone hurts one of your friends, you're on it, and that's
Right.
kind of what I'm doing tonight.
Yeah, is it?
Well, I mean,
is that what's happening?
it's just frustrating, like I said, because Kano is a sweet person, and she would never harm anybody unless you fuck with her. And I will tell you right now, she will do whatever it takes to defend herself physically.
Okay.
Literally, physically, she will do whatever it takes.
Good for her.
I would never want to mess with her like that, and I've given her my mace, my backup.
So it's not, you don't defend her because she's black, you defend her because you're afraid of her. Is that what you're saying? How was Kano hurt? Good question. Great question. Next question.
I had 2 maces, so I've given her one of the other ones. But the fact that they come in to the store and they treat her like shit sometimes where she works, the customers, because she's black, it's horrifying. And I hate to say it because I don't want to think that I live in a state or city that has racism, yet it still exists.
You live in America.
Is she the only black person that works there?
She's the only, I think so. I know at my work I only have one.
You don't even know?
And like I said, I will take a bullet for her, at least in the leg. Not the chest or the face, but for a leg. I mean, I'm very protective of the people I work with. Very, very protective, and they know that. That's why they all want to close with me. But
I don't believe
she has to calm me down sometimes because some customers that
stop fucking making your private life public online and then bitching that people are like talking about shit that you say about your private life. You're putting it out there. Learn to shut the fuck up. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Out, they can get very belligerent. I've had people tell me, oh, you're just being racist, blah blah blah. And this, but I've been called all kinds of things.
Yeah, Steve said he was leaving like 20 minutes ago.
When they start going after the people that I work with and physically trying to go after them, and when I have to like break out my mace at and threaten them, I will mace you if you take one step closer.
You're so afraid of your mace,
have people say
Steve.
that I would be racist. It's just absolutely mind blowing. That's insanity.
Can we just all be classified as human? Please, color of your skin don't change the color that we
100%.
all believe.
100%. There's no such thing as race in any kind of biological sense as far as humans. It's not. People are people. We're all intermixed.
Nikki.
What? Sorry, I was looking at my camera.
What do you think about all this chaos?
Nikki. What do you think about this chaos?
I don't want to say the name or anything, but did you guys look at the messages we got earlier?
I literally have gotten home.
I saw.
Okay. Yeah, I know something was sent to Aaron that I brought up, but again, I didn't make
How
public
do
yet.
you know that
so she knew what I was talking about.
I don't want to make it public.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about the same thing I was, yeah.
Why are you fucking talking about it then? All of you keep saying, I don't want to make this public. I don't want this to be public, but then you start fucking talking about it. Then you get mad if people ask you questions or don't agree with whatever the fuck you're saying, and you're like, well, how do they know about this? This is all private information. Because you make, like, pieces of it public. This is the consequences of you. You are doing this. I don't want to make this public, but I'm going to say this on a stream, you fucking idiots.
Because you were the other person that got a copy of that, yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Oh my
so,
God.
So,
yeah, I didn't want to make that public, but what I want to say is that
don't make it public.
Yeah, it's just like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, we're not saying names here.
Attacked.
Yeah, but we can't say this. We can't say this real quick. The person who reached out to me, you, and Aaron is one of the nicest people I've seen so far, and for her to be threatened, I'll just say something, whatever. To be threatened in the way,
and her husband,
in the manner, and her husband.
Is this a viewer?
I'm not gonna say anything more than that, but just to say that
I don't want to give her away either. I don't want her any more attacked.
But it's mind blowing because again, we see the harm that these shitty people do. We see the harm that they're causing, and they don't care. They don't care whose lives they're.
None of what you're saying validates you making accusations that are also not true. Right? Like, you understand this, right? You understand that you're enabling and making the issue worse when you blow bullshit out of your ass and try and turn it into something bigger than it is. Because when you purposefully try to falsely inflate something to make it bigger, you're inherently making it bigger. You're inflating it. You're escalating. So if you escalate something and somebody reaches that, if you say you were swatted and then one of your fans gets swatted because you were swatted, you're the one. When you weren't swatted, that's you escalating. That's you escalating. Does that mean you're responsible for the SWAT? No. Or sorry, does that mean you culpable for the SWAT? No. But does that mean that you escalated it? If you're not swatted and you say you're swatted, you're taking this scenario and you're putting it to here. Which means the people that are down here, you're pulling them up with you. Oh my god. Now he's using how nice someone is that is completely unknown to everyone except for them to make him look nicer. Yes. This is insanity.
They're affecting, because it's way beyond just ours. I guarantee it. Way beyond.
Yeah.
And when people are living in fear, I mean, how do we respond to that other than empathy?
Read your Bible.
Oh my fucking God. Because there's nothing we can do. I mean, there's nothing we can do for other people.
Nothing you can do?
Yeah. Considering there's more people getting involved now just for one person doing this, and they're still allowed to do it.
They're still accusing Charla. Oh my God.
Well, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people behind. It's a group thing.
Oh, now it's a group thing.
But I will say this.
Okay.
I'll let you guys talk among yourselves because I still have to eat. But I will say this.
Leave!
There's going to be three types of people out there. The people that there's in the middle ground, whatever, they're going to be swayed one or another. But there's the people that give a shit and the people that want to cause harm. That's it. That's all you got. You got people that want to cause harm and the people that want to prevent the harm.
Incorrect.
People need to choose what side they want to be in. If they want to pick the middle ground, that's fine. But I guarantee it.
So now there's also a middle ground.
Harm. I will stake everything I have on that.
Then what is this? What is this except for you all trying to implicate me for doing shit I didn't do after you already all agreed that I was correct? Oh my God.
The life of my child, everything, that we are the fucking people trying to help other people prevent harm from happening to them.
Who?
And yet,
who are you trying to help? Who are you trying to help? You make Katie Joy videos without watching Katie Joy's content. So who are you trying to help? I don't believe you. Name one. Who? Who are you trying to help? And in what way? How are you helping them?
These trolls don't give a flying fuck about that. Because they don't even know half the shit.
The truth.
You guys know.
I think they do.
You guys know.
Why are you mad at people for not knowing things that you don't make public? You can't be mad at people for drawing conclusions off of the publicly available information when there's private information that you have that nobody else has access to. That's your responsibility. It means that if you make this amount of information public and there's this amount of information that exists, that means you're not giving them over 50% of the information, and there's no way for them to assess the situation with any of this information. They can only use this amount of information, and you're the one putting them in the situation to assess with this amount of information, meaning you're responsible and you're culpable. Because you're not giving this information, can't give this information, or refuse to give this information. And so if that's the case, they're going to draw these conclusions. And you can't get mad at them or say that they're wrong for drawing these conclusions because you can't or are not or are refusing to put this information out. It means these people aren't wrong because they're drawing reasonable conclusions off of what you are willing to provide them. If they come to an incorrect conclusion because there's missing information and you're not willing to provide that information, you don't get to get pissy at them because they still only have this information, and you're responsible for making sure that they do not have this information, whether that reason for not giving them that information is justified or not. You might not be able to give this information because of legal reasons, or you might not be able to give this information because it contains private information or whatever. That's fine. You might have very good reasons for not passing off this information, but you're not allowed to be pissy at these people because you provided them with incomplete information when you could have chosen to not provide them with any information at all. I love how Steve's picture says the great debate community, more like the great drama community. Yeah, I feel like we're in a position of false advertising at this point. Like, come on.
That's why you guys have been supporting of me and why we're supporting of each other, because you guys know what's going on. They don't.
Oh, yeah.
Veda and Aaron multiple times have said that they don't know what's going on and they don't know information and have been surprised at information that Steve has given them, even in this stream, let alone the prior stream. So, bullshit.
They
I was
don't
the first
know.
one, remember? The first
Is
one.
it swatting?
Wait, one girl with one thing and then it was me. Attack, 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 attack. I had to warn you guys. And then I remember first time talking to you, Steve, and you're like,
Yeah. And I did what a friend did. I stood up for you, and I will stand up for you.
Where? What are you talking about?
Thank you
And
for that.
I've been protective of you as well.
Yeah. Well, we all have.
So these guys don't regard about whether or not whatever the other one is doing whatsoever, and they're admitting to this here. They don't care if what one of them is doing is actually correct or right or reasonable or a good thing to be doing. They're just saying that you defended me, therefore I'm going to defend you regardless. At least that's the expectation they're setting.
Have to be, because we're all in this. It's just so fucked up, man.
We're all in this. Weird admission that you're all colluding. I don't know if that's a good thing to admit, but okay.
So messed up.
Well,
We're
I'm gonna let
all
Veda get back to her, whatever it is.
this
I'll listen in the background. But
I'm
Nikki
having
and Aaron, thank you for everything. You are the good people. Don't let anybody gaslight into making anybody think otherwise. Your mods, same thing. We got Artistic Shill. She's been wonderful. Megan's been wonderful.
Megan, yeah.
You know, I mean, just
don't let anybody tell you that the things that you're admitting to here are not going to look good in each other's court cases.
stick with the people that you trust and stick with the people that you know are telling you the truth. And the rest, what are you going to do? It's not worth being sea-lined. It's not worth trying to argue with idiots. You're never going to get anywhere because they're not interested in the truth. All they're interested is getting some content that they can twist and turn and smear other people with. And
so was it swatting?
And as you found out today, Nikki, they're not just trying to go after us and smear us. There are other good people that they're going after, and that's what's
sick.
killing me. It's sick. It's sick and twisted.
It's sick. It's like, stop it. And the people that are encouraging this behavior, fuck you. Fuck you.
That's what I was saying before you got
That's where
here.
I'm at.
What does any of this have to do with
That's
my
where I'm
video?
They're shitty fucking people. And I
feel like I've been lied to.
I won't respond to any of it. I'm not responding it directly. I'm only telling you my story because Veda asked me to come on.
Yeah.
But my story is what happened with the whole swatting thing. And if they want to call it swatting, fine. If they don't, that's fine too. But to minimize it, yeah, you're a fucking piece of shit.
Nobody did that.
Simple as that. To anybody minimizes what happened.
The only person minimizing anything is Steven Friends minimizing what swatting is.
Yeah, and it's so funny. At the time, I was still processing. It wasn't until well after the fact I was like, "Holy fuck, what just happened?"
Yeah, they missed the whole point. They're all worried about the word swatting. What about the danger you were put in?
I know.
Yeah.
It's the fact that these cops came
what
to
danger?
3 times.
It didn't hit me until
3
after the fact.
times.
Yeah, they came. There's sheriffs that came by 3 times actually. Sheriffs came by 3 times, and there was a police. So yes, people in my neighborhood are going, "What the fuck's going on at this apartment here?" You know.
So you had the police and sheriffs at your place a total of 4 times? For what? How? Why? And if that was the case, then why was Aaron in the previous video talking as if this was the only time police had shown up at your place? Shouldn't she have known this ahead of time? And why was BM Furball saying what he was saying? Shouldn't he have been aware of this at the time? Why were the police at your place 3 times prior to this? Is anybody gonna ask him this question?
So
we gotta do something.
Well, I'm doing what I can, but my main thing is I still have to protect other people, and unfortunately,
From what?
I don't know what else. I don't know what I can do, but I will do whatever I can. I give you my word that the other people that are being targeted, I will stand by them 100%, and I will help them out any way I can. And you know that, Nikki, Aaron knows that,
Yeah, I
Veda
know
knows
that.
that. But we're probably gonna have.
No, I understand what he was threatened by. His ears are so sensitive that he was being threatened by going deaf. They were gonna pop his eardrums by knocking so loudly,
To have
which is illegal.
Discussion off air.
I think we do because it's beyond too far, and more stuff's happening, and more people are getting pulled into this.
Yep.
And I'm done.
People are definitely not getting pulled in because you are talking about it publicly on a regular basis. That's definitely not drawing attention, and that's definitely not your intention. It's definitely not to talk about this publicly to draw attention. That's why you talk about it publicly, right? That's why you talk about it in pieces publicly, right? To draw people's attention? No?
That's what I said.
I haven't filled
all them. I'm done.
I haven't filled any of you in. All three of you haven't filled in what I've been doing the last couple of days because I just been working and been doing some stuff. But I have not filled you guys in, but I will in the next day or so. Because
he's been knowingly sending them off half cocked. Okay.
I got some shit for you. Shit for you.
I'm free whenever.
That's actually really good. I mean, it's good for me at least.
Sure.
But yeah, I've been doing some stuff to find out some stuff, and
I can't wait. I can't wait to read the court documents.
So I'll get with you guys later on, probably tomorrow. I have tomorrow off. Probably after I do my stream. Help me promote it too, because I really think this is going to be a great discussion. I'm really looking forward.
Me too. I was looking at that. I was like, oh, that's going to be awesome.
Hey, everybody, come and watch this stream about transphobic shit. I'm not transphobic at all. Come and watch.
It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be great.
2:00 Pacific. I know Erin, like I said, has to get off work, and then she's going to join us. But I really think people.
What's your time right now, Steve? It's 9:25 p.m. here.
6:25.
Okay.
People need to listen to what Jessica has to say. She's very articulate, very intelligent. I've been in the last couple of weeks. I've been talking to her. I'm like, oh my god, this is like the voice of reason. She gets talked down to and just minimized because she's not like she doesn't have like the over the top personality like.
You mean like Aaron was on your stream on Rumble or your stream on YouTube when you talked about trans stuff like that time? Why is Steve still there? Man, I don't know.
Blair White has, because Blair White can really, she's a force. Yeah, she's a force, and so I think that maybe she might have been a little intimidated by Blair's presence, and I'm going to ask her about this, even though she had so much to add to the conversation, and they were on the same side, obviously, but the
smartest people are the most uncomfortable, and they get shut out.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Did you guys watch the debate, the discussions, the Jubilee discussion? Okay, before you go. Yeah, so before I interview Jessica tomorrow, watch the Jubilee. It's with Blair White. She went up against it was conservative trans versus liberal trans. She went up against a person named Blossom and Alexander, who was non-binary, who shouldn't have been on the panel to begin with. But Blossom and Alexander derailed this conversation to no end. They made it about them. They made it about their narcissism rather than the topic, which was transgender. There could have been a beautiful discussion being talked about during that discussion. It's supposed to.
Damn, I can't imagine anyone derailing a conversation and making it about them instead of the topic, Steve.
Oh, middle ground, but there was no middle ground to be had. They basically set Blair White up, I think, and she has some response videos, and they were brilliant. Again, I review videos. I look for patterns. I see debates and I review debates. I think Blair White did exceptionally well and handled it with such grace. And so when people say, well, I'm transphobic, yet I'm supporting trans people just because they have to be conservative.
Yeah, that doesn't click for me.
It's bizarre. Just because.
Yeah, you can't put 1 + 1 = 2 there. You can't put together that conservative America is against trans people and that it's not uncommon to find like a trans person or that would agree with conservative talking points even if they're against their position. There's lots of women out there that are pro-conservative talking points. That there's this entire subreddit called "Leopards Ate My Face." there's a lot of women in general that will be like very against women's rights. So why would it surprise you that somebody who is of a group would speak against their own group? I don't know. Can't imagine. Would it be any different if he said, I agree with gay people that advocate for conversion therapy? No, it wouldn't. It would be the same. This is terrible. Everything about this is bad. And if Steve had friends that were going to call him out on dumb shit, this is what they should be calling him out on, because this is fallacious. It's a fallacy. Sadly, none of these women are doing that for some reason. I don't know if it's because they don't recognize the fallacy while it's happening. I don't know if it's because they're too scared to speak out against Steve because they've seen how retaliatory he can be. I don't know if it's because they don't understand what these fallacies are or are not capable of recognizing these things, or if it's just a straight up ignorance as in they just don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm not gonna pretend that I do. I just know that he claimed that people would call him on bullshit, and he had friends that would call him, like Aaron would call him on bullshit if they saw bullshit, and I guess Aaron's just not seeing this bullshit.
I gotta see that.
Stupid.
Yeah, it's just because the liberals on that panel were only worried about themselves. It was horrifying, but the comment sections vilified Blossom on this. So I highly recommend watching Blair White's video on her response, because wow, I was like, I can totally see this happening. I can totally see how the producers, directors set her up, and they told her, we don't want you answering in real time. We'll let you, answer it at the end. And she's like,
well, if that's the case, then why are the comment sections against Blossom and not Blair? If they set Blair up to look bad, do you not think that would translate into the video, which would then equal the comments section? Whatever.
What? Wait, what? You let them talk all this shit, and then I can't.
Oh my God, Steve!
And then they edited
that,
all
and
the
you
fuck.
can't defend yourself.
So yeah, everybody watching, watch that video that Blair has. It is super, super good. And then, like I said, I'm gonna be talking
we can
to
talk about that
Jessica, who's
another
on that
day.
panel, and she has a lot to say.
So was it
so
swatting?
if you do support trans people, this is the video you want to watch. I support trans people.
Yeah.
I support the
you
LGBTQ plus, whatever you want to call it. I
You
support
don't
the good
even
people
know it, what
from
it
those,
is.
from those things.
Yep.
That doesn't mean I have to support.
You're so much of an ally of the LGBTQIA plus community that you don't even know how to say it.
The bad actors, because it certainly doesn't have. I mean,
And it doesn't make you transphobic if you don't.
right. So, anyways, I'm gonna bug her out, guys. Thanks for having me. That's my story. That's the facts. Believe it, don't believe it, but don't minimize the.
You
domestic
haven't
violence. Don't
presented
minimize these types of
anything!
calls. People have been killed in these types of calls. They have been. And,
Yes, they have.
Yes.
I've seen them. I've seen it on so
you-
many different videos.
Yeah,
Before
it's
you
people like, oh,
drop
Steve's whining, whatever. I don't give a flying. If you can say
Nobody
I'm whining, you
said
can say I've
that.
overplayed it. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't
I'd
fucking
be whining
matter.
too.
The
Let's
truth
piss
is the
off
truth.
then. Fuck
because,
off. Leave
because,
it alone.
because here's the thing, Nikki. If they're willing to do it to me, they could have done to any one of you.
Yeah. If any of you make false statements and claims saying that you were swatted by somebody, I will likely say no, you fucking weren't. Surprise, surprise. I can't believe it. I made a blatantly untrue statement on the internet, and people said I was wrong. It's unbelievable. And if they do it to me, they'll do it to you too. Yes, people on the internet will call. Elon Musk on his own fucking website gets fact-checked. Unbelievable. Can you imagine a world where Steve McRae on the Non Sequitur show came out here and said, people will fact-check you. If they fact-check me, they're gonna fact-check you. As if it's a bad thing. Could you imagine this world? What the fuck am I listening to?
Kid, so don't even fucking bother. Don't. I'm telling you, if you don't want to do it to me, don't.
This is what they don't understand. It's not.
No, I will. If you go ahead and make a false claim on yourself and say that there was some noises and the police show up for a general disturbance, and then you post that shit online and say you were swatted, I'll probably just be like, ha 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 ha, look, she did it too, and that'll be the video. I'll do it. You think you're scary? Do you think you're too scary to fact check? Are you for real? Is that what you... Huh?
It's not just the fact that they did it to me. That somebody, whoever it was, could have done it to anyone. That's disturbing.
Yes, anybody can call the police and call in a general disturbance if they believe that it is a general disturbance. None of you still have demonstrated in anything that we've watched that it was a false report or that it was a prank call. And until you do so, nobody is going to take you seriously, and nobody should take you seriously because you are not taking it seriously. If Steve is the ringleader and you're not afraid of him, what makes you think you're afraid of her, the crony, right? Right? Like, they act like Steve's the top dog and then are surprised. Yeah. Listen, Nikki, girl, that would be really intimidating if you were, well, intimidating.
It's scary.
There's somebody very sick out there.
It's scary.
So.
They're gonna end up in jail doing that kind of stuff. I'd be careful.
Good. That's where they need to be, is prison.
All right,
If
I gotta
you
go.
can prove
Talk to you
it.
later.
Nana Hawk
Bye.
said, ask this up to all of you. I support you all and stand with
Bye, Steve.
too. Also,
Thanks, Nana.
thanks, Nana. All right, girls. So, do you think Steve was swatted, Nikki?
Yeah, do you
by
think
the legal
Steve was
definition,
swatted?
he was swatted.
No, he
By
wasn't.
the legal
Yeah,
definition.
by the legal definition, absolutely.
The internet.
But by the definition, that was not a legal, by the way, not a legal definition that she showed. The Oxford one had the 4 components in it. And like I said, he has 1 out of the 4, and the only 1 out of the 4 is police showed up. It wasn't an emergency. They haven't shown that it was a prank call, and they haven't shown that it was false. So the only one they've got is the police showed up. It's not even a special units, which is, I'm even giving it credence and saying it doesn't have to be SWAT. It doesn't have to be, like, tactical services. It could be something else. But they don't have that either. Even Steve said the police were going to investigate on his behalf, and not because they considered it swatting. Right. There is no swatting investigation. There is no SWAT here. There is no legal. All right. You know what? We've been live for 5 hours. I'm gonna pause. Steve finally left. I'm gonna pause this right here, and we're gonna come back next week and finish the second half of this video because oh my god, these people are so fucking stupid. Aaron agreed that it wasn't swatting. Veda agreed that it wasn't swatting, and then like an hour and a half later is like, so it was swatting by the legal definition. No, it fucking wasn't. I'm gonna pull off that thing that you know, when you set your audience up to say that anybody who doesn't agree with you is stupid. Anybody who doesn't agree with me is stupid. Veda and Nikki both agree with me. Steve agrees with me. The police agrees with me. BM Furball agrees with me. Everybody agrees with me. I showed it on screen. I showed it on this thing. I explained it again. I gave the 4 requirements. Everyone believes me. Everyone agrees with me. If you don't agree with me, especially after you already said you agreed with me, if you then turn around and try to pretend that you didn't just agree with me, you're dumb. Alright, we've been live for another 5 hours. I'm gonna pause it here. We'll do another one. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. We'll see. Usually I'm editing on Tuesdays, but you know, whatever. We'll see. I don't know. God damn it. I'm glad I have enough alcohol to get me through a second one. Jesus Christ. I can't believe they had him on. I can't believe they had him on and didn't ask, was it swatting though? And then pull the why didn't you pull the definition? Oh my god. No, I'm committed. I'm gonna finish this. I'll finish this one. I committed to it. I'm gonna finish it. I can't believe they're on record publicly admitting that they are colluding together against Charlotte. Like, why would you admit to that? Even if you were doing it, and even if they were doing it in, like, a legitimate manner, which maybe they are, I don't fucking know. Why would you admit to this? Why would you ever say that publicly? I don't understand. Yes, Wednesday is tomorrow. Yes, I mean Wednesday. I mean tomorrow. I mean, I'll probably do this tomorrow. It's not after midnight, right? Yeah, it's not even 9 yet. Oh. Can clip the bits where they acknowledge that it's right, and then the end bit of, is it though? Is it swatting though? Why wouldn't you ask that while Steve was there? Why is Steve comparing his general disturbance to the police showing up after somebody was murdered across the road by somebody who wasn't the police? What fucking bizarro world do I fucking live in? No, they couldn't question Steve because Steve shut the door in their face, just like he did with the police. It feels like swatting, therefore it is. Is that how that works? It feels like it? Guys, these videos, I feel so attacked. Therefore, they're attacking me. This is... I feel like I've taken a stroll through the sane asylum. Like, honestly, at this point, this does feel like it's some kind of bizarro world, right? Like, is this not... Yes, I've been defeated. I'm so pwned. Like, you know what I feel? Exasperated. That's what I feel like. I feel exasperated. Because, like, in what world? Where are they living? They're calmly talking to the police for 4 minutes when you'd be killed and attacked if you were someone else in a different universe equals swatting. Right? Like, This feels like they've written a fan fiction, and they're just, anything that happens just gets added to it. Aw, damn, I stubbed my toe. I made this joke back in the day about Katie, and I'm gonna make it about Steve now. Oh my god, I stubbed my toe, which means that Charla must have flown across the country, snuck into my house, and moved my table while nobody was looking. Like, what are you talking about? And the thing is again, like I said, maybe they're right. You know what? Maybe Charla did do this, and maybe Charla was doing all this shit. But the problem is like, you're making these accusations without being able to show your work. You're being able to you're just making these accusations without being able to show anything, and then getting mad at people for asking clarifying questions or being like, no, that's just not good enough for me. And you're treating people who have reasonable doubts or reasonable questions when you acknowledge you're not giving them all the information. If you're not giving them all the information knowingly, then you should know that their questions are reasonable, and your answer ought to be, yeah, that's actually a really reasonable question. Unfortunately, I can't answer that right now because of litigation or whatever. Right? Like, there's ways to address this kind of shit in a way that doesn't make you look like you're fucking insane. I had a dream about a mean guy who snubbed me. Was I raped? I told you this felt like a Rick and Morty plot. Yeah, it does. It is absolutely minimizing of serious cases of what everyone would agree is swatting. Yes, this is what they're doing, is projecting onto me what they're doing. What they're doing is they're minimizing what a SWAT looks like, what swatting attempts are. Steve is straight up accusing the police of like withholding information on their reports, as well as violating his rights, which is quite the accusation, which I think would if anybody wanted to investigate, I think they would be well within their rights to do so, to find out what that was about. And like Erin did with Katie, if she feels validated with that, should feel validated in going and having an internal audit done on Steve's situation, regardless of the number of fucking FBI calls he claims that he made. So they see themselves be shot in a different dimension and feel paranoid the whole episode. Steve wants to be the victim so bad it hurts. Maybe the police are extorting him? The police are the ones that are after his fucking YouTube channel now. Oh my god. The thing was, too, with both, particularly the Kyle situation, but as well as the Katie situation, we had knowledge. Like, people had access to the information about what was available. When it comes to Charlotte, you guys are making the accusations without making the information available. So, they're knocking on his door menacingly. They're actually arguing the semantics of what is a knock and what constitutes a knock. A knock that tries to wake somebody up might be louder. Oh my god. SWAT. The police would have to be faking things for Steve to be correct. Yep. Yup. It's not even just that. The police would have to be faking stuff and for some reason protecting Charla. That Charla is in cahoots with the police and also in cahoots with anybody who questions anything they say ever. What? I also am kind of curious as Steve is like, oh my god, these families and these children are in danger. And people like me, by saying it's not swatting, are enabling or exacerbating that problem. How? In what way? How are those things related? What? There would have to be a grand conspiracy if Steve is correct. Yeah, it's the same way there would have to be a grand conspiracy if the Earth was flat. Is that like a member of a mob buying off the cops? Yeah, good question. I still say they probably need to investigate, and if she did those things, those are crimes. Yes. I don't know if the police need to investigate anything, specifically because there's nothing in that report that's been made public or is available to me that indicates there's anything about this call that was not routine. There's nothing about this that indicates that it is that it isn't a routine thing. If the police think it was not routine, if the police think it's suspicious or they want to investigate it, then I think the police absolutely should do that thing. And I'm sure that whether or not they have my approval on the internet, they will in fact do so. And if somebody did do it and it was bullshit, then it'd be good to face consequences if that were the case, no matter who it was. So whether or not it be Charla or whether or not it be nobody, right? The loans of fraud. Just like Mania's credit card fraud. This all seems super boring and blah blah boring, but because Steve is a drama-filled main character, basically a hit on his life. Yeah. Also, the cops probably just think Steve is overreacting, and they say they would look into it just to get him out of the stage. So this is the thing. This isn't the first time I've seen Steve do something like this. He takes like the most customer service response and then blows it into something else. He did the same thing with Manya, right? Where the Steve will be like, oh, hey, yeah, if you could investigate this. And the police go, yeah, no problem. We'll look into it. And their look into it is they review it and go, looks normal, and then move on. Like, that's their investigation. Whereas, like, with Manya got her money back from GoFundMe because she didn't believe that Steve used the money that in the way that he said he was going to, which I think we can all agree that he did not, in fact, do that. And so if anybody wanted their money back, they could contact GoFundMe and get their money back. And I knew of more than just Manya who did this and successfully got their money back. And he asked a GoFundMe person, like he did that fucking window messenger thing, or got an email, and was like, hey, this person is saying they got their money back. Could you tell me why they got their money back? And because it's a privacy issue, the customer service rep on the other end is not going to give him that information. The customer service rep on the other end is going to say, well, it could have been because of this, this, or this. And Steve latches on to that one thing of like, oh, it could be this, therefore it is that, and then presents it and starts accusing Monty of fucking credit card fraud. Right? Like, that's it, more than one occasion. It can bite you to call the cops repeatedly if you need them in a real emergency at some point. Well, and Steve admitted that he had called the FBI so many times that they started rejecting his calls. Like, they stopped answering him. So it was like, and he said that he called and like let the police know about what was going on. So if he had called the police prior, then yada yada yada, right? And now they'd already been there on 3 occasions? Why? Why were the police at his place for fucking 3 occasions? And then this one. And since he said that the police were at his location on these 3 occasions, and he lives in a sketchy neighborhood, why is he that surprised or sketched out that the police were there this time? Why is this one time different than any of these 3 times? I would like to know the dates of those visits. Yeah, I mean, if he's gonna make the public not like know these things, if he's gonna make this public knowledge, then tell Elmo. Don't fucking be like, oh my god, why do these people care? Why are they so interested in the shit that's gone on with you privately? Because you're using the shit that's gone on with you privately, publicly, as a weapon to fucking shit on people and accuse them of fucking crime. So either put it the fuck out or shut the fuck up. Put up or shut up. Nut up or shut up. Fuck off. You want to be like, oh, well, God, if you don't believe me, then fuck off. Well, then welcome to people who are going to criticize you because you're not dealing with valid criticism. You're not dealing with reasonable questioning. You're just, you were a preacher. You want to preach. You want to sit on a soapbox and sit, bitch, moan, whine, and tell people the way it is, and then you get pissy if anybody fucking dares to ask you a fucking question. Weird. How bizarre. You know, Steve and friends, you could have addressed what I said without mentioning me at all. You could have, like, taken my questioning and been like, you know what, there are reasonable answers to this. And you could have been like, hey, there's been some general questions, without acknowledging what I said at all, and then completely debunked whatever I said by providing whatever additional information you think that you have that debunks what I said. But you didn't do that. Because you can't. Weird. Surprise. Yeah, go sit and circle jerk in your fucking private messages and your Discord. I know you guys aren't using Discord, but whatever it is the fuck you're using. Go sit in your private thing and go lick your wounds and lick each other's dicks and make each other feel better and like finger your buttholes a little bit. So that way you all feel better about what constitutes knocking over your semantics. Critical thinking is calling everyone a troll that asks you a question you don't want to answer. Right? Like, why did you make it public in the first place? Idiot. Oh my fucking god. I'm not wrong, Chesh. Yeah. What logical fallacy has not been used here? Bro, I couldn't tell you. I feel like I'd have to pull up a list. I feel like I have to pull up the list and like, okay, did we hear this one? Did we hear this one? We're only halfway through, man. We can't judge yet. Chesh is right, but fuck her anyway. Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Alright. I said we've been live for 4 hours, or 5 hours, so we can get the fuck out of here. So let's get the fuck out of here. Thank you all for joining me. I'll be back, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. I don't know, whenever I fucking have time. Whatever time is. So next time I'm around and I'm available, I'll do another one of these. This one will also go up on YouTube because, I'll see you guys there. I'll probably premiere this one as well. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm gonna get out of here. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you in the super secret Discord. Bye-bye.